Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party!
We're ready.
I hope you bring lots of spaghetti.
I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing,
Fiesta!
romancing,
Siesta!
samba,
La Bamba! Ay caramba! Disguises! Surprises! And pies of all sizes!
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Boy, really takes I'm ready to party, I'm ready to a whole new level, doesn't it? I don't ever want to hear anyone ever say that I wasn't ready for a party, i.e. ready to start the stream, ever again with a boot up like this. Let's see what they have to say. The ladies, I mean. What does the big announcement look like? Looks like, you guys. Listen up, it's going down. Repping the Splatlands, we are Deep Cut, Anarchy Splatcast, we're live. Ah yes! Alright, give me the good news though. The big run is upon us. Salmonids are swarming across all we hold dear. Even the king salmonids have been ganging up on people. It's total chaos. Grizzco is taking absolutely all comers. If ever there was a time to sign up, it's now! You won't know where you're deployed until you lift off, but does it really matter? The more golden eggs you get, the fancier your reward, right? She literally says right. More or less, even if you beat the highest score, might as well keep going. Yes, literally says ah yes, ah yes, ah yes. The promise of a fancy gift is quite motivating. And if you want to help save the city, right? Good for you. Alright, they said it's randomized, so this section shouldn't really apply to me. We're not doing ranked, we're not doing regular mode, I'm pulling a DSP, but actually worse than DSP. Not only are we not doing ranked, we're not even doing casual. I'm just gonna go straight to Salmon Run. It's gonna be an all Salmon Run Saturday, Splatterday, short Splatoon extravaganza stream. Big ups, Chrono. The first person here, in reality, it was Iggle. But big ups on the redeem. We'll give you your 10k ding coin after the short Splatterday sensation situation. But yes, hello to all the dingas, dongas, and swollen underscore ones sneaking and sashaying their way into this secret Saturday Splatterday stream. I had actually forgotten that Big Run was this weekend. I guess it works out in the end. Just a little stream here to break up the Paper Mario madness. And come on, like, people don't expect me to stream on Saturday anyway, so just think of it as extra content. Oh, a new badge. Pretty cool. But they still got ranked and regular mode going on if you want to do it. But in reality, everyone's gonna be over here. Hey, look, it's Mega Man. Whoa, I love Mega Man. This might be a... Well, it's a Big Run reference, and it might also be a reference to all the Mega Man Game Boy games getting on NSO. I've never really was a Mega Man dude growing up. You know, I would always hear people talk about Mega Man. They would suck the Blue Bomber's blue cock. But in reality, according to sales numbers, he really wasn't as popular as these cultural nostalgia figs would have you think. Again, at least according to sales. Nostalgia goes a long way, doesn't it? Swollen Dingus stream. Ah, yes. Salmon Run show vibes, positive fun. Yeah, I'll probably be gone by the time, let's say, roughly an hour and some change into the night stream. I think that'd be fair. I can't be alive too long, guys. But I did want to try out this event because it's allegedly different from all the big runs they've done so far, and it's an event that's not Splatfest. It's more of a Mega Man X fan, TBH. I always hear Mega Man X is the preferred one because it's basically the Mega Man classic formula, but just upgraded, done better. I don't want to say like modernized because that shit started in the SNES era, but you get the point. Where I'm going with that. Welcome to Grizzco Industries, and congrats on making the kind of sound business decision that the future you will no doubt appreciate. I take my advertisements for help with the big run have been effective. We're somewhat short-staffed at the moment. You've come at just the right time. You are aware of the big run phenomenon. Yes, we're salmonids stray far from their own turf and invade our city. It is business critical that we prevent the salmonids from damaging the city. Stopping them is no small task, but Grizzco employees are willing to risk it all. The primary objective of stopping the salmonids just so happens to dovetail nicely with our core business model, collecting golden eggs. It's all about synergy. Now we at Grizzco recognize the risk associated with this challenging task. That's why we're increasing our payout for all top producers. We've been prepared a special decoration for everyone, regardless of job performance. For more details, just press the minus button when you're talking to me for a job. It's been productive, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do with this opportunity. Good luck, you guys. Oh yeah, the music's all cut. Oh, we have a new logo on the right side of the screen. We got the Triumvirate logo. Damn, I think I've only ever streamed myself doing fucking Kohazuna on stream. Or maybe I did Megalodontia once when they had Big Run on Barnacle and Dime. I don't think I've ever fought Ouroboros. No, wait, I did fight Ouroboros once on stream. And I think I fought Megalodontia the one night we did Salmon Run on Barnacle and Dime. But at Triumvirate, basically part of this big run event, you gotta fight all three at once. You heard the bear, man. Rewards will be increased, which is good because look at my currency at the top right. I fucking need some fish scales. All this gear is exclusive to Salmon Run, and you know me, being Mr. Collector Man, I don't know if this is limited or not, so I certainly don't want to lose out on anything, potentially. Alright, I guess that's it then. Or just go ahead and queue up. And of course, I did promise we're going to be back on that Kino Casino catch-up. So, an excuse stream to participate in this event and whittle down my watch later playlist. Big Run sounds like a name Ralph would come up with. I like it. Short and simple, sweet, delectable even. Big up Skokie. Am I doing okay, Dingus? Nah, I'm just trying to fuck with your stream watch streak. I mean, you're here, so like, obviously it failed. I think I have, because I did some full live Kino Casino restreams, so I tried to pick the ones that were from Kino Casino episodes that I didn't restream, you know, just so we don't watch the same shit we already restreamed over again. But I think my watch later list should be good. It's all stuff that that I did not restream. So how about we start with, obviously a lot of the clips are going to be Ricada related for recent stuff. But we have, let's start with an easy one. Dick Masterson desperately sweeps for Nick Ricada.
Where's the line between I don't like this is weird, and these guys need to go to...
Okay, Dick, it's beyond weird.
It's called the law, which he's in violation of, which is why he's being charged.
Yes, there. That's the
And
line.
let's hit up
My
Big
problem
Run.
with it is that people are celebrating the arrest.
But yeah, the
and
gimmick
I
with
think
Big
you
Run
are
is that
too,
it
like,
is
it's
just like
That's
Salmon
your
Run,
problem.
except
your
you're
fault.
fighting on the multiplayer stages. The stages that I do ranked mode in, or regular casual mode. That's the only difference. I did Big Run once on stream, but it's only available in limited time windows, so it's not available whenever I want it.
Yeah.
They sent out Dick Masterson yesterday.
Well, you know what? I say once, more like
try and
twice.
sweep it
There
up
was
on
a.
Ralph's show.
I remember
As though
doing
that could
it
fucking do anything.
when they
And he
first
got
introduced it
completely
on Undertow
dismantled and
Spillway.
Embarrassed by an Indian woman.
Okay, we're on
Here's
Umami
what-
Ruins.
This is the worst.
Oh
this
shit.
is where Dick
Oh shit.
Masterson is forced
I'm
to
already
defend
dead.
cuckolding.
Yeah.
Understand where this all started and where it's at now.
Well,
Back in like 2016, 2017, 2018, everybody is like, you can't be a cock. Don't be a cock. It's the worst thing you can do is to be a cock. Never let another man f your wife. Everybody in internet blood sports and in this sector, that was like the most basic and common sense take.
Wait.
And it remains to this day a basic common sense take. that one of the worst things you
I
can
have
be is a
never
straight
been
up
good with
cock.
the
Remember
tri-stringer.
when Ralph had Medicare versus Masterson?
At least they didn't give me
and it was
a
this
fucking
big deal?
sniper.
Now, Dick's at the point where he has to debate Stardust, a VTuber woman, and he loses. He gets his ass handed to him by a VTuber bunny Indian woman that's fat.
And all right, Stardust catching strays. Sorry, Stardust.
Well, no,
but-
because Dick is always like ripping on fat women and stuff like this and how worthless they are.
That's true.
But yet here he is losing to a fat fucking woman.
I think VPB endorses
What do you
cucking.
think, besides
No,
the
I think that's
prison
just
shit, you know, with the drugs and the
it's a
kids,
funny
what do you
go-to
think
joke for him.
polyrelationships?
Dude, we're
It
already
generally
fucking
ends faster than
This is
normal
already so much harder than
relationships.
standard big
What a
run.
cope. So they're just like what a cope. They're so uncomfortable. And Dick keeps trying to deflect, like giving a real take on it, because he knows how bad it is. And he knows that he's now having to defend getting cocked on account of Nick Rekieta. And this is how
was
desperate
that
they
it?
are to
Is
defend
that it?
Rekieta.
Well,
They're
Okay,
going
no, we
to go
survived.
down this route.
But Ash, Ralph, the reason he's nervously laughing is because he himself was in a cuckold poly relationship.
Yeah.
Not only did Pat get in the ass by a male jigger, but she gave him the pantsuit pass, right? So Ralph's like, yeah, it ruined my life. It did, Ralph.
Really,
I'ma build a church.
I would say.
Oh, I got a video after this for a second.
Yeah.
Would you be in a poly relationship?
No, that would be crazy. I'm far too old.
And just having to deflect again desperately. You know,
Ralph,
it's sad.
Look at this. He's a grandpa. Sorry.
Be enough. My heart couldn't
Ralph.
take it at this age.
Yeah, you don't want to get cucked, right? You don't want to trade your wife with people.
Cope sip.
Oh, buddy.
You don't want to trade your wife with other dudes, right?
Oh no, no. Definitely.
Oh,
Isn't
You
a
think
wife
Dick
swapping
Masterson
just
would be a
technically
more
being
likely
cock?
endorser
Or
of
letting another dude
cuckolding?
fuck your wife. You might be fucking her his wife, but you're letting him fuck her.
he doesn't know. He doesn't know, folks. He just doesn't know if letting another man fuck your wife even is cocking. What even is cocking, guys?
Yeah,
What's the definition of is? We have no idea anymore.
Bring it up.
This is sad. Anybody else would have been lambasted by Dick and Ralph for being a cock. In fact, they criticized Aaron for being a cock earlier. They're like talking about how Aaron's a cock. Meanwhile, Rekieta is guilty of the same shit, thus making him a cock. So it's selective cock bullshit.
That's all. You're right.
The cope from Dick is that, well, Rekieta loves getting cocked, though. So it should be
somehow
allowed for him
cleared?
to be cocked because he loves it so
one more.
much. This is seriously the state.
I'm going
of Dick
gamer mode right
Masterson
now,
in
and I
2024,
also have pizza.
reduced to defending
Don't
his
ask.
friend allowing people to fuck
tasty
his
pizza.
wife because he enjoys it so much.
Also, hang on. Watch this real fast. While we're on this topic, I gotta show this the first part of
Actually,
this.
crazier than anything Ralph's done.
Wait, hang on.
Is it though?
Real
Because
fast.
Ralph let Pantsu get banged by a Mexican dude. I mean, that was pretty bad.
That's true, Alex.
That she got f***ed up the ass by a fucking Mexican jig. Oh.
Ah, we have to. There it is. Ralph's like, that didn't happen. They're lying about that. No, you told us, and you went into detail about it.
Oh.
It's allegedly the kind of smoke the VTuber
And
fans
that's
don't want to
fine,
catch from
but
Ralph. They're
you
not
don't
ready
do
for that.
With kids in the house, with 5 kids in the house.
Yeah, but then you got some couples that are like teaching feminism and stuff to their kids. That's way worse.
Whoa. I always thought like the end stage of feminism was getting cocked. You know what I mean? Like is like I just don't know, Dick. Like, is it really worse for your kids to hear about feminism, or is it worse for you to get cocked? Like, I just don't know, bro. Like, what an insane defense. What an insane defense, man.
He said that. I can't believe he just said that. That's
Oh, someone
crazy.
disconnected.
You
Don't
really
you
think that
think?
feminism is on the same
At least
level
it's not
as
gonna
watching
count. It's not
dad
gonna dock my
get
pay.
cocked?
Yo,
Yeah,
Stardust,
it's a Feltonen.
on
It's a Feltonen.
Winning points there.
Kidding me?
Watching Dad get by
Allegedly
what,
a new
another
high score,
woman or
though.
something? I don't
Probably
know.
because it's the first one I've done.
Watching
I think
your
kids
dad
are-
get cucked. Watching
sorry.
your mom go to
And
another
the way
dude.
she's saying it, it's like knives. It's like
She's
throwing.
destroying him. He's totally checkmated here, and there's nothing he can
Okay, yeah,
do
pay grade retained.
except cope and try and deflect and make jokes about it.
Yeah.
But ultimately, his jokes aren't funny. His copes aren't effective.
I
and he's
really don't like that
having to
weapon
defend
rotation, though.
getting cocked,
Wait, what?
which means he's cocked.
Maybe I should have been
Out,
using
it's
it as a
over.
roller
He's
instead of a
cocked.
And
slammer.
Ralph is like, it's just he knows it's like also.
That is such a
it has to do
long
with
startup
him
for
as
that
well.
swing, that
He has to
overhead. Look at
accept it on his
this.
show.
I like
Dude,
the
you know,
animation,
like,
but
I think kids
no
are pretty
thank you.
resilient.
Now,
But
we don't know
yeah,
that they
I
actually
probably should have been
saw
using it as a roller.
Kid-
Look how quick it goes.
Ralph.
Okay, give me one moment, and then I'll queue up
Wait.
again.
Well, we
What?
don't know if they actually walked in on the act, but they know that their mom is getting f***ed by Aaron. They know.
You're 15 minutes into the stream and I already gotta take a
The world
PRV.
knows.
Lol.
Everybody knows. You think
But,
they don't
for real,
know?
I'll be right back.
No, I think
I'll let the video
Ralph
play.
saying about being cocked, you have to be watching. I don't think he means the kids. I think
But
he means
Ricada
Nick
was
watching.
But Nick was watching, according to Aaron.
But also didn't fucking they bash Aaron for the same shit?
I know.
Well, you don't know that Aaron was watching Nick April, like.
The kids absolutely knew. Maybe they didn't see
Oh, the
it,
kids, yeah, it was the kids. Okay, cool.
but they absolutely knew.
Oh, Star, see, now your Puritan
Children
side
know.
is coming out.
Children.
Purity spiral.
It's
Oh,
a purity spiral.
you know what? You know what? Though I'll say this: if that's the purity that you have, then that's good. The purity of kids not watching or knowing their parents are having orgies and doing drugs. That's a good purity to have.
I don't understand. This is crazy.
Why is that negative purity? Why is purity always seen
It's
as
a purity
like
spiral. How dare you want to be good and innocent and pure? Why don't you want to be a sick, disgusting sexual monster and freak? Why don't you want to diddle kids, huh? Why don't you want to force kids to do cocaine? What is wrong with you? Why don't you think it's okay for parents to beat their kids? What? You wanna
Amazing
have some
promo
sort of
cut to
fucking
come back
morals?
to.
What's wrong with you? It's like, the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why should normal people have to deal with you? You're fucked. You're insane.
Look at this. Someone goes, nah, Nick, now is not the time to be fucking around. I agree with Tug, the umbrella guy. No one is fucking around except a bunch of sensational cockbags pretending at legal advice pretending at legal advice.
What a low bar, by the way, that we're like insane Puritans for asking that people don't let their wife get
Maybe he's not
fucked
a
by other
Puritan.
men,
He got kicked out of his
and
own
vice versa.
congregation.
No,
So that's some
This is
stream.me
the bar
level lore
now.
right there.
The bar we're at is like feeding
Okay,
your kids
we're on Wahoo World
and
now?
not letting your wife get fucked.
Hopefully this
And apparently
loss,
that's
this
like
L,
insane
if you will,
demoralizing.
isn't as embarrassing as the
Good, though.
last
Like,
one.
That's a good
Hey, we got
version
the
of
Super Scope, too.
moralizing, I think.
Oh my god, it's
Like-
crazy. Like
like-
Ricada, like nobody else would Ricada allow to have those standards.
I
If
mean,
he was covering this exact case on his show right now, he would be ripping into the person for being a
what he
swinger
did to
and
Jack
a cock
Murphy.
and a degen and failing his kids. But we're supposed to give all this grace.
Did Jack
and all
Murphy
this
have kids,
charity,
though?
And we just got to pray for him, and we got to give him our money, and we got to defend him online from the bullies. This is crazy.
and by the way, like a purity spiral would be, say Nick drank one time and got blackout drunk and passed out. And then we were like, how dare he black out? And it's just like, it was one time. Stop purity spiraling. He learned from it. It wasn't just like one time. Shut the fuck up. It was like a mistake.
It's been a
It was
deliberate, consistent
Yes.
addiction that's been on full public display for over a year now.
Bro, Nick is.
Yeah, they were
going
calling it
off,
out
man.
pretty much
He
before
is
anyone
black
else.
out, bro.
Dang.
Look here. I know you were focused on the other thing.
Sort of
Here,
maybe
let me- I'll
Josh,
be reading
because
to you.
Josh had a little bit more of a personal relationship with Ricada, like a borderline friendship.
It's
It's one of the few people whose shows he'd go on without people spurting out.
Holy.
No way.
No one is
That's
fucking
so
around
so
except a
simple.
bunch
We're
of
already gonna look.
sensationalist
We've
cock
already
bags
lost.
pretending at legal advice out of genuine concern. Their elementary advice is so legally blonde, I expect them to be giving Chris Klein the job in election. Whoa, man.
It's like, it's actually.
But they're not sensationalists. Like, you have made this sensational. This is not normal. Can anybody tell me the last time
I don't think we'll be getting a
know
King Salmonid anytime soon.
multi-millionaire internet celebrity lawyer with
My
5
pay
kids
money!
who was busted for an ounce of cocaine?
Oh, I got that little
guns,
coat though.
And fucking child abuse.
And it even comes
neglect.
with gloves.
That's not normal. It's
What is
by
that? We got a
its
big
very
run
nature
bonus? I didn't see that
sensational.
before.
It shall be covered in a
Well,
sensationalist
that's cool.
way.
I'll
Because
take
it
any
is.
EXP
It's
bonus I
baked
can get,
in.
dude.
It's baked in, sir. You idiot.
Now, can we win one of these so I get like a first win of the day bonus already?
Why would it matter if the state's kicking in your door at 8 in the morning or at 5 in the afternoon? Like Dick tries to use that as like some sort of.
Oh, now here's a weapon I can use. The squeezer. Well acquainted with this butte.
It's like, shut the f up, man. Because he kept doing
I
this
know.
pedantic bullshit to try and make it look bad. But it's like.
See, we're
it's
at
insane.
Inkblot Art Academy. We already got boss coming up.
There's a lot of dangerous substances around the house. It's kind of up to the parents to make sure the kids don't get in them.
Exactly, Dick. It is up to the parents to make sure that the kids don't get into it. Except when the parents are passed out, drunk, and
Oh,
high.
good start.
They can't do that, can
Good
they?
carry.
You dumb.
And by the way, he's trying to like also equate it to like a booze
No.
cabinet or
Yeah.
like
These motherfuckers.
like
No.
the beach.
They made me miss my bomb.
He tries to argue that cigarettes are the same as cocaine at one point.
No,
that beer is the same as
that's
cocaine.
big coke.
And it's like, this is a guy who supposedly has all this experience and knowledge
No.
of drugs, but yet
What
he's
is
gonna make
wrong with
stupid
me?
arguments like that.
Yeah. Cat pills, like.
I'm just not allowed to
Passing
exist,
out,
huh?
Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. The level of
truth.
gone that Nick has displayed
Dude,
on screen is
team?
You know, that's
Maybe I
again,
should
a
spam
part of the
help.
issue
That'll
is that
be a
kids will
help.
walk in on their
That'll be a
parents'
help
passed
to
out, or
them
they'll
if I
walk in on
spam
really-
help,
That's
so
why
I know where I
there's
am.
all of these things in place to protect children. And I'm all for individual liberty, but you have to take into account individual liberty of people who cannot
No.
advocate for themselves.
Exactly.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. The
Holy.
truth.
Why we have the laws that we do for them.
No, we do not have drug laws to protect children. We
Oh,
do not have
dude, I
25
could like
years.
get rid of
Yeah,
both
wait,
of these
let me
guys if they
different-
just.
Kung Flu Wang with the truth here.
Thank you.
For years, the right has gained momentum online by shitting on the left for their lapse in morality, calling out the cuckoldry and degeneracy. And now we've let the standards fall so far. that
No,
these
you don't
people
get
who claim
it.
to
No,
represent
Worski,
us
you
are
don't get it.
trying
It's
to
cool
force
when the
us
right wing
on
does
the
it.
lowest, most immoral practices because being
Hello, we meant the
healthy
quota.
and well-adjusted isn't profitable. They want an everlasting pool of people stuck in the mud who have nothing better to do than watch dick
Like, at least
fucking
Ralph never
matches.
promoted himself
Sad.
as like a trad
Thanks,
Christian.
that's an
Or actually, no,
amazing
that's wrong.
comment, bro.
I can't even
Holy
finish
shit.
that sentence in good faith because no, that is wrong. He did try that
It's the kind of
for like the
drug-
early cozy era.
Look in the mirror, bitch.
Because they
I don't think he's running with that grip now, but it would be disingenuous for me to say that he never tried that.
Send the parents to parenting class or
Why not?
Wait, by the way,
Doing
by the
some
way, during the full version,
big run
Ralph kept
on this
making
secret
them stop
Saturday
debating
Saturday stream.
for $1 super chats.
I know,
Hang
for
on,
$1. Hang on, $1.
It's a new event, the Salmon Run Zombies mode on multiplayer mode maps. Whoa, what a difference.
I do not.
I mean, it's kind of different because like these maps were not made for this mode. They were not made with this mode in
Like, the
mind.
police many times have saved children from horrible abusive situations, from child predators and the like.
So it's like your
Just
strats are
because
kind of
you don't
different, you
like
know?
that the police exist because there's some sort of
And if
curve
you
on your life.
if you get an encounter
because
with the
you're like a
big
little
King
child who doesn't
Salmonid
like being
bosses,
told
you
what to
you
do
get to
ever.
fight all three
Even
of
if
them
it
all
is
at
for your
once,
own good or for the
which I
betterment
think
of
is pretty
society, does not mean
ridiculous.
that the police don't do good sometimes.
You know
The
which-
police also act like authoritarian monsters and pigs, and
Crap
they're
up.
obsessive with their authority. Yes, but they also do good things. They do get like criminals off the street.
Oh,
they
wasted
do
crap
punish
bot.
like child sex predators. They do protect children. This is just contrarian, libertarian
If you get killed on a
bullshit.
startup
It's
for your
sad.
special, you just lose the special.
I do not think that this, for a first-time offense, that Nick is
get
going to go
it,
away
but
for
I like-
25 years.
that
I'm
doesn't
not
mean
with
I
you.
can't say
I think
it
Nick will
sucks.
probably be okay if he goes and gets some help, gets into
Are you
rehab
gonna
or
sign
something
that?
like
Can you
that.
sign a contract that says I really don't think Nick's going to prison? I'm sure.
Why does it matter? The truth is, most people already agree on it. It's common sense. He's a first-time offender.
Oh, I
He can
really hate
definitely
this
plea out
slammer,
of
man.
this And probably not
I
serve a
can't
day in
move it.
prison.
Like
But
I
that's gonna
have to
require
do
contrition,
roll
him
form.
going to
Maybe I just
rehab,
don't get it.
him
Like
promising
when
to
I
do
use the
better.
rollers,
Like,
I prefer to do the overhead swings and shit. I don't like use it to roll because like if I'm like I get it. You want to do this?
Like, how
You
about
want
a
to just
kid
run
answer
around
for
and just roll
something?
things
Like,
over?
like, well, are you gonna
But to
sign
me,
a
that doesn't
contract
always
that says you owe
one-shot
him money if
enemies.
he
So I'm
dies?
like,
what?
when I use any kind of roller, I'm like
It's so
decentivized to
bizarre.
just
Like, his argumentation
roll.
style is
Like for me,
pathetic.
that's something you do when you want
It's
to
not
paint.
real. There's nothing he says that is like logical in any way.
Hey, Bryce.
It's all just emotional
Listen
shit.
to that pizza,
So
I'm
as he's
hungry. I don't think
debating
you'd like
woman,
this.
The
I
woman
mean,
is using
are you
logic,
a spinach
and him, the
Chad
big
like
man, is
me?
using
We already had
emotion.
this discussion.
I don't think it should
Or
be this
was
way.
it on another
The police
stream?
shouldn't have the power to tell people
Did we
anything.
have the spinach
He's
pizza
becoming
discussion on this
worst
stream
enemy.
yet?
Whenever I've been a Dick
I'm doing
Masterson
spinach
back in
pizza
the
with
day on
jalapenos?
fucking Dr. Phil.
Women should not be allowed to vote. It's ridiculous.
Hey,
It's
Throwback
gone. That
Thursday
thing is
on a
dead.
Saturday.
I'm sure that'll really mean a lot.
God, remember
we're
that
talking about
episode?
personal opinions here, right? You
Fucking
just
Dick
didn't
thought it was
see
lost forever, and then someone actually found it.
Giving your personal opinion, are you going to sign a contract?
opinion. Oh, he shouldn't go away for 25 years. Well, I'm saying, well, my.
You know what I also hate? I hate the way he talks. Like he's like, oh yeah, like he's like so sure of himself.
Pick up Steve
Like,
Sive.
you're being a retard.
Alert, alert, doppelganger dinger not using the NSAP. Dude, this is Salmon Run. Well, I know you're probably confused because it's Salmon Run on the multiplayer mode maps. I don't get to choose my weapons here. As long as I'm using a shooter, I'll be okay.
Still, besides the point is that
My Nintendo
yes, the drug laws,
fanatic
when
nostalgia
you've got children living in
wanking
your house,
dumbass will
5
be
kids in your
okay if
house.
I'm not using a
I'm sorry, your
Nintendo
children do
accessory
know what you're
weapon.
doing. They do. They know what you're doing.
I was using a
with
Super
spouse.
Scoper
They know what
earlier.
you're doing with that other couple. They know when you're
A Super
high or
Scope, not
drunk
Super
or both.
Scoper.
It is very
Big up
obvious,
D-Side.
and it
We're
is-
doing the new
and it's
Splatoon 3
kind of
event.
fucking weird for
Big
the
run.
kids That they probably
Little,
don't hear about it.
There's
little
a line between,
leisure-
I don't like
leisure
this, this
cruise.
is weird, and these
Little
guys
break
need to
from
go-
Paper
Dick, it's
Mario.
not weird.
It's
Oh,
called
shit.
the law, which he's in violation of, which is why
There
he's
you
being
go.
charged.
Yes, there. That's the line.
Like, and also there are things that are weird and harmful that aren't
I
necessarily
wanted to do that
criminal.
Saturday stream.
You know, like it's not necessarily
Because I
criminal
promised it
for him to let
yesterday.
his wife get
And I
fucked
had
his children
completely
see that,
forgotten they were going
or
to do
for
this
him to
event.
fuck somebody else's wife, but it's damaging.
All right,
You
we
know,
did it.
it's
We did
damaging to
one.
the kids. It's
Well, yeah, you
damaging
get an
to the
XP boost from
reputation of the
this, and you get a
family.
chance to fight
Embarrassing,
3 King
humiliating.
Salmonids at
Well,
once.
where's the line
Speaking of
between
which,
what's weird and what's
here they
criminal?
come.
Well, he's being charged for what's criminal, and we're laughing at him for what's weird.
Yes.
You diddler.
Putting too much responsibility on a 16-year-old to take care of the other. I mean, like even the fact that they wait, why?
I love spinach and jalapenos on pizza. I love spinach in general. Big ups. Oh, dude, that's 3 boss HP bars on the screen. That looks so weird. I mean, I know it goes without saying. You're fighting 3 of them, so you're gonna have 3 boss HP bars. Do they have the same amount of HP or defense or whatever? Like, how does this work? What about the time? Don't we just have the same amount of time? What do we even do?
Like he's just a
Nick, crap on.
He's a clout-sucking fucking loser.
You're supposed to get triple the amount of fish scales, which I want to use to get clothing items that I don't already have.
He has to start screaming.
Like a.
He just gets like emotional and like screaming like a little girl because he needs to tell us all his incredibly funny joke that sucks.
That the only food that he was feeding them was SpaghettiOs.
Because he's
Pick up SpaghettiOs.
Why are the kids saying?
Come on,
at least let me
move.
get my joke out, all right? Come on, Star.
Come on, come on, come
Okay,
on.
if he's a cut, so is
That was
Nick
a
Ortega.
dingus
Okay.
W right there.
Just crushed. Just crushed. Just destroyed.
Holy shit.
I don't have
What the
any
fuck is a
ink
ball
left.
It sounds like something for somebody with hair loss. Like
Sounds
what?
like you're stop about their lifestyle.
How do stamper users even exist with this much craziness? I don't even know what I'm
Being
doing.
neglected, not being fed. And
Like,
being
I gotta go
stinky.
gamer mode for this
It's a
shit.
lifestyle
I just
that's
don't. I can't
leading
even
to other members of
see.
the community being so concerned that they felt there was no other alternative but to call the police.
No!
And it's a lifestyle that's led to them being charged potentially.
Oh no no
with
no
25
no
years
no
in
no
prison.
no 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 no! User special. Do you have
It's
one?
not- maybe there is some room for judgment of a lifestyle that leads to
Please.
those consequences, right?
Do something.
This is like saying, like,
Throw
with
a
a
bomb.
kid diddler, well, you just have a problem with his lifestyle of molesting children.
How would you
Very
even
obtuse with his serial
begin to
killer.
do
Do you have a
this?
problem with his lifestyle of murdering people?
Big ups on appreciating spinach though.
The first moment that Dick Masterson would
15
get
orange
abused,
scales
like
from a
beaten or
triumvirate
fucking
bonus. So
robbed, he
I
would
fight
cry to
these
the police
guys every
immediately.
time. Then
You seriously think Dick
Think of the
Masterson
skills I could get
isn't gonna
tonight.
call the police if he gets fucking mugged?
I may
Or
even do
somebody
some of
burns
this
down his
off
house or
stream.
something crazy?
I
It
don't
sounds
get-
like
look,
everybody's pissed about their lifestyle and letting that
I
bleed
wouldn't
over.
care.
No, it's not about their lifestyle again. Like, can we make fun of
Thankfully,
it
if
and
you
go, like,
lose
"Hey,
in the extra wave against those bosses, it's not considered an L. You do still win.
And then he tried to call the cops.
Oh, and I got a
So he
first clear
doesn't even
today.
live the
Now,
lifestyle
does
he
that
tries to
count for
preach.
yesterday or
And by the way,
today?
like, I'm
If
pretty
it ends
sure
on,
not
if it
feeding
ends
your
after
children
reset.
and and not clothing your children and
Guess
being drunk
guess I'm
and
gonna
high
find out
around
the
them,
next time I
and
win.
driving them around drunk and high, like, isn't that a violation of the NAP? And if it's not, shouldn't it be? Like these people can't even fucking keep straight what their worldview is supposed to be. It's just total bullshit.
Also, by the way, it's like everyone's mad at their lifestyle. No. We were making fun
Yeah,
of the
casino
lifestyle.
should also
We're
be
mad
off
at
till
what the
Monday.
lifestyle
So
has
if
done to
I go
kids.
live tomorrow as well, that should help us cut down on what we need to catch up
and that
on.
the root problems of everything in society stems from children being abused or neglected in the early
I wanted to
stages
do
of
more
life.
Peter Pop-Up
And he's
stuff.
one of
I
the
was
top
like
libertarians
so
that's
weirdly
advanced
into the
huge
Peter
amounts of
Pop-Up
theory that
segment
these
last
guys
night.
try and pretend that they came up with or that they're geniuses for understanding. I just don't really get it.
Why can't we bash his
I remember
lifestyle?
reading up
Did you all make fun
expose
of
articles
fucking,
on him back in the
Jack
day,
Murphy?
and other
Yeah, but we all
televangelists
make
like
fun of
him.
Huck. You made fun of Aaron.
They make
Why can't
everybody
we?
I feel like that kind of
Like,
speaks to me
Nick
because it's kind of like what we
Ricada is a
deal with
sacred
right
cow
now
that
in the
can't be
Ralpha
made
sector,
fun of,
right?
can't
Like
be
Ralph is
criticized.
pretty much
Juju the cow?
Ralph pretty much is a televangelist.
Right?
Just
Juju
doesn't
the
practice
cow?
what he doesn't
Well, he
preach.
used to wear a fucking fursuit and get fucking bald out of.
It's like a different branding of shit we're already kind of familiar
Yeah,
with, and
yeah,
that's why it's
bald
so
out by
weirdly
a
appealing to
strap
me.
on.
Yeah.
If they were
It's
swinging
like
and they
we
didn't have kids in the
know
house.
people
And
in
they
this
didn't have
this
kids,
sector that are exactly like Peter Popoff and all these other religious crooks.
If they were functional users,
Like people like that have always been around.
Problem, and they were able to meet all the
That dude's been around
responsibilities
since
of
the
parenthood,
70s.
using
He's
this
almost in his
drug,
80s.
then
He's
wouldn't
not
that be
even
what
80
happened?
yet, Peter Popoff.
Except it wasn't. They clearly couldn't handle using the drug.
He could be doing what he's doing for another 10, 15 years.
Their children were hungry and stinky. So this idea, it's like, oh, it's a drug just like any other.
No.
And you're just upset at this drug they're doing. It just doesn't hold water. We're not happy with the consequences of said drug use.
My biggest
Not that he used
folly
the
in this
drug,
game
but in
seems
this
to be
libertarian,
getting weapons that are
insanity,
powerful
Fantasyland
but
bullshit,
take forever
we're supposed
to
believe there are
recharge
no
and also
consequences to doing
consume too much
extremely
ink.
hard drugs. That, like, if somebody could be a functional heroin addict, and that's just not so. There are no functional heroin addicts. There are no functional meth heads.
Oh,
Except
well,
for a
I
brief
was gonna
time, and
get
then they
'em.
turn to criminality and they f up their lives. Like, and that's why.
Oh, wait, we're not
said
at quota?
drugs are
How?
illegal. Okay, because it's not possible.
Shit, we're in trouble.
Whereas with alcohol, marijuana,
Okay, no, we met quota. Thank you,
cigarettes,
thank you.
vapes, these are drugs
Oh,
that can be
I gotta
used in
up
conjunction
my
with a
game.
functional lifestyle, at least in theory. Even still, those drugs can be misused and lead to
Gonna
negative
endure the monkey snake
consequences.
monologues? Oh, yeah, I
But
forgot
when
those
you,
were
like,
tonight.
are blowing through an ounce of coke at a fucking
I thought I had
time,
missed Matt at the internet yesterday as
very
well,
likely
but just
you're not
it
gonna feed or
luckily
take care
Jers
of
didn't
your
even
fucking
stream
kids.
yesterday
and that's
at
the
all.
argument against it, and this is just common fucking sense, guys.
I never get to watch those monkey spank things live, only when Kevin catches them on a replay.
in their house with access to kids.
Alcoholism.
No,
and-
Saturday
No,
evenings, it's a
exactly.
weird
There's not
time
200
for me to
million
catch
alcoholic
stuff.
Americans. This is delusional.
It's my one day off, as you
How many,
guys
like,
know.
look, alcoholism is specifically what I said. I don't think that's acceptable.
But dingus,
why would
we
you keep
also
saying they're
have
hungry at school?
Sunday. We don't talk about
Who knows if they
Sundays.
work? Kids say
Sunday
they're
is
hungry all
like
the
the
time.
Lord's Day, as you know.
So
But
we
you watch
shouldn't
Peter
believe
Popoff.
children. We shouldn't check up on them. We should just ignore children when they say they're in trouble, when they're hungry, when they're starving, they don't have clothes, when they're getting beaten, when they're getting molested.
Okay, this is what I should be doing with
is
this
the world that
roller.
Dick Masterson
Apparently.
believes in. He's a scumbag. This is like the
Look
lowest
where
form of
it
human
got
life.
me.
Why would
Look
we
where
believe
it got
kids?
me.
How about we'll believe them and we'll check in on it, and guess what? When they were checked in on, it turns out they were hungry. They
No!
were stinky. Their father did have
How
an
did
ounce of
that
cocaine.
you'll survive the
That is
tri
not- wearing Baldos
the
getting
tri
caught.
is it
Like,
tri
these are the
no that's not
facts.
Trizuka.
Like, this is not up for debate.
You know, Dick will even say later.
The tri nuke.
that
I can't even remember what the name is.
90%
Tri
of
strike,
mandatory
triple link
reports,
strike.
Right?
Yeah.
The police will check on the kids and they'll be fine.
You know,
It's
90% of statistics are pulled straight out of this guy's ass.
Yeah.
Like, where did he get that?
Stardust? Yeah, I know it's bullshit, but Stardust.
Okay, we'll just use that.
Bring it up. She goes, well, that's a good thing. But
I hate wasting specials to the final wave, but I also shouldn't treat it like an RPG where I have to feel like I gotta do that.
We hope that when we check up on them, when CPS walks the door, dun dun dun.
Oh, that's more
nothing's
like it.
happening. Oh, it was just a misunderstanding, or it was like a, one thing, like one-time thing that made someone scared.
And I guess we're supposed to say f you to the other 10%
40?
when it's legitimate.
Good wave.
I
I
inconvenience
get
somebody
parry.
who is just trying to live their degenerate lifestyle
one
of
more.
snorting an ounce of cocaine
No,
and
I'm out of
ball-throwing
special.
someone else's wife.
Have you never been around kids? They say kids will have a full lunch unless I'm hungry.
Thank you for
and
the
nothing to
cheering,
eat.
Goki.
Well, what about that? Well, I
Your
don't want
moral
that.
support
they
is,
say-
much
they say total
appreciated.
nonsense.
Okay, but there was drugs. Parents were passed out. There was orgies. The house has black mold.
Turn a blind eye. Just turn a blind eye, because sometimes they lie. Just turn a blind eye then. That's what he's saying.
You definitely can't take third hand, the kid said this to me at one point.
Third
Hey,
hand.
Squeezer on Final Wave is something that's more up my alley.
So kids aren't their own people now.
No.
How if I'm hungry? You're a kid. You can't believe a kid.
Shut up.
Oh,
I
that's
know
what
we've seen
Tana's
your
got
father
it.
stinking of booze at service and going to the bathroom to rail lines. We all have seen his show where he's publicly an alcoholic degenerate, losing his fucking mind, saying crazy shit. But you know what? Let's not look into this. It's not just that one time the kids said that they were hungry. Like, that's not what this is. And it's bullshit to say so. But they don't care how disingenuous it is. They just have to mount a defense. Because they have to. It's wild.
Yeah, and by the way, because child
You
abuse
didn't get
never
that guy
happens,
before he
right,
started
folks?
shooting?
I know,
Got
I
him.
know. It's just that one preschool teacher who said it. After.
No, it is wrong.
And then
It's
when
wrong.
the cops come into the house, they see it's dirty, they see it's filthy.
Got it.
Drugs, all that shit. And by the way, it wasn't one person. It was,
It was
5.
It was four.
Yeah.
And then there were other people as well contributing, including Rekida's wife's own sister.
Mm-hmm.
So the
No!
odds of these
Where's
children
that
was
big shot
concerned
come
as well.
from?
The idea that this is
don't
one
even see
insane
the
pastor's
cannon.
grudge, it just doesn't hold water with anybody. It's like, well, you know how these fucking church
Oh
people
my!
are.
It's all the
And he
way
started
over
gossiping
there.
with
That's
her
so
new lawyers,
adorable.
And then that started
I'm
this
in
whole
love with
about
that.
Nick Rekieta, who's obviously drunk, talking shit about church. Let's get him. Let's get this guy.
Yeah, and they were right. And
They were right.
They were right to do so.
But gossip doesn't always mean it's bullshit.
Hear that,
Gossip can
DSP?
also mean people are talking about something happening.
Felton.
Everybody be on the lookout, right? And then all of a sudden, everybody starts seeing problems. Oh yeah, these kids. Oh man, these kids are definitely getting neglected. Pastor, you got to do something.
And then they were.
You got to do something. Okay, well, I'm not going to talk to them, but I will anonymously call the police.
What? Why die on this hill, Dick? Why?
It's just crazy.
You think you're cool? You fucking
Because he's
dumb?
regarded?
This ultimately comes
Could go
down
either
to
way.
is that these people, Rekieta, Ralph,
Rekieta,
Dick, they
baby.
don't want to ever be told what to do. They don't think there should ever be any guidelines to their behavior or anybody else's behavior. You know, you see, like it's like, and this is why they believe this shit. This is why they hate the state and hate the police, because they put a limit on their ability to do whatever they want. But in order to have a functional society, there have to be some limits on what some people want to do. Like, this is like 101, like basic, like idea. So, you know, like, don't you feel like you have a freedom to not be killed by other people? Well, to stop them from doing that is an infringement upon their liberty to kill you. You see? So, like, these people accept some laws.
Don't you know?
but then
Don't
it's like,
you
I don't
know?
want
The
this one. I
Second
think I should be allowed
Amendment
to do whatever
lets
I
me
want 'cause
kill
I personally
you.
want to do this drug, or I personally want
The
to.
Second
you know, have
Amendment
this
gives me the
degenerate
liberty to
lifestyle. It's like,
myrtleize your ass,
You're
sir.
insane. You're
Talk to them. How do you know he didn't talk to them?
Because Nick was arrested with an ounce of cocaine? You don't think?
Do you think if somebody's an addict, does any amount of talking to them help?
Does any amount of calling the cops on him help?
Yeah.
Yes.
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 As
doesn't even have a
demonstrated,
court
it
in.
saved the
there's a
children.
healthy
What the fuck are
reason
you
for it,
talking about,
When
Dick?
there's nothing
What do you mean by that?
to convince them to change their behavior, because we all know the church tried. Based on Rekieta's seething about them, we know the
Yeah,
church
like,
tried
the-
multiple
what amount of
times.
talking to
Probably
them? Like,
family
the
tried
church
multiple
talked to
times
him.
reach
What
him.
the fuck?
He refused. The
It's
situation
like he's
was
hitting
deteriorating. It was getting
Stardust
worse
with
and worse and worse.
generalizations that just
He
don't
one day
apply to the
lived in
scenario in question.
Cokehead mistress into his
There's
house.
a little bit more
Okay?
than just a scenario,
Around
I should
his
say.
kid.
It's something that actually
Everybody knew that
happened.
this shit was going on. It was open in plain fucking sight. And he wouldn't change his direction, even as it caused his children to start to be hungry and stinky. And so once you start interfering with the freedom of your own children to live a decent life because of your own shitty choices, the state and the community have a right to intervene and stop it. I'm sorry, they do. Like, these children are not your slaves. Do you
What? They're not?
Go to
wait
therapy
a
or go,
minute.
into a drug program. Yeah, sometimes it does.
Therapy. No, I know that's you guys.
I think Rekieta must have missed a memo on that.
Okay, my question then,
Here's the thing is,
What is the solution?
well, like, look, again, if Nick was alone or with just Kayla and there was no kids and they were doing swinging and fucking doing drugs, we'd
There'd
make
be
fun
even
of,
less
like, the way he's
pity.
talking on stream, of course, but I wouldn't care.
I mean,
like,
no, there would
morally,
be
I'd
more
like,
pity. What am I
like,
saying?
Don't kill
Yeah, 'cause
yourself.
there'd be
You're
no children
dying.
involved. There would be
Obviously,
more
it's
pity.
terrible, and morally, like, you're killing yourself. It's bad to do drugs all the time. But
I hear people are
when kids
harder on
involved,
him,
now it's
obviously,
next
because children
level
are
of, like,
involved.
well, police have to be involved.
Dude's a grown-ass
because
man.
you're now putting
He's not a
other
little
people at
Billy
risk.
Dingus.
You want to fuck up your own life.
He's not
you
even
have at it.
a just regular dingus.
I'll make fun of you for it, but now I agree with police showing up because it's other people involved.
Well, there was no other way to stop it.
Yeah, it goes back to what people were saying on week 1. Like when you're in the position that someone like Ricada is in, you know, you're not just responsible for yourself. When you're like a family man with 5 children, and like only one of them is grown, and like it'd be terrible to even say that the oldest one is grown. He's only like 16. Like allegedly, according to science, his brain's not even fully developed. So like when you're at that age, Ricada's age rather, when you're in that age in that position, like it's not just about you anymore. You can't be reckless. You can't afford to be.
It's denying that the sky is blue. Yeah. It's denying that the sun exists. It's denying
if
that
you wanted to continue living that bachelor life that you had going on in college, you probably shouldn't have been married so early.
He does. He would be the one to say that.
Probably shouldn't have been talking to people like Dick Masterson.
I don't like trying to pin other people's alcoholism or drug problem. He's in here. I'll tell you what. If he gets,
I guess it's an impossible request for Ricada because Ricada got his stuff. He got his shit going as a result of appearing on Dick's show. The two are kind of intrinsically linked in a way that I would say almost is deeper, maybe, than Dick and Ralph at this point.
To come out and make yourself look like this much of a fool in order to defend a drug-addled who was neglecting his kids.
Back for drugs, then he's got a drug problem.
Wait, what?
Bail, if he goes back he's in here. I'll tell you what. If he gets, he's out of bail. If he goes back for drugs, then he's got a drug problem.
You can have a drug problem without heading to jail. So what? An alcoholic's only considered an alcoholic once he kills someone.
He has to go back twice for Dick to admit that there's a drug problem.
No, that's his position on drunk driving.
Am I living in Neverland?
Punish it when somebody gets killed.
This is a Cloud Cuckoo Land?
No way.
Yeah, I know that's actually what he argues for real.
Oh man. Thank God. People like Dick don't fucking have power. This is why we always laugh.
I mean, he's a child. He's stuck in this perpetual Peter Pan mentality. He never has to grow up.
Neverland is right.
He never has to take any sort of responsibility on. The only thing that matters is getting drunk and high and engaging in degeneracy.
He's not a dingus. He's a Baldo. Yeah, don't get too confused.
In that. So that's why he's defending. It's just bullshit.
The Baldo could never compare to the dingus.
You don't think that he has a drinking problem?
I don't know.
Let alone a swollen dingus.
He's pretty shit-faced on stream.
We got the Glooga Doolies.
That's probably not good.
It could be worse.
Busted with an ounce of cocaine. I think he's got a bigger government problem than he has a drug problem.
Would love if my my Inksaber sub abilities could apply to this mode. Why is it that I can only use one bomb before I have to start refilling? Oh wait, if it's this mode, we just might be able to get to the bosses. This mode's not too bad.
I don't really think it's relevant.
Okay, I think it is relevant. Do you think that a parent who has a drug and alcohol problem is going to be firing on all, on full cylinders, I don't know if I'm using that phrase properly, to take care of 5 kids in the house?
She can't hear you, Worski.
So
you fucking sip.
Like, they're self-felt. They're like, you just fucking did.
Oh, I was waiting for the mothership to show up.
You're off. You just turned off.
Oh, well, at least that guy took care of it for me.
Your entire argument from the wall. You ripped it out.
The brooms are so broken at this point. Like,
yeah. It's just the stick, right? It's
yeah,
the stick.
It's just the nub of the broom.
Yeah, it's literally just a nub.
But it's legal. Or it's legal.
Whoever the guy with the Gatling is, he's pretty good.
Right, what it called?
If there is any kind of neglect, that's a CPS issue. Maybe send them in. As I said, do some interviews, but we're not there.
Like by Dick's logic,
they already interviewed people, didn't they? They interviewed Kayla's sisters.
You think
her fucking sisters reported her? Like, does that mean nothing to Dick? They interviewed the people at the church as well, right?
Grocery store. Look, heroin. Like it just starts to be fucking delusional. There's
like they talked to at least 4 people from the church, I recall. There were talks. This wasn't just a spur of the moment. Like there's no Ricada, anti-Ricada conspiracy. It just doesn't exist. Like stop it. It's so fucking stupid.
If drugs were very easily accessible, there are people out there.
Not even Nick Fuentes is this adamant about like some sort of conspiracy on his ass.
It's at the shop.
It's something to try.
Extra wave time.
Not bad because it's legal.
Or not.
Sell it, right? Then you do it. And
I guess I got lucky the first time. God damn it.
Doing it a lot.
It's a short splatter day slammer. Plus Kino Casino catch-up situation.
You know what? I'll try heroin once.
Hello, Aldra. I'm the one.
Yes. I'm 21.
Losing in big run.
Yeah,
big run.
Now you're heading back to the shop. And by the way, because it's at the shop now, you can buy a lot of it.
Yeah, it's readily accessible.
It's readily accessible. And
Anyway,
like,
first video, Dick Masterson sweeping for Ricada on Ralph's show with Stardust. I feel like we may have actually watched this one already, but it's fine. Because I think that was during the show where I green screened it, which was quite a mixed experiment now that I think back on it. Probably should just reserve that for pre-streams. I want to do a scene where, like my own personalized scene, like reminiscent of what all the other cool kids are doing, where DSP is green screened somewhere and it's kind of funny.
Why does he care?
Like Saru's DSP at the Subway shop, or well, Saru had that, and then he had him also at the daycare, and then Ann also has the Subway scene. I was thinking of just because of the Swallow 5 slots, and then like the casino meme, maybe have DSP at the casino. I was thinking to facilitate that, use the casino from Mario 64 DS with Luigi as the dealer.
Because like, wait, what?
But I would need to find some way. I don't know if the asset exists, so it probably does. I just gotta go looking for it. I need Luigi green screened out so I can place him in the scene, so I can place DSP over Luigi. Or maybe I can have DSP in the background or something. It's just Luigi's gonna be big and in the way. But I can probably find the background, no problem.
They don't want to eat on their plate. You make them eat that because they
Brian
have to.
MK.
What are you doing when your kid is
The guy was sewing all over Alan Wake 2. Yeah, I heard. I hear he beat it, so great. He doesn't often beat things unless it's May 1st.
And the reality of that is, it's just some pastor.
Yeah, big ups Brian. Welcome in. And big ups Golem.
Said that, which to me means
trying out this new Splatoon event. Catching up on the casino because I hear they won't be back till Monday. It's time to catch up on the watch later list.
Yeah, you are the judge of like law and kids.
Now, Brian, what are your thoughts on PP advertising the DSP segment last night, and then they still didn't get to it?
Emergency. Dick doesn't agree with this.
I have to say, the Peter Popoff segment had me popping off.
Walked out of his sermons.
I think I preferred it to hearing DSP talk about his midlife crisis again. It was actually a better idea to do that segment instead. Because I was already familiar with Popoff. But I never really saw the infomercials like in action. It was more like me reading articles.
And the way everyone's run.
God, the articles don't even compare to the footage we saw last night. I think the saddest part about it is that seeing the infomercials and the shows, seeing all the footage of that just like reinforces my belief that he very obviously targets a certain demographic of people that are socioeconomically displaced compared to other systemically, financially superior and better off individuals in this country, and that's pretty sad. Doably so. When the inside reporters targeted him, they cornered him in the parking lot, and he had nothing to say about taking money from people that desperate, that people with nowhere else to turn to, that feel like if they believe just enough, if they can convince themselves to believe to a point where, you know, sending a guy money could possibly turn their luck around. And he had nothing to say about taking money from people like that. It's pretty sad. Stay up late. Normally I don't watch most of the show live. Oh. Yeah, Papa's segment was hilarious. Yeah. I would rather, at this point, like, fuck the midlife crisis segment. Dude, that feels like it was a year ago. Go straight. Have them cover all the stuff from this week. I want their thoughts on that. Because I don't think they'd be able to handle, like, seeing the Hades 2 sign-offs. Or the daily wraps. Or even the pre-streams. I feel like he's at his most toxic to a person that's not familiar with him, with the clock outs. And it's short too, short and quick for them to consume. So I think if I had to pick one of those three for them to watch and react to, it would have to be the night stream clock offs, specifically for something like Hades 2. That'd be like, because that's a game, I'm sure Warski and PvP are familiar with that game, and they'd be able to give their perspective too, like they're PC gamers and all that shit. So I'm sure, you know, Warski would have something to say about that. But yeah, I feel like to someone who's not familiar with him, Phil is at his most heated, like in the moment. Don't give him the opportunity for to have him gather his thoughts for a daily cope or a pre-stream. No, just capture him in the now. That would be the best possible time to show footage to a normie, because that's what happened with Scorn. Remember, Scorn was not a daily wrap or a pre-stream. That was the sign off for Scorn. That was what caught Moist Critical's attention. Because that's when he's live on the stream, you know, it's in the heat of the moment and all that. It's DSP's unhinged stream of consciousness, a concept I'm quite familiar with. But you don't have time to gather your thoughts together because you feel like you have to be constantly filling dead air. So DSP can sometimes say things that he doesn't fully think through, which is why he's so fond of stopping recording when he needs to, you know, beg or something. But yeah, I hope they react to that. If they can get around to it.
There will be body cam footage. Don't worry.
When the police
Again, didn't want to shit on him too much. I think it would actually break PvP's heart if he saw some of those segments.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be able to keep up the king cap for the king.
Oh yeah, our own lying eyes.
That's the real reason why they won't do the midlife crisis segment.
Over a normal
Body cam footage come out yet? Big up Showblaw. No, we're waiting for June the 10th. June the 10th.
He doesn't believe that there should be mandatory reporting. He believes that, you know.
Like Jersh would have given an update on that, but he was not live yesterday.
Is extremely flawed. It's something like less than 10% ever leads to anything because kids
saw that coming too. I want to skip the saucer.
But that's not a good argument. That's not a good argument at all.
If you're having a great weekend, I'm having a great weekend. Thank you, Joe Blanc.
So what? 9% of the time there was child abuse.
So we should just, for
It's
the
definitely
sake
a
of the
thank
90%
God it's Saturday
that
for
we're
me.
clean, we should
This
allow
week's
the
been
guilty
awful.
to walk. We should allow children to be
Not like
beaten
in
and
the
starved
sector or
and
anything, but like
abused
in
and arrested.
reality.
This
I just want to. I finally can relate to how Anne feels. Like Anne's constant existence.
Fine. But in fact, we still criticize CPS.
I just want to lie down and watch anime and play games.
Mandatory reporting is great, and
I don't want to do a restream, guys.
That's fine. That's totally fine. I think that's great.
It's not what happened here, is it?
What? Am I losing my fucking mind?
No, it's that guy has lost
Maybe
his
stop
mind
spawning
because he has
fish
to come
my
up with
direction,
any sort of
dude.
excuse to justify depravity and bullshit. So he doesn't ever have to worry about facing consequences in his own life.
Oh, well, we hit the quota. We're good.
Bust down the door. I want to know what that is. Yeah.
Because an ex-lover brought up a stream and said,
Ex-lover.
There's some cocaine on his nose. I mean,
All right, 40
But it
eggs.
wasn't. The police officer himself.
Pick up his plan.
watched the stream,
No, not live. They will not be live till Monday. So we're using this stream to catch up.
He's
It's
exhibiting
a clip.
symptoms of somebody high on cocaine, and there's
Kind of ridiculous coming from someone who was involved in the sector. Some people are way more unhinged and fucked up. These Alox or Taven comparison.
It's not like they saw
True.
the coke on the nose, broke down the door, and then there wasn't coke.
These
It was a lot
downright
more
fucking
than that.
innocent
There's a
compared
lot-
to say
and he just
Ralph.
tries to
Like real
reduce
talk.
it down, like on the probable cause to like one thing, like it
No!
was just the pastor, or it was just
Oh,
the coke on
Lord.
the nose, or it was just the children
I
saying
hate
that
this
they were
one
hungry
so
and
much,
stinky.
man.
Like there's a variety of factors that all combined.
Oh, this is the last wave
allow for
too.
probable cause to be
26?
met on the search warrant, and then it turns out the warrant was justified because they found exactly what they were looking for, and so. It is what it is.
And found
You're just
more.
coping.
Found more than they expected.
and it's ridiculous.
An ex-lover.
CPS, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna wait until they go for me.
But it's not just Aaron. This wasn't even Aaron by himself. This was the pastor who received multiple reports.
By the way.
This just
Oh,
goes
this
in
works
circles.
out.
I watched the whole
But,
thing, and it was like-
just goes in circles over and over and over.
Yes! Look, check this out! The eggs are mine! Why? Where's my team? Where's my team? Where's Ash? Get these eggs! This egg harvesting means nothing if people don't want to fucking toss in the eggs. Look at them stealing all the eggs! Look at them stealing all the eggs! Oh, God. We're not even at quota yet. I got all these eggs for them with the Kraken, and no one's putting the eggs in. Where is everybody? Oh, go. Okay, quota met. That's crazy that you let the you let the guy steal up to 5 eggs. I don't know what they cap out at. I think they can steal up to 5 or 6 of them before they try to leave. Yeah, look how many eggs they got away with. All right, we gonna go to extra wave? Think so. No? I guess I still gotta fill that meter. Okay, we got Irate gamer talks to a ghost about the afterlife with the moment is in. This must have been towards the end of the show.
Uncivil Law was upset that you called him fat. He said,
Oh,
one of them
that's
is
tough.
huge.
Today thing is I went through a very meaningful 18-hour fast. I worked out during the day and everything. Thought it was going to be rough, but I feel great. Hey, big ups. Sometimes I go the whole day without eating anything.
Better than the
I wouldn't call that like a meaningful, active, manual style fast. It's just me forgetting to eat, or more so neglecting to.
You're welcome.
I mean, I'll drink something in that time.
This video talking about a little bit why I come at the paranormal world.
Oh, but that's not right now. Not right now. That's not current dingus, by the way. So you don't need to be worried about me. I do make sure I eat now. This was a darker time, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, they have.
These just been boring. R2 and Nick have been juicy. Yep. No, I don't know. You think R2's been juicy? Explain. Explain yourself, Liam. Just like I'm explaining easy money. Here one for 17 months. Wow. Big ups easy money with the. We're here with the Kino Casino catch up. And they say they don't have a message, but they will have a message soon, I think. Thank you.
What? That's bullshit.
We're doing the new Splatoon 3 event. Big run.
We haven't watched it. It's the first episode of Ghost Doctor, where he claims that he interacted with the ghost for 90 straight minutes.
Not even Biggie can compare to this shit, man.
Because he did not truly interact with the spirit.
That's the Kino.
Wait, where'd he go?
Yeah.
Oh, here he is.
A minute, 2 minutes maybe max. I'm being a little conservative there. But when I ended up interacting
conservative,
with
irate gamer? Canceled.
Conversation where we hit these lulls in the conversation, and I was like, well, why is this happening? So I flat out asked, I said, are there rules to the afterlife?
So I don't know if Chris always did videos like this, but he's done a heck of a lot more of them since he got attention for the Brigada video.
The ghost gave him this tutorial. Like, okay, I gotta say, like,
Alright,
how
what
did
felt
you
it?
do this? How did you do it?
So I can't believe Casino hasn't covered that deranged RedTuber taking shots at everyone. Dang, Baldo collapsed. Yeah, that's really what it is. I mean, it's kind of slowed down. I think people at this point are going to be waiting for the body cam footage. They did say, Casino said last show that within 20 minutes, now I'm holding Andy to this, I'm holding them to it. Within 20 minutes of the body cam footage dropping, they are going live. Doesn't matter if it's morning, afternoon, night, 4 in the morning, they're going to make it happen. Again, I'm going to hold Andy to that.
Omniscient and omnipresent.
Now, if it's like 4 in the morning, I can't promise the restream of that stuff. And I can't promise that I'll even be alive for that.
You could talk to the people if they bring.
I guess alive in general.
Well, I don't believe there are.
I have to catch something like that on the rewind.
If purgatory rules,
it means there has to be a police force.
Oh, someone disconnected. God damn it!
Swampy just said if God loves you,
he dropped the required amount of eggs. Wait, huh? They said again. They said like when the body cam footage drops, allegedly on June the 10th, they will be live within 20 minutes of that happening.
It sounds like an HBO show.
Of theology, light.
No, not tonight. Sorry if it seemed like I worded it that way.
And granted, that was 12 years ago that I ran across that.
Oh shit! It's June. It's already June the 8th. What? It was like June started yesterday.
Into my studies. And
wait a minute.
Okay, well, if this is the case, well,
oh, you know what? That's why they said they'll be back Monday. Ah, you know what? I haven't looked at the calendar recently. Monday is June the 10th. Oh.
It sounds like baloney, bro.
In the afterlife to figure out their mindsets and what does each class entail. And I implore you, check out my Ghost Doctor series on.
Wait, you're talking.
Now, where can I find this Ghost Doctor series? Does he offer any services that I could perchance enlist?
What?
The Blu-ray of Ghost Doctor?
I'm buying the Blu-ray.
You gotta order the Ghost
I'm buying the fucking Blu-ray.
I'm buying the Blu-ray.
Want to order that?
I'll buy a Blu-ray player for my fucking PC.
I think I'll take the Minecraft Steve Blu-ray. Thank you.
Well, you have the PS5. Oh wait, we have to watch it on the computer.
Oh no, you're right. I can use a capture card.
Yeah.
On the PS5. Yeah.
Whoa, big up Sony.
So
Little Kitty Big City.
And if you're a fan of the paranormal
Little Kitty
shows out,
Jesus.
there, you're probably
Imagine not using your
have been
PS5
like,
as a
well,
Blu-ray player.
I've seen everything, done
You can't
everything.
say that's
Well,
cringe
maybe
because
have
people
it.
use their
Because
PS2s as
what you're
DVD
seeing
players
right
back in the
now are
day.
the same exact people that have been in this field since 2000.
Makes a very hilarious emergency stream for the casino. Also, for sure, DSP's gonna react to this on a stupid show next week.
Basically,
Oh
he's upset
god.
that he never got his big
My
break
next
to
week?
be
Do
on
you mean
Ghost
tomorrow?
Hunting TV.
And now he has to
To be on OLN.
What a king!
24 people.
I expect the body cam footage to be released late afternoon if it does at all.
At this point. And look, I've tried my best to get
Yeah, that
into
sounds about right to me.
this little
That's
circle,
usually
and
when
they don't
people
want anything
do
to with me because-
quote-unquote press releases and
They don't
like,
want anything to do with you?
oh, it's the griller segment.
because they've got a good thing going. And when somebody like me comes in and starts talking about, you know, rules of the afterlife,
I don't think they would
classifications of-
care.
They don't give a
I don't think you're blowing the lid off of anything. If anything, they, if it was such a
We're
threat, they
already
would
one
just
player
adopt
left.
your
Do your special.
spirits, the emotional side of the spirit. They're like, wait a minute, you're going to ruin a good thing that we've got going on here.
You mean?
I upset the.
Wouldn't they make it better?
Dude, this is so awkward on like a stage not made for salmon run.
Rising tide lifts all boats or whatever. Wouldn't they all be
Oh,
happy?
dude.
Apple cart,
They move
know
so
what that.
quick.
And just to let you know, when I do this stuff at the grassroots level, I
Feels like they move quicker than on the regular salmon run stages.
He's like the Spider-Man of all this, of all the ghosts.
Oh, man.
He's like the ghost.
I don't have any specials left either. I can't really help you out, buddy. You're kind of on your own.
People's jaws hit the floor. They're like, where did this guy come from? And it's like, well, I'm being
Yeah, they're all like, whoa, this guy's fucking nuts.
clustered. So I'm so glad that so many people are finding me now, and I just.
Yeah, I
hope
bet
you
you're
continue this
glad.
journey with me because I've got so many cool
Doesn't
things
this
to
make
talk
Irate
about.
Gamer
And
literally
so
a
many
misery
life
merchant?
lessons to throw out there that's like,
Damn it.
wow, I've never known
We're not
this
gonna meet that
stuff
quota. It's
before. And
fucked.
this field impacts
It's
some of
fucked.
the things that
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him scooping up 5 eggs. 6 eggs. This dude has 6 eggs.
Really ramping up to be this thing that it's not. So you got to be careful. So thank you guys. I hope to have more videos like this in the future. And if I caught your attention, I'm so glad. And whoa.
Well, there we go, guys.
Man, that was
We have a moment of zen. It sucked the life out of me.
It was,
I'm not
I
You're
laughed,
milking
I
I
laughed.
just couldn't throw my whole
an
heart into
undead
Ghost
human.
Doctor because with you technically
Not even for sustenance.
shit. Does anybody have a moment of zen that they'd like?
So,
I guess you need to be a misery merchant to be in the ghost business. That kind of does make sense.
Wow, walks him on 4 pitches.
You know, Scrooge was a miser, and he interacted with ghosts all the
15 straight
time.
balls, and there's another one and another run in. Ground ball left side.
Well, content ID, content ID, content ID. I need to be a fucking asshole about content ID. Anime, anime. I need to sing about anime. Anime.
My goodness, what is this?
Pretty clear Chris Boers had no sense of shame over the years. He doesn't care what he does for money. He's that kind of businessman.
Go hit like, tell your friends.
You know what?
share
A lot
to
like Peter
everyone. We're going
Popoff.
really fast there. Thank you so much. And we'll see you all.
I love it when a
on the
story
next
comes together like that.
Casino.
Nice little quick Chris Boer ones here. Chris Boers
All right,
one.
so this is the
We got a iDubbbz reunion, awkward reunion with the cold ones. Is this like his old podcast or something? That's right, isn't it? That's his old podcast, his old pals.
big redemption video where iDubbbz reunites with the Cancer crew. Now, everybody with this video has said that the vibe seems off. It seems like these guys aren't really friends anymore.
Do you watch the full 27?
No,
It's like when you go to your high school reunion.
27. Let's have a look
By the
here.
way, when you watch
You know, it hasn't happened for
old
me
ones,
yet.
right? The quality compared to this,
Wow, Dingus, you haven't aged a day.
I know.
quality is beyond night and day.
He's on her fucking head.
Where's the big shot at?
Rocky! No. This is easy.
Where is he?
This is, you know what this is? This is like the guy on the left and the right went to one college, and then Ian went to a different college, and they're like hanging out for the first time, but he's no longer part of the real group anymore. He's just visiting the dorms, but like the vibe is off.
Yeah.
Oh, very specific comparison, Worski. I cannot relate.
3, 2, 1. Family Guy. Yes.
All right, so I think it's this next one. I think it's this next one where it.
How many
where it starts
relationships
to
did
happen.
Anissa ruin for this man?
Okay. They have to guess the word or whatever.
Oh, all I had to do was revive them and we would have won that. That was totally on me.
Your choice.
Big ups, Ryohan. His reunions are kind of pointless now with social media. You can catch up anytime.
Twitch streaming.
He was used to make some of my favorite content back in the day. Cold Ones is still a very good show. Like I said, we need to call the Ghost Doctor and send Anissa to the afterlife. I think that might require the Super Platinum package. So iDubbbz was the only one out of these guys that changed?
Sex worker.
They changed for the worse?
Philadelphia.
Oh my god.
Jaworski, his smile and optimism,
sex worker,
gone.
Then right to Anissa.
I don't even.
Oh man.
Is he allowed to say like it's not website?
I mean, is he wrong?
Is he allowed to be like second website? Is he allowed to say Twitch streamers? Is he allowed to say Twitch streamers?
By the way, guys, it's uncomfortable, it's awkward, it's weird, and it's bad.
And iDubbbz put this word, which is going to be revealed, I believe, as OnlyFans. So he put the word OnlyFans in the word association game, setting himself up for this exact moment.
Oh. No.
Yeah,
it's not personal.
You can say that.
It's not personal. It's not personal.
By the way, is the camera is it out of focus?
Man, Ian looks like he's like fucking seething, dude.
I know.
Why is it so fucking awkward?
Like, why did it take him this long to edit this video, by the way?
It took months for him to edit this.
Like months, like 2 months.
Second website. Okay. Jessica Negri. Anissa.
Instagram.
Fucking hospital doctor. 3, 2, 1. OnlyFans. Oh.
Wow.
Your fingers on the trigger. You gotta lift one finger up.
Like, I really wish it broke his finger. By the way, anywhere like this is seriously like nowhere
Sorry,
near
I was
the
consuming
level of,
pizza.
like,
But no, I completely understand if you feel like you have to change, whether it be, you know, because, you know, different creators, different platforms, different strokes and all that. If you feel like you have to change because, you know, changing policies with Susan and YouTube and all that, you feel like you have to sanitize yourself or do self-censorship or edit your past content or maybe change yourself in the sense of change yourself as a human-style person, like you mature like DSP and maybe, you know, whether you're sincere about maturing or not, you claim you've matured, therefore your content changes from what it used to be. Like, stuff like that I can understand, but I don't know, it feels like in the sense of like, when it comes to people like iDubbbz, you just shitting on your former fans, I would understand if you feel like you have to change, like you're not who you once were anymore, like you don't want to produce what you used to produce, but you know, there's that saying, you know, never forget where you came from. Don't forget your roots. Remember who you are. Even if you don't want to necessarily be that kind of person anymore or make that kind of content, you shouldn't really forget that. You shouldn't really forget that you were ever a part of it. And moreover, you probably shouldn't forget people who fucking supported you back then, especially if they're still supporting you in the now. You don't want to lose people like that.
What are we gonna?
Let's watch it.
All right, wanna do a little bit more?
One more second, I know.
All right.
iDubbbz has matured from saying the N-word to believing the exact same things as his girlfriend. Organic growth, dude.
Why is it so awkward?
Oh, it was totally organic and natural. Has nothing to do with Anissa. Obviously, he changed for the better, and because he changed for the better, his new beliefs and his maturity allowed him to go to places and meet people like Anissa who shared these same beliefs as him.
Why is it at like this like third like neutral location? This is kind of weird.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
It's chili.com. 3, 2, 1.
The fuck are you, Sonic the Hedgehog?
Chad.
Yes.
All right. Well,
Risk.
I got it.
It's like, and this goes on for 27 minutes.
What the Chad.
So what was his most recent video? He did another video to backpack off of it. Okay. Let's see the other. Now this one's getting really.
And to
good
give a real
reviews.
good example, since we're watching it right now, PvP, you could debate has changed from his roots, but he doesn't forget that. He'll always talk about his streamy days, the day he showed his puckered starfish and shit. He'll always talk about those days, the 240p YouTube streams where he would rant about Gator or Ralph and shit. He doesn't forget his roots, and you know what? While we're at it, Andy doesn't either. They don't apologize for any of the shit they used to say. Remember, Rich Review Tech tried to go after them for streams in which they were together at PvP's house, and they were caught saying the N-word, or well, it's not that they were caught saying it, it's that they said it with such glee. But they didn't give a fuck. They didn't care. Moreover, they didn't apologize for it. They owned it, but they didn't apologize for it. They kind of just, you know, own their shit and say, well, Rich is a fucking loser, and he knows we don't say that shit anymore. But they didn't apologize for it, and they certainly didn't attack their fans either. And in the case of PvP, it's probably a bit more of a stark transformation, because PvP used to be against taking money at all, like taking donations, doing the subs, the grifting, if you will, and all that. He was against all of that. He called out Mediker whenever he did it. Most infamous past PvP arc before the casino has to be PvP versus Dick Masterson in New Project 2, where he thought there was a conflict of interest between Dick Masterson, who ran Project 2, and a sort of perceived collusion between the creators that were using New Project 2. So, and that was spearheaded by PvP's belief that that they were all working together to make money for themselves. And now that's obviously quite different from what PvP believes today. Apparently, according to how PvP explains it, Worski pretty much gave him the money pill and changed him. Change. I don't want to say change, because then that's like I'm using Anissa terminology. But basically, got him to see that it's worthwhile. Like, if you put shit out there, like, why shouldn't you get paid for it? Now, there's a difference between, like, you know, putting shit out there and like begging for it, like DSP does. And not to say the casino does not beg. They certainly do have begging segments, right? But I would say, contrast to a deep DSP stream, it's different in that I feel like it's a part of the experience, though that may be seen as just a cope. And they do get the subs that they ask for, so it isn't just like a DSP stream where he begs for the subs, doesn't get the subs ever, and then like harasses you about not getting those subs. And you do get like the extended show if they meet the goal and all that. You get to see Worski's cat and all that as well. But yeah, Worski got him to see the light in terms of making money as a content creator, which is why they're, again, I like their camaraderie and chemistry. Oh shit, we're doing the extra boss. Ah, extra wave. Triumvirate! Yeah, so I like their camaraderie and chemistry because it feels like they come from, they're from the same sector, but they kind of have like, at the start, they had different beliefs regarding content creation. Because Worski was like your typical anti-SJW YouTuber, and then PvP was just kind of like the extremist kind of alternative to that shit. And then they just ended up becoming friends, and you know, stuff like that's cool to see. Obviously, they only became friends because they're both Canadian.
That fucking hit my cloaca. That shit hit my cloaca. Maybe this is a new way.
I'm sorry, it's not 2012 anymore, is it?
I'm actually...
Dude, this weapon... What is this weapon?
Oh.
Can you stay still? There.
It's lol so random.
So random.
And this is the one that was getting like really good buzz about it.
Alright.
Yeah, PvP was very anti-grifting.
Minecraft.
And it absolutely peaked during the new Project 2 stuff.
Right?
Especially when he had a whole talk with Mediker about it, and then called out Mediker on that stream too. For Mediker, Mediker was the same boat. You know what? Mediker is another example. Mediker was very much against making money on Patreon and all that. And then he made a Patreon.
This is the mature content.
Lately, I've been assessing my swag level.
Okay, I did get skills for that attempt.
What is happening? I'm not gonna lie to you guys.
So he's admitting he has no
swag. But I would understand if he felt betrayed by PvP, like seemingly going against his values there, or even if he felt betrayed by Mediker, seemingly going against his values there by opening the Patreon. And a lot of people did feel kind of betrayed when Mediker opened his Patreon. But I would say, in the cases of those creators, it feels more like a sense of like actual growth, or at least a changing of the minds there. Like they actually gave it a second opinion and decided to like just go forward with it. Whereas with iDubbbz and Anissa, it feels like change for the worse and just like outright pignosis.
swag.
Yeah, PvP tried to press Medicare on it. It was the X-Files stream, the third man.
Is this just random like segments?
What time is stream ending? About to go to the gym. An hour after he starts night stream. It's not gonna be a long one.
Markiplier, do you see this?
I'm gonna lie to you guys. I think it's better than average. Well, no.
The big difference between Markiplier and him is?
That's true, Brian, as well. He was never really big on Ricada. Even back then, even long before he ever snorted his first coke rock, PvP was just not into Ricada. And again, it's because he came from the Dick sector. He was never big on Dick Masterson.
Who's asking for this?
I'm looking like I'm from Las Vegas. I'm looking big in Las Vegas. I'm looking big and swollen Vegas.
Swollen?
Oh, man.
Y'all are probably wondering what this is.
It's a whole other galaxy of cope.
I am wondering what the f is this?
Oh, it's not a gooning grid meant to show you exactly where you're supposed to place your pecker for a rousing session of gooning. What is gooning anyway? I need to make sure I know what that is.
As if you don't know what gooning is. Tuna Crooks, right? It's like a really, really bad attempt at $1 Million Extreme.
Yeah.
It's
like a weird Tim and Eric situation.
It's just so fucking shit.
You know,
Well, I guess
the
it's not
guys who
even,
can't
it's just
stand
straight
$1 Million
up also
Extreme.
random humor. It really, it's just not good. Rocco, give him a chance, boys. He's trying to heal. This is part of the process. I mean, at least he's making an attempt.
You know?
I mean, this is, by virtue of just even trying,
it's
a lot better than what he's been doing.
We get him, and at least you tried, Cake, for that attempt.
Oh, okay. Yes, that is right. It is a keychain template.
Hey guys, he's got the GoldenEye music. Remember that?
The min-max are
Oh, I love GoldenEye. Remember when I played that game?
We go. This
Who
is my
came up with
house key.
this?
This is what I use to enter my home.
Anissa.
It takes up 2 slots. This is my car key. This is what I use to enter.
I can't do it.
Buddy, you're not gonna watch him plot out on a grid his car key?
Look, by the way, this is me, coming from me, who like stretches through Destination Stone, who will watch Nerds on the Go for 30 minutes, who will listen to DVDR cry for a
Hey, we like
38-minute
DVDR.
video about how life is horrible. Who edited with edits Ralph's we used to edit Ralph's live streams for 8 hours straight to find 20 minutes of gold. And I can't do this. This may be the worst thing I've ever seen in the last year.
It's pretty bad. I mean,
Well,
the
Ollie
old
Jamal.
other iDubbbz videos we watched were probably worse. Remember the one where he was ranking playground equipment?
I kind of like this just for painting, but I don't like it for fighting some hits with.
No, I'm not gay. No, I'm not lesbian. No, I have never thought lesbian thoughts. And this little funny little fella right here.
Like, why is he doing gay jokes if he's supposed to be?
Yeah.
Really?
That was very anti-LGBTQ.
Yeah, happy Pride Month. What the hell is this? We got no real estate to work with.
Alright, we're
What
gonna
is
start with
this?
keychains that add utility. I must warn you guys, I am not.
By the way, if this is what you're doing, you can make a video every day.
Yeah.
So like a random search.
No, he should just be pumping them out every day when they're this cringe and shit.
Yeah.
They pretend like they're doing so much, but they aren't doing anything at all.
Oh, someone's asking for us to let him cook.
Let him cook. Let's give it another minute, but I mean, we'll give it to the 5-minute mark in the video before, because like I was told this was a really good video.
Were you told
By
this?
who? Ryan?
Even the Kiwi Farms thread for Anissa and iDubbbz was saying that this was a return to form and glory.
Maybe they meant that because they're like haters and they always thought his video sucked. It's like a return to form in the sense that it's just a bad video and not just him cucking to Anissa on a
I'll
podcast.
consider it. First up, Pry Bar. Okay, this shit.
It's a return to form in the sense that it's not a fucking terrible podcast episode.
I really have no idea why I feel like I'm wasting like life, you know?
This one, I can't do it. It's too big. This is like some shit a cop would use to bludgeon you when you're resisting arrest. This is one I saw recommended all
I don't believe you. Pull up the thread. All right, listen, to be fair, they didn't say it was good. They said it was much better than his recent pop.
Yeah, but how much better? We talking about 2%, 3%, 100% with 1,000%, the 50,000?
You know how you're incredulous. You sometimes you like to gild the lily, right? This is the only one. All chat's like, no. This one we do not approve.
No, but honestly, people are saying this shit. Like,
everything gaslit?
For the keychain.
No!
What?
Right as I came in!
Because this one's a little bit smaller. It's like the size of a key.
Oh, that's wrong out of context.
It's like a socket wrench or whatever this is supposed to be replacing. This is like a life-saving tool. Just a little bit pressure. If you have a job where you're behind the wheel a lot of the time, like a trucker or Uber driver, I think it could make sense. But for me, no. I would rather just...
Wait! Ash!
Yeah.
Look!
If you have a job where you're behind the wheel a lot of the time, like a truck or an Uber driver.
There's an iDubbbz video with the word guns in it. I wonder why. What an irony.
Has Rob been covering iDubbbz?
Some iDubbbz?
Might be a coincidence. We should get Rob to interview iDubbbz.
No, there's no way.
There are no coincidences.
Yo, stop. Kino is back. Okay, it was worth it.
I think it can make sense, but for me, no. I'd rather just die.
It's comment now, so yeah, we know, but...
In a car accident. Ooh, a little baby flashlight. Okay, I was considering this one. I have a flashlight on my phone, so it really hurts to have a dedicated space for a flashlight on the keychain. I think it's only like an inch long, and I'm like, man, that's beautiful.
Okay.
Swiss Army knife.
So for those, I hate to do this. This is Jello Jerk on Kiwi Farms. He writes about this video. Not gonna lie, this is better than most of his recent videos. He has
that is not a user saying return to form. I'm sorry. That does not mean return the form.
To tell you about how being gay is really cool. So,
all right, so
I didn't make it up.
It's a low bar, right? But you are correct. But that's like say like his energy is okay. Fine, I'll keep his energy a bit higher, I guess. Okay,
yeah.
Sure.
Well,
oh, we had more eggs we could have put in, but fair enough.
There.
Extra wave?
Extra wave? We know what you were trying to do.
No, he's in front of the show.
Turned on Juice. Juice is not my friend anymore.
China, somewhere in China, and they took this like metal thing that I had in my wallet. It was just like a multi-tool type thing. It didn't even have a sharp edge to it. I think I'd be just way too worried that this would give someone an excuse to assert their authority. Like, you have a hot dog, hey, Carl. I'm like, no, you ain't gonna find a weapon on me.
We're breaking from Paper Mario for a bit. We're gonna do a Splatoon 3 big run event, baby. I forgot it was this weekend.
What is this?
We're doing a casino catch-up. Because they won't be back till Monday when the Ricada body cam footage allegedly releases. Dun dun dun.
And if someone were to like step on your hand, that would literally like break your fingers.
Yeah, but you could stab the person.
It's gonna be a big reveal, you guys. I'm shocked it's already June 10th.
So bad.
Where is June gone, Carl?
So bad we're actually going to review Tech USA over this.
Thank God.
Let it sink in.
God, no, we ain't rich. Okay, the clip's over. Thank you. Oh, that's iDubbbz reuniting with his old pals and his big comeback, his big return to form. I don't think I want to do Rich just yet. Let's do Boogie. Boogie 2988 teaches his daughter responsibilities.
Did you have to teach her the birds and the bees?
No, she knew the birds and the bees. For the love of
Did you take the B card, Boogie? Did you take a B card?
We're actually gonna do Boogie quick. Now, listen, I know a lot of people are going,
it might be a problem if Keem feels like he has to ask that question, Boogie.
Stuff and other stuff, but I've just been getting tired of his bullshit.
I hope you're doing well, Carl. I hope you're having a swell
but this is
evening.
Really actually quite wild what he's fucking saying here about
trying to grind up scales here by doing this event.
20-year-old girlfriend. I guess she's 21 years old now.
And I got a big EXP boost.
And you know, people have been criticizing it. She's a child bride. The age gap. It's f***ed up. It's disgusting. But Boogie here is now like leaning into that and describing her as childlike.
Yeah, because he loves the attention. He's a fucking weirdo.
Unironically. And it's just really grinding.
What?
So let's have a look here at it.
So, I will teach you a lesson right now, and I've not shared this about it. Okay?
I can't even aim.
A little bit, right?
Pause. Whoa, what do you mean, Boogster?
Look at Keem. He's like, are you fucking kidding me?
No, we do not all agree that you need to parent your girlfriend. If you need to parent your girlfriend, you probably shouldn't be dating her.
You know why Wings is smiling here a little bit? Because he knows he's going to be on the casino. Hi, Wings. He's a big fan of the show, apparently.
I know some
Hey, Wings Channels, how you doing?
But it's just insane. Like, you can't say this shit.
Him pretending to be a pedophile bait?
Yeah. It just doesn't go well for anybody.
Like, even if it is bait,
does someone want to go to? Does he want someone to go to his house again with a gun and like come at him?
Even Keem's laughing.
Didn't that mentally destroy him when someone actually did that?
You know. Do you think they tell him to say this
Frank
stuff?
Castle there, Frank Castle's cousin,
like, listen, here's your
his American counterpart.
Say this, like, oh man.
What does Boogie think is going to be the end result by him doing bait segments like this?
So he talks about how cool he is with her parents all the time and how they're down for the OnlyFans and all these.
He's already getting the ire of people who just rightfully are disturbed and concerned with the child bride there.
That's for a goldfish. I got her.
What happens when he upsets someone who wants to like take matters into their own hands?
Oh man, you're
Imagine.
He's teaching her
Carl.
responsibility with the goldfish.
Hello, UNFW1.
Good, bud.
The one.
Well, I mean, I'm saying, yeah.
Here's the money to take care of it. How much money do you need to take care of a goldfish?
Carl, what were your
It's
thoughts
$4.99
on
for
the
flake.
Alan
And
Wake
the flake
2
lasts like 6
surprise
months, by the way, one
DLC
bit.
day stream?
An allowance?
It's not even his wife.
He
it's a
allegedly
literal
beat it, so he
child
doesn't
with
have to
an-
play it
with an
again tonight.
allowance,
That's a
according to
relief.
him.
You mowed the lawn.
It's only a
If
2-hour
I have the mind
DLC
of a
is
child and I need
fine
to
by
parent
me.
her and I give her an
I
allowance
just like
to
that it
teach her
felt it an indie stream.
Maybe
Imagine.
that shouldn't be your
I
girlfriend,
like that he
bro.
was so psyched and
Right,
hyped
because
to
she's
play
one
it.
for a while, right?
And then it just ended up not even mattering.
His girlfriend.
It wasn't very
That's the
meaningful.
thing. Y'all
It's
want
the
to point
what
that
if
all the
story.
time. I'm gonna be honest
What
with
if
you.
story?
That girl has
What if
molested
DSP did
girls.
literally anything else
That
than play
girl
games
has
he's already
arrested
played before?
development. So you're saying she has like the mind of a child?
What if DSP was actually entertaining?
Mind of a child.
That's a what if story I'd actually like to be a part of.
Not good.
I watched that episode of Twilight Zone.
If she permanently has the mind of a 10-year-old.
Didn't DSP say shit like he doesn't care about shit if there are no stakes? That's why he hates prequels. So why is he into a what if DLC that's not gonna matter and has no stake or relevance on the canon storyline? I hate DLCs that are like that as well, but only because the ability to do those DLCs at any time means that it can't have too much of an impact on the main campaign. Fire Emblem DLC is always like that.
He's admitting to parenting his girlfriend.
So wait, Ash. Do they have like notes for these guys before they go on the show? Listen,
Probably.
We're gonna need some views this week. Boogie, say that you kids. Just say it.
That's just what happens.
That's so
Listen, you're a bum. You don't want to stream on Twitch playing games. You don't want to put out your own videos.
That's
So
wild
you're
too,
gonna have
because
to say that you wanna
Boogie would
kids. Are
make
you cool
money
with
on
that?
Twitch if he just fucking boot up.
No, say she's a kid.
Sometimes people need
He does
help.
keep her license in his pocket.
Maybe I used the wrong word. I have it in my pocket right now. Look,
Boogie keeps her license, huh? What other lol-cow internet e-celeb style guy has a child bride whose license and ID he would keep in his
I
possession?
know another guy from West Memphis. I'd keep Pantsu's passport nice and safe.
Thank you,
She's
PBB.
free to leave at any time. Boogie, like this is concerning.
Yeah, didn't watch it. Yeah, me neither.
Like you're worrying me, Boogie.
Has some Arrested Development.
Yeah, why is he like the Alan Wake multiverse, but every other multiverse makes him want to fucking piss his pants?
Wait. Didn't he yell at Tommy?
Sure, I hate
for, like, 2
multiverses
weeks ago
too, but
for-
not to that
for bringing up
extent.
His girlfriend, right? He brought up.
If it has a game or
He's like,
fucking
"Stop
show
talking
or a
about that
movie or
thing.
something that has a
Stop talking
multiverse in
about
it,
her."
and
He
I
was
just
really mad about it. And now you're
like,
going, well, she's a
I
kid.
just don't care about it.
Why?
Fire Emblem being the rare
She's
exception.
responsible for it. The goldfish is one of them, and the garden is the second.
Because you don't play 2 DLC, I have not forgotten it. People need to bully me more for it so I can deliver upon my promises.
I'm not even kidding. This is crazy.
I still owe a lot of things, I know.
Regardless of the abuse, regardless of that shit. And that's part of it.
Oh my god, this is so fucking weird, Boogie.
It is what it is, man. Like, I picked a woman with Arrested Development.
It is what it is.
He picked a woman with Arrested Development. It just sounds so bad. I don't even care if it's fake. It's just so insane and to say this shit. You know what I mean? Like the only
Yeah, at this point, it doesn't even matter what the truth of it is. Like,
they wonder why. Like
Boogie, why are you saying this shit? Again, even if it's a joke, you're gonna get the wrong person upset.
Every time you tune in, it's just fake kayfabe bullshit, and the hosts admitting to being pedophiles. Like, is it a wonder it's failing? Is it a wonder that maybe I'm taking a while to go through my DMs to see me on this fucking shit show? Like, for real.
Listen,
Fuck, let me jump at the chance to make this fucking fake pedophile money.
Development. I picked a woman who has some fucking bad past in her life, and I'm willing to help her with it. And this is what I'm doing.
Yeah, it seems like they still aren't
Maybe I shouldn't
answering
use that word,
Keemstar's
but it is.
You come
DMs.
across like someone who regrets.
Even what they
not
said,
being
I can't
father.
exactly blame them.
Does he?
I don't.
Like, what is there to say?
He comes across as a fucking weirdo pedophile.
His personality right now is nothing has stakes anymore. But it's such a cope too, because he still brags when it comes to shit like Street Fighter. Like, you've heard fucking Tevin and Meerkat talk about this already. But like, I can't put it in any better way that's better than ways that they've already put it in. But like, he still cares about shit. He just uses that as a cope to deflect responsibility away.
The trolls, but the reality.
I don't fucking care, right? Oh, am I maxed out on executive VP? I'm maxed out.
Itself, they're admitting that it's fake.
And I had the highest rank of Salmon Run possible?
Without Boogie just straight up admitting that Keemstar told him to say
Look at
this shit.
Wings here. He's like, you son of a bitch.
Like, this is bullshit.
This is basically like a magician showing how the trick is done right after. And going, no. Listen, I didn't saw her in half. She's
It's
not
like an
saw
episode
in
of Chris
half for
Angel.
real. There's two people.
Of it is. I mean, I'm just helping out another adult. who
My
needs this
freak.
shit. You know?
God, that's
They'll tell. No, it's not even that weird. Look this up. When you get out of rehab, you know what they'll tell you to do? Get a plant, and after you got a plant, they'll tell you to get an animal. It's one of the things that when you're in recovery, whether it's from mental abuse or drug abuse, whatever it is you're in recovery from, they will tell you that you got to learn to take care of yourself. You got to learn to take.
Do they though? Tell you to buy a plant?
Take care of others. And that's one of the things they'll do. You stick to the routine of taking care of the plant. You stick to the routine of taking care of an animal. You'll stick to the routine of taking care of yourself.
I'm kind of disgusted like that.
No, I probably shouldn't.
I think everyone listening is disgusted, Keem.
I have a 23-year-old
At least
girlfriend.
it wasn't the N-word. Is that seriously the fucking argument? Yes, I might be coming across as a pedophile creep, but at least it's not the N-word.
I'm kind of.
Boogie would go on to say the N-word later that week on Lolcow Live.
I have a 23-year-old girlfriend, right? A young woman.
Okay, Keem.
I don't think they got to cover that clip just yet.
I'm kidding.
Thank you for censoring that. It's a funny Ralph clip, but thank you for censoring that.
Kid.
No, I don't do it either. No, I don't either.
That's my girlfriend.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? That's my woman.
We don't do no dumb shit.
I mean, like sometimes
none of
you'd
that.
have to.
Don't people also try to go after Keemstar for the age of his partner? I don't know if he's married or if it's just his girlfriend or something.
Well, she has no job.
Yeah, but that's like a man taking care of his woman.
Yeah, that's different.
Boogie is talking about parenting shit.
Yeah. I don't know, man. There is an age difference, and because of that age difference, there's things that she hasn't learned how to do. She doesn't know how to balance a checkbook yet. Does Brantley know how to balance a checkbook?
Of course. I don't even know how to balance.
Kind of weird that of all these people, Wings has the most normal spouse/girlfriend, partner, whatever you want to call it.
Came up with debit cards, Boogie.
That's true, actually, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, the checkbook. This is 92. Like, what are you talking about?
And the worst thing about Kelly was her weight.
like,
She
in
seems to
today's
be
day and age, you
working
go on
on
the
that,
phone
which
and
is
you just
good to
look at your
see.
account.
It's good to
There's
see.
no parenting.
Like, you think Wings would not be like the best person in this scenario simply because of how sad he is all the time?
Because he's learned that.
What did she learn it from you?
How she's learning that from Boogie?
If only Wings could lose some weight, am I right, fellas?
He's broke as a fucking joke in mountains of debt that he can never dig himself out of. But yeah, he definitely taught her how to balance a budget. Come on.
There goes Perez. The 60 stream.
That's true. That's true. But I mean, Desi,
They say celebratory Pepsi time, Tim. Jordy. I do have Pepsi.
Years of his life.
But I'm drinking root beer right now.
I told you everything.
Fucking Warzone, man. And she didn't get taught a lot of the things that she needed to learn.
What part of balancing the budget does the Starbucks pink drink? Where's that come in?
Get him! Bring it up, Wing stuff.
What do we got? Tri-stringer? Okay.
All this, buddy.
She has a certain amount of money that she gets from her parents, and we're like, you
telling me she has an
From
allowance?
her parents.
How old is she again,
Wait,
Boogie?
so her parents are sending her an allowance?
What?
Wait, what the
Boogie, how broke are you?
Insane.
Watch where it goes.
Hold on. Did you say she gets money from her parents? Like they pay her like
allowance?
Like allowance, yeah.
Yeah, it's like they don't. They really don't want to say the word allowance for some reason. I wonder why.
It sounds like a bullshit hope to me.
But you said she has to learn how to take care of a goldfish. But now she worked on a farm?
Like when she was a kid, and they're like paying her payments like a house payment. Like, oh, this is for when you fed the pigs when you were 15.
I mean, no. She was working this time last year. She was working her fingers to the bone for the cash crop.
Why didn't she get paid?
Just like cat,
Why
huh?
is she getting paid now? This doesn't make any sense. Oh man.
This story is unraveling.
On your first date with her, did you sit down to have the talk?
Wait, I love how her job, by the way, was feeding the pigs, and now she feeds Boogie. I mean, she really studied for her future career. Oh boy.
No, we waited a month for that.
Before you had sex, did you sit down and have the talk?
No, she knew that. She knew about
Why is
that.
King
She knew
doing
about
this to
most
him?
things.
What the f is? Did you have to teach her the birds and the bees?
No, she knew the birds and the bees. For a lot of
Did you take the B card, Boogie?
You have to excuse Keem if he seems a bit confused on that.
Yes, he did.
There are rumors about that. There are rumors about that.
No way! We were doing great.
He did not take the V card. Let's fucking be honest here.
He did.
Let's not.
No, he did.
Boogie, this is
He did not take the V card.
Angry root beer
Like, no bitch
sip
has
for
a
that one.
V-card that has like cheetah print tattoos on their arm. Okay?
You know what I mean?
Oh, like, come on.
Listen.
I'm sorry, it's weird. Everybody can judge it as much as you want. I don't care. I met a girl who went through what I went through. I had an opportunity to help her. I've chosen to help her.
What?
That's it. I took her to the dentist today. I got a tooth filling today. I take care of that
Why
person.
is he saying this shit?
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, let's finish this off.
I brought her for ice cream later.
Nobody did that shit for me. None of you no motherfucker did that shit for me. I
Hey,
was
Boogie,
homeless when I
stop
was her
acting
age.
like
I
he's
did that
all
shit for her.
hood.
And that's all it is.
I just feel disgusted.
Bro, you live in Arkansas?
Yes,
Come on.
thanks.
All right, well, there.
All right, minor Boogie update. Let's get an even more minor Gonzalo Lira update. You know, the guy who died as a martyr in Ukraine. Putin gave him big ups recently.
Vladimir Putin, one of the most powerful men in the world, is invoking the name of Gonzalo Lira. There's a Russia Today article about now where he says the Kiev regime tortured U.S. journalists to death, and nobody's asking why. Somehow the ghost of Coach, the memory, the legacy of Coach, it lives
Coach's
on,
persisting
as his name
legacy is so
spoken by
baffling.
Vladimir Putin.
None of these guys knew who Coach was. Like, or if they do, they're like willfully ignoring it. Like, do you actually know what Coach did? It feels like these guys did even a second of research.
Because the guy was like the ultimate scam artist.
Exactly.
Flam man. He pretended that he was like a dating coach.
What exactly?
He was an
Was not exactly
economist.
Hunter S. Thompson.
He was a writer. He was like the man of every unlimited talent. And it was just amazing.
His name was
watching him
Gonzalo
drift his
Lira,
way
not
through
Gonzo
life, but
Lira.
It all came to an end when he took on the grift of being a super secret agent of Vladimir Putin. When he took on the role of being a dissident in a war zone, it didn't really work for Coach. But he went down in the most Kino way possible on his
And then he
motorcycle,
died,
trying
and
to
then
gun
Ralph
it
put
to
his
the
face on
border.
a shirt.
We'll never forget Coach's service to the art of Kino. He was a showman to the bitter fucking end. Instead of actually escaping the country and living on, Coach decided it was better to go live on YouTube and alert the Russian authorities
on the
to
first
his
wave.
position near the Hungarian border so that he could deliver his showmanship one final time.
Yeah, Coach Red Pill was Mario the whole time. Where do you think the red came from?
Sober
The red
Sheldon
hat?
says here, PvP, I thought you were making that up. No. He was not
No.
making that
And
up.
now you're bad.
Making
is
what
the-
up?
The
all
good
that
faith
shit.
casino never
No, that's all
lies.
real.
No,
That
that's
was-
all real. So he was no.
Yeah, I saw Chungus tweet
he was
this
in
out.
Ukraine, but he was trying to get to the Hungarian border to get what's it called? Asylum.
They got a lot of
but
new viewers who aren't
he
like
told the
sector
authorities where he
regulars.
was
They can't
going.
believe half the shit they talk
So
about.
let's
Yeah,
not
and we
lie.
covered.
Big ups to the people over on Kick. No, to add on to this, because I don't think they talk about this, I saw some people on Twitter, they were invoking Gonzalo's name as well, because they saw this article of Putin giving the big ups to Gonzalo Lira, which, again, I feel like, how is that a sentence I'm even saying in 2024? It's just beyond wild. It's beyond the pale. But no, there were some other journalists on Twitter who saw that article and they were responding by saying, oh, so like you right-wing Americans, right? Like you neo-Nazis are all obsessed and you care this much about one American journalist. I specifically remember one tweet was like, I can't even talk. It had in parentheses in their tweet, rightfully so. So they're like, you guys care so much, and rightfully so, about this American journalist, Gonzalo, whatever his name is. They didn't do any research into who he really was either. But, like, what about the 200 Palestinian journalists that America and Israel co-opted, killed, collaboratively murdered, brutalized together in the past couple of months, huh? So the Gonzalo legacy is running deep, to the point that he is upsetting both people on both sectors of the political spectrum, and no one involved in any of it knows that he was the guy who said women should be treated like dogs and scammed people on a novel.
On our first studio there. By the way, you know what's funny about this photo of me, him, and Nick, right? Someone goes, if you told me that if I were to guess who would be on arrested for drugs and dead, I would be wrong. about this photo in 2024?
You would really think that Andy would have been the one. How would either be arrested
If not,
for
at least
drugs or
Ralph.
dead. Somehow, Gonzo's dead and Rekida's arrested for drugs. What a
Yeah, Rekida's
wild
dead on the inside. And Ralph is like dead across every department except like actual life. And Gonzalo wasn't a left-wing guy at all. Yeah, motherfuckers just don't do any research. They just see Putin talk about a guy and they just start seething without looking into any of it. It was just it's so crazy. They're just bringing him up, whether it's as a martyr or to bringing him up as like a cudgel to like as a springboard. Start talking about why nobody gives a fuck about 200 Palestinian journalists. Now I'm not saying like you shouldn't give a fuck. I think that's disappointing and depressing too. Yes, I'm not espousing any political beliefs. Yes, I'm just regaling what I saw on the Twitters, mate. But it's unbelievable to see Gonzalo's name come up. Like, out of all people in the sector, again, you wouldn't... Who would have said it would Gonzalo would be the one? Who would even believe that any one of these sector people would make it to such heights to be brought up in discourse like that so naturally by Twitter people who have never even heard of him? Oh, I'm not cued in. You would think, if anything, like it would be, I don't know, Fuentes or something. This like before all the Catboy stuff, like back when he was back when he actually had an audience. But no, you could actually argue in the now that Gonzalo Lira's name, out of a lot of people in this sector, it's probably the one that most people are gonna remember. Like, I mean, like most hardcore normal people. But we have Mudahar and Destiny give terrible take on Nick Rekieta.
Even though our coverage isn't perfect, it's like leaps and bounds above this. Some normie out there tuned into this and came away thinking they were informed because Destiny was on the panel.
Yeah. Guys, look. Here it is.
The first time I saw videos here, he was him talking about the 1973 Charles coup d'etat when Iran's social regime was overthrown. It's like 7 years ago. And he was making videos for a long time, even before the sector. Like, he already had shit going by the time the sector was starting out. He was a film director and all that. He wrote books and movies. Well, directed one movie. And he wrote the script for Soldier of Fortune for PS2.
Well, you know, the mustache.
He looks like a hipster.
Well, let me stop myself there. He wrote the first draft, and then the company rewrote it because none of it was usable. Barely anything from the Gonzalo iteration of that game script has been retained in the final release product.
Press 1 if you think they'll know it all. Press 2 if you think they're going to be uninformed. All right, so here we are, guys. Let's see what the mainstream is saying.
Bro, so okay, I normally would not like fall like this stuff wouldn't fall into like the research docket, like the human dartboard. But are you guys all familiar with like Rekieta Law, right?
I've been on his show. I feel it's horrible. It's like the guy.
You've been on Rekieta Law?
Yeah, I was.
So like,
I'm not surprised that this VTuber weirdo has been on Rekieta Law. He seems like the sort of weeb that would have been there during Weeb Wars. No?
Like, these guys are so normie that just being on Rekieta Law is like.
You were on that.
Well, you
show?
were on Rekieta Law? Holy shit.
That's on the margins of society. That's filth.
Can you believe?
Talking to him about that. Okay, thank you.
You actually made it on Rekieta Law, dude?
I know, like, isn't this Mudahar's co-host?
It
like,
is.
What is he
You think you're Mudahar. You get 1 million views per video. You have all this money, and this is what you chose?
Oh, my.
Maybe he's a good guy.
No, I'm familiar with Mudahar and Destiny. The VTuber I've seen before in Rekieta clips, on illicit clips, but I have no idea who he is.
Right? Or animation? Why don't you use a voice changer and make your voice sound cool?
No, Worski. People say they love the Dingus voice.
Even his
part of the
avatar
brand.
wears like a collar. Like he's some sort of cock or something there.
Yeah, look at his skull mask. That's
it's pretty cringe.
Is he a YouTuber? I don't know who this guy is. Is he a YouTuber? Chat?
No, forgive me. I think that Ralph is correct about the VTubers.
See?
I hate to say it.
Yeah, right.
Ralph.
I would say every
Go off, King.
Every VTuber is better than Ralph. Like, you know.
Are they though?
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Worski capping a bit for VTubers here.
This guy has 2 million
I maintain my stance. They probably should be bullied. They probably should be bullied by Ralph.
Are you kidding me? What does he talk about? Oh my God. He gets.
What little I know about the VTuber on the bottom left seems to suggest that he's not really liked by actual VTuber fans and VTuber people.
Like, copyright and contractual.
I think he's well, if he's on this show, it has to mean he's like an anti-SJW type, right?
Like, oh yeah, I love whiskey, especially bourbon.
Wrong thinking all that.
Why do we have to sit here and take anything an anime avatar of some weird gay guy tells us? Like, we're sitting here hanging on the words of some fucking weirdo, Nux Taku. I'll move on from my VTuber.
Yeah, Nux Taku. That's a name I've heard before.
I'm not an alcoholic or anything, but I drink a ton. That's why I was there. But like the thing is, like, you know, I remember him telling me that, like, oh yeah, I love whiskey, especially bourbon. Bourbon's great. I drink a lot. Don't worry, I'm not an alcoholic or anything.
I'm not an alcoholic.
See, the name reminds me of Tux. Tux loves you, but I know that's a different guy. That's the guy who made Super Gun 64 and then got exposed for doing weird shit with his sister.
Then you see, like, you know, flash forward a year, and it's not good.
Yeah, Ricada Law's like one of the weirdest, like, I don't want to say like fall from graces because I genuinely like feel really.
What do you mean it's not a fall?
Now, where's the Mudahar Ricada video? Fucking Turkey Tom put one out already.
Old Muda, Uncle Muda, what are you thinking?
Anime YouTuber from Canada. Oh yeah, of course Worski has sympathy for him then.
About it because it's like, well, not that.
Not necessarily. Oh yeah, I'm sorry if my cursory knowledge is incorrect.
It's like hitting a wall.
No, Muda. It was not a wall. Muda doesn't even know shit. Look, he hit a wall. No. It was a fall from grace and then a fucking crescendo of horribleness.
Most right, like it just happens to you instantaneously. So Ricada Law, for anybody that doesn't know, is
just from how he presents himself, I can at least say he doesn't seem to be the type of VTuber that has like the lore or stuff like that. It seems to be just a way to convey his body movement on screen, which is why I use my VTuber.
Assessment of the situation, and it's an assessment. That
so I guess he's above most corporate VTubers in that regard.
Who are in LawTube would never admit.
Yeah,
but it is actually the truth from their bird's eye view, like looking at it from 20,000 feet. Yeah, that's exactly what LawTube is.
All right, ring it up. Widow W.
All the crazy hurdles that come with it. So he got really popular about a year ago, basically covering.
A year ago?
Yeah, that's not a year ago, Mudahar.
Everything all the time. Like, holy, it takes 5 seconds of research a year ago.
Yeah, Vic Lasagna got sued a year ago. No, he's or started his lawsuit a year ago.
And they're just talking about it because it's in the algorithm, but I mean, Ricada's been popular for years and years.
It's not even like you got the
Mudahar's never had any kind of conversation with Ricada. I find that really hard to believe. I mean, I don't know. I feel like they're in the same sector well enough.
Yep.
Like, I know Ricada's a part of the sector, but he crosses over with Comicsgate, which you would assume would cross over with anti-SJW and people like Mudahar and Turkey Tom. Mudahar's never talked to Ricada. Never.
And from my understanding, he is a lawyer, bard, and like
controversy with a VTuber agency some time ago. It's very stupid, I think. Well, hey, I'm stupid, and you're here.
He ends up getting, I want to say, swatted. Well, arrested.
What the fuck? He got swatted.
Swatted.
Hang your head in shame, you idiot.
Yeah, tell us you're not paying attention without saying you're not paying attention.
Swatted?
Muda.
Swatted.
How's it feel, Muda, being wrong?
Swatted?
But like, the story is like somebody close to him ends up like filing in like.
Was this live streamed? Why is no one in the chat correcting him?
Well, I love how this is what people now think of the case. Like millions of normies out there think that Ricada was swatted, and that's how this happened because of Muda. That's great.
Muda, like, oh my god.
Or complain or some bullshit, and like cops end up coming to his house, and it's like they bust him.
How are you so wrong about something that's so easily researchable?
Even if they're legal, being around illegal drugs, firearms, I think you get charged federally for it. Caleb, you're probably gonna have to like correct me on that because you know more about the gun laws in the states than I do.
I don't know anything about drugs though.
Well, no, like what if you have like illegal drugs?
Probably didn't read a chat. Typical. Imagine not reading your chat.
As to the specifics or any of the details. Like they're not
Some
even
may say
like they know.
I read my chat too much,
like really
but it's because I love you guys.
Dude, all these normies have that if you do know anything, you're just cringe and a try-hard loser. It's like, why even talk about this stuff then if that's the attitude? Like Destiny is just cringing on this panel, but it's bad when Destiny is like the most well-informed person on your panel who's probably gonna have the best take. That's tough.
That's
perfect. Yeah, I know they come.
Yeah, they act like, oh yeah, it's like a very like high-profile case. This is not like a like hidden
chase.
All rewards.
They have no idea what's going on. They're trend chasing it, hoping to get in the algorithm more. And it's like just don't talk about it if you don't know anything.
Yeah, let's
Simple
combine our
as.
forces. Yeah, I love drugs and guns. So when you fill out, every time you go to purchase a firearm in the United States of America, there's an ATF form you fill out called 4473, and on that form you attest to never being addicted to or having done, or maybe possessing narcotics or whatever.
Wait, so Barnes is fully felted?
Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to deny that you've done any sort of. Somehow Destiny is actually more informed on
Can
all
we
of
just
this.
burn all Rekida's sympathizers? Now, as a streamer on the purple platform, I'm not sure I can advocate for that, Perez.
Your ass basically, they're like, oh, can't have that. Like you're on whatever. And I think that the gun charge is one of the three.
What is the chill night stream Q&A? I hope to God it doesn't happen. What is he playing tonight? You better not be fucking with me. No way he's doing Q&A because he beat that fucking DLC on a day stream. You're messing with me.
Facing up to 25 years in prison, which obviously he's not going to do all of it. I think he's already currently out on like bond or bail or whatever it is, which was set at like 50 grand, an insane amount almost.
Why is it an insane amount? Like he just said that, just pulled straight out of his ass.
Yeah.
Well, it's an insane amount. No, it's not. It's not like $10 million. Like, what is he talking about? To get bonded out on, it's like a $5,000 bond.
Yeah.
He doesn't know anything.
It sounds like they're on break or something, and Mudahar's in the middle of eating, so they just need something chill to talk about that they know absolutely nothing about. But it's my charitable analysis of this.
Why is representing yourself bad again? Like,
are you kidding?
How is wrong with everything?
Nobody on this
Did
panel
Muda
is
just say
equipped enough
that?
to answer said question.
Anything. Like, literally, how are they wrong about every single...
How are you this wrong?
Like, if you're a lawyer.
Some normie out there tuned into this and came away thinking they were informed because Destiny was on the panel.
Yeah.
Or can't you? Isn't it okay to represent
Didn't
yourself?
DSP say that too? No. Rekieta should have. No, Rekieta is only representing himself because he's broke. Well, I guess Muda didn't say that. No, I don't care if you are a lawyer. Get another lawyer. Because you're not always going to be acknowledged in the thing you're being accused of, even if you are a lawyer.
Just start babbling at us. Just anything will do.
For somebody making decisions about you.
Only a fool represents himself, as they say.
That's able to look at your case, give you a good breakdown of the facts, and then present them, in court. Whereas you might be a little bit more emotionally attached. You might be a little bit closer to it, so it might be harder for you to imagine how somebody else.
A little bit closer, like.
Anyway, I interpret it that way.
Does that matter?
Well, Destiny's only speaking about it generally here. He's not talking specifically regards to Rekieta case.
Apparently already hates him. He badmouthed the judge that is currently overseeing his case. So
well, because apparently has another defamation case against somebody.
They don't even know about the new judge. Like, it's just this is like.
And the judge is over. Yeah, they're the same.
This actually.
Not everyone has time to watch like 8 gazillion 8-hour episodes of the casino, dude.
I wonder why we're getting like views and traction off of this. Like, even though our coverage isn't perfect, it's like leaps and bounds above this. This is like a fucking third grader trying to explain the theory of relativity. Fucking actually Albert Einstein giving a lecture on it.
Oh man.
Over that case, he's kind of showed on stream before, so.
Yeah, it's not like, his situation is all like the worst possible things, like sort of converging into one, just for him. Which look, I always feel bad for everybody in any of these situations.
I want to be happy. I just want everyone to be happy.
In these situations.
He abused and neglected his children. Well, abuse would imply physical abuse, which we've not proven or confirmed or denied. So I'll just keep it to neglect. But he neglected his children. Why do you feel bad for him, Muda? Or is that another part of the story you're not caught up on?
We'll see.
I don't know if he's done anything exceptionally terrible.
That's literally Muda being wrong about him, Carl, right? Right.
What about the child neglect charges, brother?
Muda probably doesn't even know about it.
Terrible. The only thing that I think is terrible for him is like he has like kids in this situation and like.
I like the standard for morality with these people is so fucking low.
Non-existent.
It just doesn't even exist.
But where the scum, where the below, the fucking the main, we're the garbage people. But we're
to be fair, I don't think Muda's ever gone after the casino like that.
You shouldn't swing in front of your kids and live with that shame. Like, I don't know.
But we're the bad ones, right? Because we were part of the sector at one time.
Like they're the ones that have like no choice in like what their dipshit parents do. So I really do hope like at least one of the if not.
Well, Razmaz Destiny does have children. I mean, he abandoned them, but.
Together, at least for the kids or whatever, just to make sure all that is set aside. But I never I don't know much about like his history in terms of controversy. Like he covered law stuff. I don't know.
Why are you talking then if you don't know anything?
Because he's Muda and he's gotta be wrong all the time. How's it feel, Muda?
Wait,
Hear this.
I don't know much about like his history in terms of controversy. Like he covered law stuff,
Like-
but I don't know why like there's a growing community of people on the internet that just like absolutely despise this guy for whatever.
You don't know. Because he sold his own audience a lie, Muda. He sold everybody that he was a trad dad with strong morals and he was homeschooling
Libertarian,
his kids
a
to
lol
protect them,
libertarian,
when
if
in
you
fact,
will.
He was a cuckold that was snorting cocaine off Baldos and not feeding his kids. That's the long and short of it. But oh no, that doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like the equivalent, for real, if Destiny was caught going to Ku Klux Klan meetings.
Yeah.
Or hiling Richard Spencer. Like that, seriously, it's on that level of betrayal to the audience.
I ran right into that one, dude.
You understand people who make fun of other people.
Okay,
online.
one more wave.
You know what? Like, and Muda's one to talk where his videos go after people sometimes, right? Or
Well, they're not to listen to everyone on the internet because not even the most reputable people can just not do their homework. This guy's reputation is slipping a lot in recent years. Yeah. Even Turkey Tom got a few details wrong in his recent Ricada doc from what the Kino Casino said on the last episode. It wasn't completely accurate. It seems like he just rushed it out to get it in the algorithm. Hopefully, Turkey Tom does a full documentary later once all the legal proceedings are done.
But even like more aggressive. So like the
Actually, there was a Megon video I saw this week that kind of had the same problem.
Drunk, saying the most shit. Maybe that's why.
If you don't know who that is, the octopus guy, the squid guy, that's not Blooper.
Normally YouTube is bad.
Normally YouTube is awful.
This is just all non-tent. Like the idea that any of them thought they had a hot take, let alone even a take. None of them even had a fully formed take.
At all. And they're wrong about like everything. And they're wrong about everything and they don't get any like point of it.
You love to hate if they're wrong on something or if they're something not. Like there was a time where Nick Ricada, a bunch of people for some stupid
by the way, the
reason,
way that they deliver the message, like there's no real passion or excitement or
because they don't care. There's no investment. They didn't interact with Ricada. Surprisingly, I thought him and Muda did do stuff in the past. I must have been wrong, I suppose.
I
don't know if he said a slur or if he was against trans people or something happened, but a bunch of people online were like, "Oh, we can go and file complaints against him at the bar," and a bunch of people started filing complaints against him. I think in the
that was during the big lasagna saga.
What they didn't realize was that when you file a complaint against somebody like that, the bar will make available all of the complainer's information to the person being complained about, including their name, address. So Nick Ricada started publishing all of that information.
That part was funny though. I remember when that happened.
Ricada dub from years ago, like.
But yeah, it is an ancient dub.
Just shut the fuck up. You're a know-nothing and you're a bomb. It's pathetic.
Like, that's the kind of person he is, yeah. Yeah, I understand why people, like, if I did something crazy or I got arrested, there'd be a lot of people celebrating for the same reason, yeah. I understand it, yeah.
You could have had a manager or drugs. You could have made it.
No, the starting YouTube life was a huge blunder for me, but you know, hey, whatever, we all make our mistakes.
Yeah.
Did
anyone buy anything from the Nintendo sale? Everything I wanted to buy, Flam, I already owned. Saru was quite excited to tell me about the sale, but sadly, everything I'd be interested in, I owned. Well, except for We Love Katamari for $7, which I think is an amazing deal. But a discount that big makes me think there's something up with the Switch version.
I mean, drugs could be an on-the-job thing.
The first remaster they did ran well enough, but I'm kind of worried about the performance of that second one.
Darkside Phil's coverage was so much better than that. And Darkside Phil pretended like he had no idea what was going on.
He was at least like humorous and real about the situation.
About Phil is Phil
unironically superior coverage from the guy there.
Whereas these guys didn't know what was going on, but pretended to know. And that's all there is to it.
Oh, dude, that was an opposite. Like
a situation.
Dude,
as we all expected.
That was the exact opposite of how DSP covered it. I never looked at it that way. Pretty good, pretty good. Let's take a break from the casino. Let's do this new Synthetic Man. It's quite interesting. It seems like he's going to cover an indie game. You know, indie games. You like indie games. They're allegedly not blue-pilled. It's just titled Sincerity is Dead. What do you mean by that? Let's find out.
So a couple weeks ago, I was watching my brother play an interesting PS1 indie open world RPG on his computer called Dread Delusion. I'm a sucker for the low polygon, late 90s graphic aesthetic, and the game was colorful.
Aren't you what's killing indies then?
Themes, and just the
according
fact
to
that
Phil.
it was marketed as a Morrowind successor certainly had my attention, even if admittedly I still haven't played Morrowind to this day. But as somebody who used to enjoy Bethesda-style RPGs. One made by a tiny studio sounded interesting. Obviously, I was a bit skeptical if it could actually follow up on that concept, given that even Bethesda themselves, with hundreds of employees, can't pull it off anymore. But I decided to give the game a try anyway on one of my streams, and just 2 hours in, I was confronted with some of the worst dialogue I had ever read in my life. Up right there, this is the esteemed mercenary company headquarters of the Rotten Onions. These fucking stupid names, too. What kind of name is Sir Rotten Onions? Am I right, Redditor? Isn't that crazy? You wrote it. You wrote it. That's not funny.
Oh, you liked it, Joe Bluff? What did you think of the dialogue?
You're not funny, you suck.
Or did you skip the dialogue like normal people who play classic-style FPS games?
My immersion is gone. This is like your D&D game. Like you joking with your buddies in a D&D game. You wrote it into your video game.
There better be alphabet people in this game or something, because I think that's a bit of a reach. It just seems like he's letting his intrinsic hatred of what gaming has become taint his vision, his perception of indies
to talk about indie games in this whole Doomer Gamer rambling series that I've been doing since near the start of my channel. And so the subject of today's video is sincerity. Sincerity is dead. Both millennials and Zoomers killed it in different ways. I would highly recommend checking it.
Oh, okay. I understand the complaint now. He's upset with dialogue and how nothing can be taken seriously anymore, and a lot similar to what DSP was complaining about, at least superficially, is the lack of stakes, the removal of stakes, and what feels like threats. The removal of stakes and threats when it comes to conflict in games and other forms of popular culture. And a lot of people attribute that to Marvel movies, where everything now has to be ironic and everything has to be a joke and shit. I hate that shit too. I think for a little indie game like this, it's fine and doesn't matter. Like, it's an indie. I don't think, depending on the size of the team, you probably don't have like a dedicated writer or something. If it's like a one-man game, the guy who programs the game also has to write the dialogue, and they may not be a writer. Maybe like an early access game, the dialogue might just not matter at this point. Legit question, do you think he does it for the grift? Half and half. I've talked about it before. I feel like he does believe in what he preaches, but he embellishes it a bit for the purposes of the video to make it a bit more bombastic. He said as much on his live streams. He's more chill and approachable on his live streams. If you want to like just go on one of those and talk to him, you can. I don't think it's just he does it just purely for the views. I think he just does genuinely hold the opinions that he has. It's just on some occasions in some videos, especially videos where he doesn't have much to talk about, like the Zelda video, he'll just go all in on something that he might not necessarily fully believe. Like the Zelda video, he was pulling out theories out of his ass, so like Zelda got blacked by black Hyruleans or something. I don't even remember what the complaint was. Oh, well, the complaint was the Hyruleans were retroactively turned black because one of them had darker skin than most Hyruleans up to that point. But it could just be like, it's just that for that one character. We don't see any other Hyruleans in the game besides Link and Zelda. I provided to understand. It just seems like a kind of like a forced nonsense complaint to say that the game is woke, when there are allegedly a lot of issues with Tears of the Kingdom that you can put forth that actually have substance to them, besides forcing a woke angle, which Nintendo is not really known for. So says the company that just put out Paper Mario Thousand Year Door.
Out Shredded Nerd's video on millennial humor if you want the more high-budget AAA examples of this. But just for today, I want to focus on
I think it's more half and half. Sometimes he'll be honest, like
at least 15.
You can believe in what you preach, but also like game the system to get the most money out of it, which I got no problem saying he does that. He says it himself. I remember his initial impressions video for the Fallout series, the Fallout TV show, he said that video only existed within the very video. It's not like he said this after the fact on live stream. He says within that video, he only rambled for as long as he did to reach the 8-minute mark to get ads.
hours playing
At least
Dread
he's honest
Delusion,
about it, I guess.
And I knew you guys wouldn't click on a video that's a review of a game you've never heard of.
Honestly,
But
look, he's got to do it in
I certainly
here.
had a lot to say about this one. You can consider this the
he
third
won't.
in
Okay.
the trilogy.
Another thing
of
is,
gaming.
he only reviews like he knows who his audience is. He knows what his audience is there for. So that's why he'll never review indies or he'll never do positive videos on good games. He has done them before, and we've seen him on the stream before. But those type of videos where he's more positive about shit he genuinely likes. He did a video about the Spyro series, about Ratchet & Clank, about Darkstalkers 2, all games which he thinks are excellent games, but they didn't really get the same reception because it's just not the Synthetic Man his viewers showed up for. So he doesn't do those videos because it's just like the corner, take a phrase from DSP here. It's a fucking waste of his time. Like, why do that when you just fucking cry about some woke shit and have people actually show up? It's kind of a catch-22. It's like he believes in what he preaches, but it's also like he wants to do more than just that. But people already know him for a thing, so they don't show up when he doesn't give them what they want. It's a lot like what happened with Nostalgia Critic, actually. Oh, shoot.
His dying video is all about immersion, the first two being escapism and immersion, which were about the Dead Space remake and Baldur's Gate 3 respectively. And so this time we're talking about an indie game. Now, believe it or not, even though I am an asshole, I do feel slightly bad about punching down on an indie game, but given the sheer number of tourists, haters, whatever you want to call them, that visit this channel and claim that it is absurd that I say gaming is dying when indie games are so awesome. They've had so much fun playing them. I figured
that is an argument I see posited to him all the time. So that's fair if this video exists just to approach that specific argument. 'Cause I do see people argue that, and not even just to him, but just like in general. Oh, play indie games. Play indie games. Indie games aren't paused.
should probably break
Wow,
down
hello,
a great
sweet
example of why
bean.
indie games are overrated. And if indie
Welcome to the
games
Saturday
are
Chill.
going to replace AAA games, that means we have to use the same critical eye to judge those games. I can no longer lower my standards for indie games. They have been popular for like 15 years.
I think that's fair on
at this
paper, but
point,
not really on
and quite a few
practice.
are
Wanting to
considered
put
be
them on the
greatest
same
games ever
scale
made. So why should I
as
lower my
AAA games, to be
standards? There's
fair.
no reason to.
But
I
in
had
practice, that
zero
doesn't work out because they don't have the same
expectations
budget as
going into
AAA
Dread
games.
Delusion, and yet it still managed to disappoint me by fundamentally being a failure, not just as a story, not just as an open world questing experience, but also just as a game. Dread Delusion is a bad game. It's fine if you think it's impressive that a tiny team was able to make a game like this. I think it is somewhat impressive, at least on like a graphical or aesthetic level, that such a small team was able to make a huge open world game. The problem is actually playing it sucks. But this video is not about gameplay, so to just briefly sum up why it's so bad, it's because it's incredibly easy, like mind-blowingly easy. A toddler could beat this game. I ended it with over 80 health potions. I only ever died twice, and both of those times were from falling off of a cliff. And the combat itself is incredibly boring. I don't even actually have to describe
Not as
it to you.
boring
I can
as this
just show any
GPM
kind of-
raid.
This is what every single
With the
fight
party
in the game looks
of
like.
10. Big up GPM on the raid. Sorry you came at the perfect time. Wait, sorry you came at the perfect time. Yeah, the best possible time. The Synthetic Man segment.
And yes, you don't
Big
have
ups
to do this.
GPM,
you could be a sneaky
Wiggle
thief
Wiggle,
and stab people in
and
the back.
everybody
or you
else.
could shoot a bow, or you could cast a few spells. But what is it?
We have... No, I said not as boring. Oh, wait, no. I see where you're going with that. I misspoke. Yeah, Synthetic Man is gonna shit on an indie game GPM because people always tell him, oh, Synthetic Man, if AAA games suck now, why don't you just play indie games? Because indie games, by definition, are going to be the future of the industry, and indie games aren't paused. People gave him that argument so much in his comments, he got upset, and now he's gonna review an indie game and poo all over it. You're here at the start of the video. I don't even know why he hates it yet. I'm about to find out. Big ups. I'm here doing Splatoon 3, a special big run event. It's like zombies in Call of Duty, except wild. Gonna grind this event for a couple more hours here. I won't be going too much longer. Probably be gone about an hour after the guy's night stream. Saturday, dude. But yeah, thank you for the rate.
Fucking matter if smacking them with the sword works just as well. The enemies are no threat to you. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say about combat since we're talking about immersion today. I probably could have excused the god-awful combat if the level design or the quests or the story, any of that was up to snuff. At the very least, it could have made for a good walking simulator, but it's not even a good walking simulator either.
No,
so
I'm the last
before I go
one.
any further, I might as well explain what is Dread Delusion, because I'm sure a significant amount of you have no idea what this game is. You've never heard of it. Like I said, it was marketed as a Morrowind clone, which was a lie. It doesn't play anything like a Bethesda game other than it being first person and having some basic RPG mechanics, and maybe you could say the visual style vaguely resembles Morrowind. Now, the basic story and world of Dread Delusion is that you are a prisoner who's about to be executed, but instead you can earn your freedom by working for the Apostatic Union, which is a fascist dictatorship type of system. I wasn't entirely paying attention to the details, but they want to kill all of the pagan gods that plague the land. And so your first thought is probably, wow, these guys are horrible. Why are they killing all these minor gods? And as the gods grow weaker, this creates a famine as the plants won't grow anymore. And so you might think, okay, the fascist dictator guys are definitely the bad guys, right? Well, as it turns out, these pagan gods demand horrific human sacrifices, and they mutate their most loyal followers into like disgusting worm creatures straight out of like an H.R. Geiger design. And to grow the mushrooms, they have to digest human flesh. It's all sorts of stuff like that. As you get further into the game, you discover that in some cases, mankind even created their own gods. It's one of those magic universes where worship itself gives beings divine power.
This weapon is solely perfect for this mode.
That the game is trying to go for a morally ambiguous message. No matter who you side with, what choices you make, someone's getting screwed over. Bad stuff is going to happen. There's no good guy path in this game. At least that's how it's framed at first, but as is the case in a lot of left-wing media, these choices are not nearly as gray as they would have you believe. But to get to the point about sincerity first and foremost, something you'll definitely notice a lot in this game is that sort of Redditor writing that can completely take you out of the experience. Like if someone took their home D&D game with their custom setting and turned that into a video game. That's sort of the vibe you get here. In many of these supposedly serious conversations in this game, when you are given a multitude of dialogue choices, there is always one that is either sarcastic, a bad joke, or a snarky Marvel movie quip. And again, I don't think I have to tell you how this can take you out of an immersive experience. For one, it's using modern dialect. That is not how any ancient people spoke. And look, I get it if you don't want to have your characters speak in medieval dialect. That can be pretty corny sometimes. But for the love of God, please never use modern slang.
There's a way to write dialogue, you know, without having it sound like, I don't know, this Wenex RPG going too hard. Like I think Fire Emblem does it pretty well.
My first video in this trilogy about
it's not they don't speak in hard medieval dialect, but they don't speak in slang either.
Reminded of reality, and unfortunately, this game reminds me a lot of reality in different ways. Let's talk about one of the side quests where you're sent to find a missing girl. This is where you journey to the Clockwork Kingdom, and you discover that the humans here made their own god through technology. The Clockwork King is a giant machine that was given the ability to warp reality. Sounds like a recipe for disaster, especially if the machine malfunctions, which obviously it did. And so there have been multiple side effects of this malfunction. You find out that the cause of the Clockwork Kingdom's troubles, namely that people are turning into disgusting mutants, was caused because the Clockwork King was given the ability to alter humans. And so in this side quest, you need to find a man's missing daughter, a daughter he forgot.
Wanna maybe help me out, Roller?
Another side effect of the Clockwork King's powers is it can erase people's memories, which helps cover up the evidence that anything is wrong in this place. And so you journey to a hall of records, which is really just another place for history need to be censored, that the daughter was part of a secret program where the Clockwork King was used to create clones that were all altered in some way. And so the original test subjects were a control, so they weren't altered by the reality powers, but now there are a bunch of clones of them running around that have been changed in some way. And so all of this is fine, but hidden in the text here, if you read carefully, which you can be forgiven for skipping through at this point, because a lot of the dialogue in this game lasts way too long and is really not that interesting. You discover that the daughter appealed to have a magical sex change by the Clockwork King. So yes, there is a trans character in this steampunk fantasy game. Now, of course, since she was one of the controls for the experiment, she was denied the appeal to have a magical sex change, and so she ended up in the part of the kingdom that got turned into hideous.
Okay, without sounding like I'm capping it for it too hard, steampunk fantasy, like, doesn't that sound like that's something where something like that would be possible? Like, come on.
Abominations. And so when you eventually find her, she's one of these mutant creatures that can't really communicate anymore. And feel free to insert your jokes in the comments section about a trans character being a disgusting mutant. And the reason I bring this quest up is because that little detail about her wanting
we're not even gonna
change
comment on that.
has
Moving
nothing
on
to do with the rest of the quest. It literally never comes up again. What did it do? It destroyed my immersion. Now you could say that doesn't necessarily have to do with sincerity, because I'm sure the writers were very serious about it, but it certainly fits into the broader subject of escapism and by extension immersion being dead in modern gaming. Another issue with sincerity, and I know some people are definitely going to debate me on this shit, is that left-wing writers have this extreme desperation to prove that women are just as good as men. Now, if you're not paying attention, if you're not a noticer, if you're a brain-dead normie with no critical thinking abilities, you won't notice that the majority of important characters in this game are women. In fact, the villain is a straight-up Mary Sue self-insert character. You can't convince me otherwise. Not only is she legendarily accomplished,
I would say female antagonists are a bit more rare in video games. Am I wrong?
Who mutinied against her and defeated them. When you confront her near the end, she figures out every single thing the player does over
Why
the
can't we
course
have
of
a
the
female
main
antagonist?
quest with almost no information. So on top of being a badass fighter, she's also a genius. And her grand plan is to fuse with a super god to rewrite reality and create a communist paradise. I'm not fucking joking. Oh, and of course, the icing on top of the shit cake, she kills you in a cutscene with telekinesis. Excuse me? But then, of course, for the final boss battle, she never uses those powers and you just hit her until she dies. There's people who think this is a well-written, super awesome, creative game. I do not believe those people finished it. There's no fucking way. Now to point out another issue with sincerity in this magical fantasy universe I'm supposed to take seriously is the very lack of romance. This is something I've noticed more and more and more, and yes,
Barry. Synthetic Man looks like he sprinkles heroin in his cornflakes. It's a shame. I like the guy. I like him too. I'm probably the biggest capper for him on this whole stream. But yeah, you know, you can't help how you look, right?
Agree that many cases of romance in video games just end up being cringe, especially if there's any explicit
I don't really disagree with your
scenes.
comparison
They're
either.
horrific, and I'm certainly not advocating for anything like that. You can
Doesn't
just
take away
mod
from
your
what he's
game
saying,
to be
though.
whatever coomer shit you want. I would honestly rather developers not focus on that at all, because it never works out well. However, I do think romance definitely has a place in RPGs to really sell you, to completely immerse you and get you to care about the
Final
world and
Fantasy
its
VII Rebirth
characters.
footage. He hated that game.
Unsurprisingly, there is no romance in Dread Delusion. There are characters in relationships. In fact, the game goes out of its way to have one of the major characters you have to recruit in the story be a gay man who wants to get married and adopt kids. There's no point into diverting into another tangent about left-wing politics, but I do think it's
What's wrong with that?
interesting that there are multiple characters in game who are a allowed to love or have loved in the past. There's also an implied lesbian character in the Clockwork Kingdom, but there's no options for the player to romance anybody. And I don't want to read too much into the psychology of the developers, but I just know this is
he just rolled out of bed. Doesn't take away from what he's saying, but it will be used against him. Oh no, absolutely. I was thinking about that too as I was saying that, because Moist Critical, Mr. Moistman has done a lot of videos on him.
Bad writer, you need to be able to kill your darlings.
I haven't seen any of them, but I know they exist. I feel like there's no way they haven't joked about his appearance.
Especially when this is a product for people to enjoy
like
and insert themselves into.
He looks exactly like how I picture all these chud incels look like.
Say they find romance cringe.
He's literally the chud meme.
Even though it's been a crucial part of storytelling for all of human history, but no, now it's cringe for whatever reason. It's not like there's any good friend characters in this story either. The ragtag group of ex-pirates from Vela's old crew are just a bunch of special snowflakes, where they're all these highly accomplished experts in their field, and all they do is talk about how awesome the villain is and why they all followed her. So why would I care about any of these people? And to bring up something I've talked about in videos before, another issue with sincerity is the
I feel like my biggest issue with him is that sometimes his complaints will veer a bit too close to the stuff that DSP says. And like, if I disagree with it when DSP says it, I have to like disagree with it when he says it.
I think racism is very important to selling a fantasy world, making it believable. As much as we would all like to think that we have effectively removed racism from Western civilization,
I don't think anybody thinks that, to be fair,
to hear about it in our fantasy media. It is a fundamental part of human life. We can convince ourselves that we don't have tribal beliefs, but when it comes down to it, we have all...
Okay, I understand his approach here, and I understand what he's saying, but to say that racism is a fundamental part of our society is like... I don't even want to touch a sentence like that, dude. And again, I know what he's saying, and I get where he's going with it. It's not an issue with comprehension. It's just the phrasing of that. I get it. I should let him keep talking
before
I say my spiel.
Groups, whether it's like echo chambers on Discord or Reddit or Twitter, or those of you who are my fans who watch this YouTube channel, we're all here because we have at least vaguely similar beliefs, and we have our...
I think sometimes he goes too far on purpose because that's what his audience wants to see, to the point that he might say stuff he doesn't really believe.
And sometimes
again, citing the Zelda video,
or how they look or what their culture is, right? And so yes, you could say an equivalent to fantasy racism would be to just have factions with different fundamental belief systems instead of it being based on shallow things like looks. But I think the simplest and most effective way is just by having fantasy races that are obviously a lot different than humans. Now, disappointingly, Dread Delusion pretty much only features humans. So most of the prejudice is centered around the conflict between the Epistatic Union and the Wiccans, which are like the messengers for these pagan gods. However, although they are technically human,
I agree.
there is
it's
one
absolutely
group
risky
in this game that is significantly different from the rest, that being the Endless, aka the zombies in this universe. So
I try to keep up with them and see what's going on with them, because I've been following him since pretty much the beginning of his channel.
It's essentially a curse that was put on them hundreds of years ago to gain immortality at the cost of becoming cannibals, right? And so the theme of the Endless is grief, because in the process of being turned into zombies, many of them devoured their families alive, and they've had to live with this tragedy for centuries. And
sometimes his audience tries to get his goat. They try to razz him by calling him DSP Jr.,
and
the son of DSP.
Untold amounts of people to satisfy their endless hunger. Now, luckily,
I ran that
those
DSP tournament once
when the youngest amongst them, of course, a woman genius, created the first flesh farm, a giant mass of
where the idea was you send him your own gameplay footage so he can ridicule it, just so you can no longer say that his gameplay is bad.
The Endless are tired of living, so they seal themselves inside
mausoleums. Sounds spiteful in nature, but his audience seemed to have liked it. It was a very successful stream, I hear.
From Greek mythology, to finally end their lives and they can go to the afterlife. Now, everything I just told you amounts to 2 side quests which have fairly important decisions at the end of them. We'll start with the flesh farm. farm one. Now, you could probably predict this, especially given that basically everything that could go wrong does go wrong in this universe, that one of the flesh farms grew a brain and speaks to you telepathically. Now, it can't speak to zombies because it can only speak to the living. And so, of course, this Frankenstein's monster type of creature is alive and doesn't want to be eaten anymore. It hurts it. And of course, you end up telling a random zombie about this, and he tells all his friends, which ends up telling one of the old leaders of the crusade that the flesh farm is sentient.
Extra
now,
wave!
This guy, being blatantly fucking evil, decides that because it's no longer ethical to eat the flesh farm, that the zombies should start killing people en masse again and eating them. Excuse me? What? This is supposed to be morally gray, right? But this guy's just a blatantly cartoon evil zombie villain. He doesn't even have a reason to kill the humans except he just wants to. Well, whatever. Ignoring that, basically the decision you have to make at the end of the quest is you can kill the flesh farm to erase any and all evidence that it grew a brain, or you can let it live because it's a sentient creature and it deserves a life. How the hell is that in any way morally gray? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm supposed to let it live so millions of people get devoured alive by zombies? This is like the trolley problem if it was designed by a retard. So obviously you're gonna kill the flesh farm and save all the humans. But then this leads into the other side quest, the bigger one, where you discover that beneath the island where the zombies live, there are earthquakes being created by the entombed one.
Whoa, we beat one!
We believe is the zombie queen's dad who started the zombie curse in the first place. Well, the twist is it's actually the zombie queen's alternate ego or personality that developed when the zombie curse started, when she was sacrificed to turn everyone into zombies. And so because of all of the zombies living in mausoleums worshiping the ferryman, this actually gave the ghost god powers, and so she wants to destroy
I don't think we're gonna make
it to kill all the zombies, so the zombies get their wish of dying, and also they can't be a threat to anybody anymore. Now the zombie queen
we're out of time. We're out of time. We're not gonna make it.
Obviously, not all the zombies want to, and that's the morally gray choice here. Once again, in what way is this fucking gray, dude? The majority of the zombies are begging for death, and also they're fucking evil and want to eat humans alive.
Was a dingus
Obviously, the correct choice is to kill all the
3
zombies.
silver
This is what I'm
scales.
saying,
Wow.
man. The writers think
my
they're
gold
way
scales at?
smarter
Where's
than
my
they
reward?
actually are. And to circle back around to my point
That was absolutely
about
a clutch
prejudice and racism or whatever, there is implied dialogue in the game that people don't like the Endless because, well, they're cannibals. We don't really see this in the game. And the vast majority of Endless you meet are generally polite to you despite you essentially being viewed as food to them, even if they don't
The only
have
bad
to
thing
eat
about
you
Salmon Run is it just
anymore.
it gives you
And I honestly think that the
nothing,
cannibalism angle is
nothing
too
for catalog
extreme to be
levels.
relatable. There needs to be slurs for zombies and humans. I need to witness genuine hate to be sold on this setting. And Elder Scrolls is full of fantasy racism. And look, I already know why.
You know what? I
because
see his
fantasy
point.
racism triggers people.
Fire Emblem Fates had a lot of fantasy racism in it. Of course, it's a Nintendo game, but there was a lot of discrimination portrayed in that game. There are kid-friendly, family-friendly slurs used for the Norian scum, and all that. Yeah, I was genuinely sold on the attention between the two kingdoms in that game.
And as we all know, that's the worst possible thing a piece of fiction can do. Again, it's just pure cowardice. I know it deep in my soul. These devs are perfectly fine with safe edginess, as in writing an ultra grim dark fantasy universe where horrible things happen to people all the time. There are these great tragedies and everything is horrible. However, we can't have such basic things as racism because that might hurt someone's feelings in real life. Now, to come back around to the ending once again, as I've been saying throughout this video, this entire game is essentially showing you just how horrible the world is. No matter what choices you make, something bad's going to happen. There is no lawful good choice in this game, and very similar to Dark Souls 3's story, or at least the story of the 2 DLCs, there is one last hope for the future of this world, the chance to create a new one. But unlike Dark Souls 3, you are not the hero of this story.
Oh yeah, yeah. What he's saying isn't new. But I don't think he acts like he's the first one to say it either. But yeah, it is bold of him to say it when he's got like now he's kind of like not mainstream, but like he gets mainstream attention from Reddit and all these normie creators like Moist. So it is like, you know, it is something to put yourself out there, right? And to put your face out there too. Like this guy is not a VTuber or an anime avatar or something on Twitter.
Completely destroyed the planet Earth. Something I neglected to mention.
We were just talking about that earlier. Like if you upset the wrong person and like, you know, he could be in trouble.
Nearly all life on the planet is dead. Now it's just a bunch of clockwork machines
mindlessly
following their programming to defend what is left of a destroyed world. And so the game asks you, do you banish the angel back to where it came from and humanity has to fight and survive on its own without the help of all these pagan gods? Or do you follow through on the villain's plans and fuse with the angel and rewrite reality so that there's no more suffering and everyone is happy and equal? You see what I mean about this not really being a moral dilemma? If there wasn't the risk of all of reality being destroyed, fusing with the angel is obviously the objectively correct decision. And fusing with the angel, no doubt, is what reflects the developer's personal beliefs of what the world should be. That we should have equity, not equality of opportunity, but true equity across all people, no matter how stupid, how
yeah, your point exactly. If you're gonna show your politics and your face out there, put yourself out there, there's balls to be had in doing that. Like people like Worski and PvP are like beyond fucked to the, they're beyond fucked as a result of putting their faces and identities out there. Like Worski got his passport doxxed and shit. It's gotten to a point where they feel so kingly about the stuff that they do because there's nothing anyone can do to them short of like just outright arresting them, I suppose, that hasn't already been done to them before. And again, there's in the case of Synthetic Men, there's a lot of respect and prompts to put yourself out there and to like attach your real life face to the stuff that you say on the internet. When what you're saying is contentious, but all the more so too does it make your point that much more correct that you need to you need to make yourself look presentable before you go out there. Oh, people are gonna use that against you. Gonna say, oh, you look just like an incel chud. You are literally the incel chud meme. You are disavowed and debunked based on that premise alone.
Believes in movies
made
for
children. It's already 9 o'clock, huh?
Teach real moral lessons that are
Thank you for the 10 stream streak. We're doing a casino slash synthetic catch up.
From the purpose of this video,
this is a sincerity video.
Was the perfect game to show how millennials can't even take their own universes seriously.
And we're doing a new Splatoon 3 event here.
Personal ideology from their writing, and
there's that little break from Paper Mario.
Intelligent and wise and deep for creating these morally ambiguous choices throughout the game. It just exposes how emotionally immature they are. And we can't even fucking have waifus. Why can't we just have one game with a
that's the real reason he's upset.
Made by a left-wing person? Do they want to die alone and sad? So could you say this is a clickbait title and I just fooled you into watching a Dread Delusion review you would have never clicked on? Yeah, this might be the most clickbait video I've made in a while, but I still...
see, look, it's what I was saying earlier. He's honest about his content. He's honest about what he puts out. I'm just being honest, guys. You know I wouldn't lie to you, correct? Oh, sorry, hold up. One second. Oh, I'm gonna lose. We're gonna lose.
I think the premise of the video holds true. I could excuse the extremely poor combat, having to run across giant landscapes of nothing, your quest choices being completely pointless because there's no consequences. All of that would be fine if the game at the very least had good writing and good characters. Or at least maybe think about my code of ethics, but really the game doesn't do anything well except the visuals. It is truly
What's a good example of a game that does make you challenge, that does challenge your code of ethics like that, though?
There's plenty of people who have played early access slop, asset flips, all that.
Something
I
like
don't
SMT?
go out of my way to play bad indie games, because why would I? I have no desire to be like Worth to Buy and try.
I'm impressed that you tied every Splatoon 3 match. This isn't ranked multiplayer. It's the PvE mode, so I'm not counting the wins and losses.
This looked good, and unfortunately it turned out to be incredibly boring pseudo-intellectual slop that destroyed my immersion constantly, in large part because it couldn't even take its own setting seriously.
If I can make it to the last wave for every match I do, I get to fight all 3 of the giant bosses, and the rewards you can potentially get are tripled. So I got a bigger incentive to get to the end.
You should do the complete opposite. Try not to remind
Actually, we just made it, so I might just get the bosses right now.
Anyway, unless you're trying to make a broad point about societal problems or ethics or whatever, right? Oh, and don't let anyone tell you that indie games are this amazing replacement for AAA. There's plenty of overrated slop in that scene too. There's also good games, even though I don't make review videos on the channel for them. If you watch my best and worst games of each year, there's always at least 2 indie games on the best list.
They make me want to do bad stuff and feel good about it. Baldur's Gate 3 had stuff like that, right? I heard people talk about how you could be evil in that game.
Will obviously be about the Summer Games Fest. See you next time, guys.
That's the real video. This video right here is just filler for that video. Oh, we got a map update. Yeah, because it is 9 o'clock. Okay, I see myself maximum going another hour and 30 minutes. And then maybe since we're doing Splatoon, we'll do a raid for someone in the category. Let's play a... Let's go back to the casino. Oh, I got this Arlo video I want to catch too. We have Pokebane's editor does what? This one was pretty good.
Let's have a look at this Pokemon.
Let me get a refill.
Quick.
BRB, quick BRB, quick BRB.
Actually, the longer version's a bit. I think the shorter version is fine.
Okay.
Okay. Let me explain this. Pokemon, you all know this chick, right? She's on Twitch. What does she do? I don't know. Do you know?
No one knows. I guess she plays video games, but I've never seen her actually play a video game. What does she do?
Do you want the longer version? I think she sits there and goes like, hey, chat. She was doing this thing, so I cut like a piece of this from her stream. First of all, I wanted to myself. It was horrible. Secondly, she was, I don't know, in a chat? In like a messenger style chat?
Okay.
And there was like the N-word in it too. I was like, what's going on here? Anyway, I don't know what was happening, but she's saying all these, who knows?
Basically the bottom line story is she's saying her editor kept missing deadlines because he was too busy jerking off.
Jacking off. Oh wait, we have to watch my version actually. No, I cut something crazy.
This is like pro-Pokemon propaganda. This is like Kim Jong-un coming out and saying he can bowl like a perfect game, that he always gets a hole-in-one.
Bro.
You know, he doesn't have to use the washroom. Like this has come from her, hasn't it? Like she invented this storyline.
I don't think so.
To make herself look hot.
I don't even think so because, okay, hear this though. I'm gonna show my clip. Thank you for reminding me. It is nuts. This has the craziest ending. And a lot of like Dexterio and Drama Alert were tweeting this, but they left out the end of the story. I suffered through her actual stream. Ashton, you will not believe how this ends. I know it's like a BuzzFeed fucking title.
I've just seen Leia. You won't believe how this ends.
Like, I swear, I was like, what? Okay, let's watch. We're gonna dissect this slowly. Here's the Warski cut, because people skipped the ending. And I was like, what the f?
Super Omega active on YouTube, and I was working with a lot of different editors.
Okay.
I mean, look,
By the
I'm not
way.
gonna say she's the ugliest woman on earth or anything like that, but is she really hot enough to command all of this attention and all of this clout and all of this money?
No.
She looks like she's about a 7 or a 6 out of 10.
She's a Minnesota 7.5.
Yes, a Minnesota 7.
Yeah.
This is, isn't it crazy?
And that's a Minnesota 7, guys. That's
How did she manage to get all these sims? Was she early in the game? Like, what happened?
She's a St. Cloud 8.
St. Cloud 8.
There was one editor in particular that I would work with a lot because his edits were really, really good. But he had one major problem.
Okay.
Out of nowhere, his videos would just be like a week or 2 late.
Yeah, this is Pokemon. By the way,
why would they be a full week or 2 late? How much time can one man
Perez
spend
recommended
doing
it earlier.
What?
Maybe he's a good speaker. 110% agree. I always try to match his energy on my own streams. He's a big oral inspiration. Would that be the term?
How do you end up being weak?
Does he just allege Nintendo Direct League seems too good to be true? Was it the one with the Twilight Princess and Wicker double pack? And Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 Deluxe pack? I don't know if I believe that. I do think we're gonna get a new Mario Party.
Important for the algorithm. He's kind of a problem. But his edits.
Yeah, I saw that shit. I don't believe it.
So
Same people saying they're gonna do a Sticker Star HD remake. Fuck that. Though I would like to see the fanbase's reaction. Just got 1,000 Year Door, goated Mario game of all time. Then you give him Sticker Star right afterward. The game responsible for killing Paper Mario and making it what it was prior to the 1,000 Year Door remake.
Like, okay, we're turning paint drawing into the fire, bro.
You know, hay into gold, right?
I was just like, I don't know.
I was just like,
trying to make it.
oh my god, like, I'm the guy,
You think he was
and, like, yeah, I'm, like, speaking, I'm Pokimane on Twitch, can't say too much because there's not supposed to be creator-on-creator harassment.
Oh, yeah, bro, I've been beating off all week to this bitch. What? What, Johnny?
And I would ask him, like, is there anything that I can help with? Anything that I can do to kind of, like, make it easier?
Yeah, send him some photos. That'll help him with the editing.
You're welcome to tell me if you're gonna be a bit slow with the upload, so that maybe we
By the way, you're like this famous, like, and you let your editor take 2 weeks to make a video?
Well, he was probably doing it for free.
Shouldn't her management cover this instead of like the lady herself?
He's probably one
He's
of
literally Pokimane. She has to directly talk to this dude. You would think the editors would just not like have any interaction with Pokimane at all. I thought things would be a little bit more professional than this.
And he messages me out.
So she has months. She keeps this guy hired for months, and he's
Prime 4 cold open. That shit is on. I believe that shit has moved to the Switch too.
And he says, hey, do you have time to talk? I'm ready to finally tell you why I've been struggling so much.
Why did she air this tea out anyway? This is so disrespectful to the editor. It's funny, but it's like, why would you let this be public?
We can fix.
This is not a controversy in a sense. It's like, I don't know, sexual harassment or like
that the reason why
well, you won't get my position until she actually tells you if you're not familiar with the clip. But this isn't something that she needed to put out there. It's kind of like you're kind of just A-logging this kid and this editor for no reason. And it's like, why did you have to do that, Pokimane? I guess she took some great offense. She thought she was personally affronted by the idea of what this editor did, because she hasn't said it yet. I'll just let it play and see if you agree with me.
he would sometimes turn around videos a week or 2 late is because he couldn't stop touching himself. I was trying to pick which word.
She's the worst storyteller in the world.
You're telling me.
To me, his, in a way, employer of many, many months.
In a way.
Okay, tell me. Look, she's even laughing. She's even giggling. She's giggling. She's giggling at this. She was giggling as she told this story. She was laughing. The shit was funny to her, and it is funny. But tell me, as someone literally Pokemon lady, the top streamer, top of the food chain and stuff, like why did that have to be a segment? Thankfully, she doesn't dox the guy. She doesn't go that far. But it's like this would be mortifying if you were the gooner in question. No. Why did that have to be a segment? And like, again, I would understand if it was deeper, like a sexual assault situation, and she felt personally offended. She could have even felt personally offended here, and I would kind of understand it, but she doesn't feel offended or affronted by his lusting of her. And in fact, she finds it quite hilarious, actually. It's an animal with designer clothes. You're not dealing with Einstein. She capping. She hires some weird coomer. Of course! I'm not surprised! All of her prospective editors are all coomer gooners who want to, like, fuck her. Is this shocking to you, sir? That's like her whole market. No? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I incorrect? Like, no, that... Are you surprised that the people who filled out the job application to be your editor are all coomer gooners who just want to, like, be your boyfriend? Hello? Isn't that why you do what you do in the first place? To, like, you know, make money off these types of people? And you feel zero remorse because you're, again, you're a popular Pokemon lady? Interesting? No? Nothing to say on that, huh, lady?
Got free nudes? Or is this all... and that's why it's, like, in a way, an employee. My take on all this is an advertisement for her OnlyFans.
Oh yeah, it could just be made up on top of that. That's why she doesn't dox them or give a name.
I don't think she does that.
The motherfucker probably never existed. That's another way of looking at it.
Whoa, what is there to jerk off to? I know.
You have never halted a conversation so fast because I'm like, you're the person that I said.
I'll tell you what happened.
She doesn't have an OnlyFans.
Die. I know.
Okay,
that.
I don't even understand that.
You know what happened? She doesn't fire him.
What?
And lets him work there for another 4 more months.
See, like, I can't cap for him anymore. He's kind of a cuck then. That's like cuck mentality. She fucks with you like this, on a level like this, and not even like sexual intercourse, but like fucks with you in the sense that she's fucking with you, and you just still go with it? No, that's a feltoning, buddy.
It's free.
Oh, but like, okay, she doesn't have an OnlyFans, so... Why would you watch her when there are other streamers who do that kind of content, but like actually show you more than what Pokemon shows? Because she has to keep her image squeaky clean because she's Pokemon. And I don't watch her content too much, but according to what they go off, like what the viewers are telling them in this clip, she doesn't show as much as you would think. Or there are other streamers who do exactly what she does, and they show more skin, and they also have OnlyFans on top of that, which allegedly Pokemon does not have. So why wouldn't you just go watch those other streamers who do what she does but better, and also they don't treat you like shit, and they also have OnlyFans? Obsession? Purely obsession? Ah, yes. Oh yeah, that would explain it. Knock. Big ups Egg Gang 1738.
She stinks, by the way. Who? Does anyone know what she does? Can someone help
She just
me?
exists. That's what she does.
Her parents are on. She's lying. She's lying, faking gay. Wow. You know what? I agree with you all. I agree with you all. This is the fakest story shit I've ever heard. I believe more that Ricada wasn't on drugs in this story.
Well, big ups Egg Gang, or catching up with Casino here. I'll be going for another hour doing this Splatoon 3 event. We got next video.
Please remember to leave a like.
Oh, this isn't a Kino Casino clip, but I did want to watch this one because it has to do with the Ricada stuff and the position of someone who is looking at the situation, but without the full context of what is going on with Ricada. So this is a Squid guy. You may be familiar with him from the Amber Lynn Reed sphere. I'm actually more familiar with him from the anti-SJW sphere because he used to do stuff with Sargon. And I think he still does stuff with Sargon now. But he's more well known now, I would say, for his Amber Lynn Reed coverage. But he had a look listen at the religious Twitter drama from the God-fearing entities known as PPP and Melanie Mac. And again, I thought it was interesting because it was from a perspective of someone who, in the video, self-admits that he doesn't really know what's going on, but thought that the Twitter beef, like, he doesn't know really what is going on with Ricada and is gonna wait before he's gonna wait till the legal stuff is out the way before he comments on it. But what interested him was the debate itself between PvP and Melanie Mac, and I had some interesting critiques for the video in question.
A comment, share the video about, and if you haven't already, subscribe. Thank you.
Yeah, we make quota.
I noticed a rather interesting back and forth concerning PPP of Kino Casino and Melanie Mac, who has done a number of videos in the past concerning Tomb Raider, but in current year is more known for using words that I can't use on YouTube. Apparently both are in their own way God-fearing individuals. I say this because I've bothered to go and get all the tweets we need for today, and there seems to be some implication that one is either trolling, deflecting, or the other is trolling and deflecting. However, since one uses images that aren't in fact real to support a point, there is some credibility being shot quite hard in the anus. And I choose that word on purpose because of one of the people we're covering in this video. This all started because of Star Wars Girl putting out a statement on Twitter, a fairly lengthy one talking about why they didn't really, at first, condemn Nick Rickator. Nick Rickator is still a hot topic, and I, to an extent, am actually waiting until it fully dies down because there's a legal process involved in this. And I'd
Did
rather
anybody really ask what Star Wars Girl had to think about the Rickator situation, though? Why did she barge into it?
Better for me, well, my style of content anyway. This is the tweet in question. By all means, pause and read it if you wish. Melanie Mac had replied to this by saying, "It's all in bad faith. They've done the same to me because I said I was praying for him and his family, and I hope he and his wife can get better." Now, of course, in the context of healing, of course, I want everyone to do well and succeed, prosper, and improve if possible. This still applies to Nick Rickator regardless of what he is being charged with. Triple P saw this, Melanie Mac's tweet, and retweeted it by saying the following: "Is it really bad faith to expect you to be consistent with condemning degeneracy? If Rickator and Kayla were a homosexual couple or left-wing, we would never hear the end of it from you. Because he's on the right side, it's prayers and love. Your attitude leads to LGBT acceptance." This
I think that's a fair criticism to make of Melanie's response.
And purity testing
I don't disagree with that.
Based on your own interpretation of your faith, which to me is a bit crappy, but I'm not going to give too much away in the form of opinion on who is right and wrong between Melanie and PPP, or Triple P, whichever's easiest to say. I might just call him P, singular, because saying PPP actually creates a minor stammer in my voice. Continuing with the tweets, we have a lot to go through. P also retweeted that Star Wars Girl by saying, "How about you condemn the drug and child ABUSE instead of writing multi-paragraph screeds about how you're the real victim. You and Melanie didn't need to say an effing thing, but you inserted yourselves in so you could claim victim status and deflect from Rickator's crimes." Now, Melanie Mac had retweeted Darwin to Jesus. Darwin to Jesus had tweeted, "If you love someone, you won't enable them," included as a meme that I don't really agree with. She retweeted with facts. P had said the irony, "If you love someone, you won't enable them, unless they happen to be a swinging cuck that snorts sherbet off Boldo toys and refuses to feed or clothe the kids. Then we enable them for clout and hide behind thoughts and prayers, love is love, no judgment, etc., etc." I feel like there's some hostility here towards Rickator from P. I don't know the full context on that part.
Oh yeah, it's full-on hostility, buddy.
To LawTube or that particular creator. So as an outsider, that's how it is interpreted. Melanie Mac had also tweeted, "I love Jesus, I love America, and I'm a bigot because sometimes
It's
you've
an
got
interesting
to be."
perspective, as I said, because he really does not know the whole story.
Sometimes you have to be a bigot, just not when the subject of
He's really just looking at the potatoes. Well, no, the meat of it without knowing the potatoes.
And refuses to repent in any way. Then we sweep for that man and say, "Love, brothers, no judgment." What a joke. The reply underneath, wanting to see Melanie and P debate, is actually something I'd be interested in, mostly because I've seen a few Kino Casino episodes, and this dude does a lot of shouting. I think I get out of breath pretty quick. I'm going to continue reading the tweets as I saved them. Some might not be in the right position. I do apologize for that. P tweeted, "When did we decide that a tattooed, childless e-girl grifter pushing 40 was the voice of God? Her Christianity is a Christianity of judgment, bigotry, and tough love, except when it's somebody she can make dollars off. Yaki is okay when it's a member of the Grift Club." At this point, I'm inclined to believe the word grift has lost all meaning. Is this part now where I promote my Streamlabs coffee, PayPal, Patreon, and all that, just so I can get in on the action? P continued.
Yeah, I get where he's coming out with that, but no, I think grift. I think grift is applicable to Melanie.
Assume it's chapter and verse. Do not let your adornment be merely outward, arranging the hair, wearing gold, or putting on fine apparel. Rather, let it be the hidden person of the heart with the incorruptible beauty of a gentle and quiet spirit. He's quoting religious, isn't he? Okay. She's heavy on the tattoos, heavy on the makeup, and the adornment
Whoa,
of
it's my
archery,
mug
and heavy on the
root
obnoxious,
beer.
unspoken attitude, but very light on the gentle, quiet spirit and submission.
Pretty
She's
good.
a that word who sells her convictions for attention from men and dollar from grifters.
They're switching from
Some will
Barks
interpret
tonight.
it the way your comments have on your side, fully understand that. Others will interpret it as you coming across as a bit of an incel. Without knowing the full context, I'm only stating observation only. I'm not giving an opinion. Please don't try me. Continuing, maybe it's time for Melanie Mac to engage in some modesty.
You know, YouTubers like him, aren't they kind of like a dying breed? The PNG. Like, I look at this and think PNG tuber, but there was another term for YouTubers like this before PNG tuber was coined as like an offshoot of VTuber. Weren't they just like avatar style YouTubers with different reactions that they would cycle through to represent the emotion, the cadence in their voice as they were talking in their videos? This guy's like the last of a dying breed.
As you coming across as a bit of an incel. Without knowing the full context, I'm only stating observation only. I'm not giving an opinion. Please don't try me. Continuing, maybe it's time for Melanie Mac to engage in some modesty. The silence will be appreciated. Included is more religious text. The Pharisees, is that what that word is? Of the past, at least had the decency to put on a clean, wholesome image on the surface. Today's grifters are filthy inside and out. Boldos, sherbet, cucking, immodest dress and tattoos, but they are the moral arbiters. Don't you dare judge Nick Cricator. Even those that are religious are incredibly judgy. Vast majority of the planet is religious, in fact, and humanity is renowned for being a judgy species. This preaching is quite interesting because I've watched a couple episodes of Kino Casino. You don't practice what you preach, and as others have pointed out, you've taken rather immodest photos of.
Now, Phoebe has admitted that he isn't the perfect Christian on the show itself. Like he embodies the sin of gluttony. I think he understands that. But again, I'm not like shaming Omegon. I call him Omegon. The squid man. I'm not shaming the squid. Is this even a squid? It's like this isn't a cuttlefish. Isn't he like a cuttlefish? I'm not shaming him for not knowing that because he just said he doesn't watch a lot of Kino Casino. He's seen a couple of episodes, but not a lot of episodes.
Of certain areas of your body. Included in your tweet is more religious content and a picture of Melanie in sportswear. Very immodest.
Glazing for PvP?
I don't really care.
And he glazed his own anus when he showed it off on streaming. I didn't have to do that for him.
Melanie. For example, Melanie had tweeted, maybe this is something of me, but I can't jump on the hate train for people's personal lives. Lipstick Larry, this is what a gritter looks like, folks. Point and laugh. Power of the truth. That's P, by the way. P had tweeted, knowing that if a man lusts after a woman, he has committed the sin of adultery in his heart. Why does Melanie Mac choose to make her brothers stumble by posting immodestly like this? It's almost like she doesn't give an F and all this is a grift. Maybe put some clothes on. The image has been digitally altered. She did not in the original picture wear a bikini and bright lipstick in it. Community note, confirm that. In fact,
no such thing as the perfect Christian, so I applaud PvP for owning it. Yeah, like people stumble. Like, I'm not a religious person at all.
She is not doing a thought post in this picture. This is a level of dishonesty that I do not think acceptable.
Yeah, nobody's perfect, man.
Could have dunked on her with actual pictures taken from
Keep
Google.
the stream on so I get my watch streak before anime night. I don't know about that. You haven't gotten it yet?
The level of the dishonest
What happened to you?
as far as immodesty as the one you posted that was photo shoot. I don't care for dishonesty when it comes to laying the smack down on other people, and this is not helped because you also followed up with a retweet of Stramink by saying, is this what the Christian woman of today looks like? Is this modesty? Is she helping her brothers that struggle with the sin of lust?
He did go at her for not condemning the adultery.
But sin is sin.
And then her refusal to condemn it prompted him to then go on the photo tangent.
Others to stumble. It should be noted, this picture is fake as well. This is incredibly dishonest. Again, others were right to point out there are other pictures when she was cutting with a carnivore diet. You could argue then, sexualizing, she's posting pictures of her abdominal region while showing it off because of those cutting gains, right? Or side profile pictures where her booty might feature but isn't really a booty picture, certainly when compared to the thoughts that post just straight up anus pictures like PPP does. Yes, I've seen that picture. I do not need to see the Grand Canyon again, thank you. There are many people that PPP retweeted over the course of the 1st and 2nd of June. Many of those tweets accused Melanie of acting in bad faith when she accused PPP of doing the same. Many accused her of
I got my
gaslighting.
opinion on the whole photo side of this. I'll wait till the video's over.
As well, because he was all too willing to call out Lauren Southern at some point. Again, I don't pay enough attention to him. No offense, Jeremy, of course. But if there's inconsistencies, it would certainly explain why you deleted a number of the tweets you did in defense of Melanie Mac, who I know why you're going to defend. You do, after all, do a show together. It makes perfect sense. I'm sure the same would apply to PPP or Andy Warski if the other was in what you'd consider drama. In this, I noticed Melanie was giving as good as she got, and correcting people who were unwilling to accept her point or compromised in some manner. PPP himself tweeted out a lot more religious quotes and basically judged one's interpretation of their faith, which is totally fine in the context of religion. I'm fascinated that this all started from that one thoughts and prayers tweet. And apparently, even though from what I know you're taught to forgive all, turn the other cheek, forgiveness for all, yes. In this, apparently, there is no forgiveness for Nick Ricata. But at the same time, because of how individuals treat individual circumstances.
You know, I said I would let the video play. There's no forgiveness for Nick Ricata. You have to understand the gravity of what he did, though. And people gave him chances. They tried talking to him, man.
When others look at that, they see preferential treatment given to one over the other. That is seen as an inconsistency. As creators, we are prone to making these mistakes. There's no denying
attempts were made by people who knew him online and in reality to get him to
Does this
stop.
apply in this instance? In the online space,
when
yes.
is enough
It is usually
enough?
used as a
And
way to
you
set
just
up
like
a wider talking
toss away
point
your
about
losses.
how you are not as consistent. There are a lot of tweets, by the way, in this, and my real problem is PPP can use all the religious quotes he likes, but he has acted in bad faith and used fake evidence to drive home a point. He did later on tweet out some of the images you can find through a Google search. He also retweeted a lot of people who took craps on Melanie for a failed marriage, driving home a point about being a fake Christian. Don't forget here, a lot of people find religion later in life if they want it, and we all come from and we all carry baggage of some kind. This isn't as much of a gotcha as you might think it is. No offense to Dr. Egghead. And when Melanie addressed photos of her in swimwear, PPP took the interaction she had, they had, by saying she couldn't answer any further, she lost. She also won't answer why she won't condemn Ricata being a wife-swapping cuck and child that word, but will condemn all manner of other sin. I think I've already mentioned inconsistency. And there are many who are reluctant to condemn Ricata because they want him to get better, if possible, so he can be a better parent. I'm not going to try and justify anything he has done, allegedly. I say that because until it has gone through court and is verified, I am unwilling to say he is definitely that. It's why I do a Halls of Injustice YouTube series on this channel, and I wait until the trial is over, until the sentence is administered, if the sentence is administered, if they're found guilty. This is vitally important. A lot of this in the online space is presuming guilt because of what is known so far, and I fully understand that, but I'm not willing to compromise my values on that just to jump on it. I will admit, though, it is tempting. So what did Melanie do?
A bit
She walked
respectable.
away from PPP's crusade of righteousness.
Most people would
and
just
instead
jump on
tweeted out
it,
pictures and
including
videos
me.
of her rabbit, of her steak, and a comic book. To be honest, that's probably a better use of the internet. Your steak is cooked properly, I approve. Needs more onion rings and thicker chips.
Wonder if he'll change his mind when the body
that
camera
is
footage
pretty
comes
cute,
out.
actually. That's what the internet should be for, really, shouldn't it? Yeah. Tell me what you think in the comments down below. I do want to make a video on Nick Ricata. I've done some shorts covering updates, but I'm not really committed just yet, or convinced I should make any video just yet. And what you think of this interaction, because there are a lot more tweets I didn't include, and those include ones that were retweeted by PPP, who retweeted anything from anyone that dunked on Melon, from any angle he found acceptable. And that's fine. We all retweet things from time to time. Sure, you do you, boo. I'm just not going to be one of those. So let me know what you think in the comments.
Okay, so I agree with Knock that the focusing on the photos I think is a bit. To begin with, I don't think you should have focused on the photos. I know PPP was only doing that to stress his point out, but it allows stuff like this to happen. Now, I don't think. He says he found all of his videos through a Google search. So I don't think it should be on him to, like, in the moment, fact check every single image and make sure they're all totally super legit, because he found them all through Google. But I think the implication made by Megan here, when he looks at that, it seems to be that he thinks PPP maliciously did that, or went out of his way to Photoshop the images, or AI generate them, whatever the fuck have you, himself, to make Melanie Mac look bad. Was why the hyper focus on that I think kind of distracts away from the original point, and it's something that they were doing on Twitter too when it was found out that uno of these images were found out to be Photoshop. Then all of a sudden the conversation turned into just that specific photograph, and it's like, oh, PPP is wrong on this uno photograph, therefore he is wrong forever and his credibility is dashed because he didn't fact check literally every single image on Melanie Mac that he quickly found on Google to make to support a point that I don't think is debunked just because one of the photos was found out to be photoshopped, because that doesn't take away all the other images he found that are legit. But now that we found one photo that was supposedly photoshopped and confirmed photoshopped or whatever, now the whole argument is bunk. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. But as Megon said, he doesn't know about the whole situation and is waiting for legal procedures to start before going deeper into it. So the video itself is just more focused on his interest and fascination with the religious debates themselves. Because it is like PvP and Melanie going at it, because both are going at each other from religious angles. And I guess he was interested by that prospect. But ultimately, focusing on the photos, I think just kind of takes away from the original point and kind of feeds into what the supporters of Melanie Mac want. Like, he doesn't even know that PvP originally supported Melanie Mac because she was getting shit from Review Tech USA not even a couple of months ago. I think that was that was either earlier this year or late 2023. Very, very recent. Like, it wasn't just yesterday. And I feel like him supporting her in the past supports more why he has to... It explains why he feels like he needs to hold her feet to the flames in this scenario. It's just him being consistent. So, like, when Melanie needs help, he'll speak on it. But when she needs to be called out, he'll also speak on it. And, like, wouldn't you do that with a friend, too? With a good pal? Like, when they fuck up, you gotta, like, take them to task. Just like you'll support them whenever they're doing great. And it seems like this started as that. Just like him holding her to task, but she was so ignorant about the whole point that it just ended up turning into actual, like, okay, well, let's just fuck with her because she refuses to call out Nick Rekieta. And again, his unfamiliarity with the whole Rekieta situation too kind of defeats a little bit of his commentary here, because like, without knowing the context of what precipitated the religious angle, you can't really just look at the religious angle. You can't look at that religious debate on its own, because the foundation of it is basically the Rekieta stuff. The reason they're arguing about religious stuff in the first place is because Rekieta advertised himself as a Christian trad LARPer man. So that's the reason PvP is going as hard as he is. Not because Melanie and PvP himself are religious. That plays a factor. But again, it's more so because Rekieta advertised himself as that when he put himself out there. And Melanie does too, yet Melanie only goes against people on the other political aisle. So when it's advantageous to her, she will call out and laugh at liberals. She'll laugh when, like, what was it, a church burns down or something? Or was it like a pride building? I don't know. But like the thing that Rich got mad at her for, she'll laugh when that happens and take the dub then. But when it's someone in her camp, she won't do it. And PvP, I feel, will go after the liberals, but when it's also someone in his camp, he will call them out. We see that with Ralph and Fuentes, because politically, even though Ashton has beef with Ralph and Fuentes, politically he's closer in line with them than, say, the hard left. Correct? So I think PvP is pretty consistent when it comes to that, and he just wants Melanie to be the same. And on top of that, just stuff with Rekieta is just so ridiculous in general. Like, again, back to the Baldo Brigade, like, how is it just so hard to say child neglect bad? It's not just the political angle and being consistent and holding people to task and shit. It's just also, like, the absurdity of it. Like, how hard is it to say child neglect bad? And he was saying it too on another one of their shows. You know what it is. They all want to have each other's back. It's all about cloud. They're all in their little Discords, right? They're all in Discord or their small little group chats where they can all talk to each other. Betty is sin regardless of if she's either Christian or not. PvP does not do the moral flag stuff sometimes. Yeah, that is true. LGBTQ church, yeah. But it was a parody wing. Yeah, now I remember. I remember it being a church, but then I also remember that it was because alphabet people were involved, but then I thought to myself as I said that, LGBTQ church, that doesn't sound right. But thank you for affirming my initial assumption. Yeah, LGBTQ church that burned down, and she had a giggle about it, and then Rich fucking spurged out. As if Rich gives a fuck about religion anyway. Yeah, it's common sense. And so it's not just politics and religion, it's just straight up baffling to him. And I understand it. And I get Megan's point here too. I just think the hyper focus on the photo, it's nonsense. The photo does not defeat PvP's point. And PvP apologized for getting that one photo wrong, but it shouldn't take away from the rest of his argument. There were so many more photos he found that exposed Melanie for the sin of vanity and all that, and lust and whatnot. No, they all yap in their servers. It happens. Yeah, it's why people were surprised to find out It's a Gundam Man was doing a stream, and he said very bluntly, without really playing coy or trying to hide it, that he knew Ricada was a cuck for years, which tells me that they're all in servers like behind the scenes talking to each other about like the damage control and what they should do about this. Not a Christian, therefore I can be vain. I'm gonna mess up the pronunciation on this. Taoist, which is not even a religion. That explains why I mispronounced it. We lost? Been taking L's all evening, man. Yeah, overall, interesting perspective on the issue. However, a lot of areas in which I have to disagree with the Cuttlefish man. I should watch more of his Amberlynn Reed content. I've only watched a couple of videos from him. Okay, Review Tech USA gets his ego broken by the truth about his show.
His thing is, so you had an editor that could have edited your shorts. Oh, really?
He doesn't have anything. Oh.
I thought he was gonna like defend it. No, he just like he thinks if he pauses for long enough, that people forget he's in the middle of like answering a question.
I know.
And then it's like it's all wiped clean. No Prisoners 23 just goes, this guy sucks. Yeah.
Really though. All right, we're going into the Review Tech folder.
I've never said that.
Oh, we love Richard.
We have a Review Tech USA's fragile ego is broken after hearing the truth.
Because I'm pissed off now.
Wait.
So it just starts off with a deceiving.
It's always mad though.
Fucking pissed off. I don't understand why I gotta sit here and just take it in the ass.
Whoa!
The reason why you have to sit there and take it up the ass is because you embarrassed yourself so thoroughly with the Jay debacle that if Jay wants to dunk on you, you better sit there and take it like a bitch.
Yeah.
You understand?
Whip diameter.
And you gotta take it now, buddy. You gotta take it like the paddle.
44 and looks 20 years younger than him. Yeah, I talked about that before, Barry, where I think he's lying on his dating profile about being 42, just so it doesn't come out that he's like older than Phil, because Phil looks like he looks what he looks like, and people make fun of him for how he looks. And I think Richard is afraid of people knowing that he's older than Phil by a significant amount, because people found his dating profile, and I think it said anywhere between 3 to 4 years ago that he was 42. And I even had Saru validate this because he was looking up old Richard content and like looking through transcripts and stuff. And there's like at least a period of 2 years where Richard consistently maintains that he is 42 years old. So something ain't right here.
About this.
Wow, we're so proud of you.
What is about Jay?
Yeah, by the way, you haven't shut your mouth about Jay for the last 6 weeks. There's been all sorts of passive-aggressive seething at Jay on your stream, so it's a total lie for one. For two, it's like, buddy, what do you expect? Do you want a gold star? How about you do what's best for business and just shut the f up about it?
Wait, but here, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Do you think he's in his late 50s? Dude, that would be older than Boogie. Boogie for sure is like 50, like on the dot, 50 on the nose, if not maybe 51 for this year.
No choice but to not to.
No, that's not true.
I would believe late 40s, early 50s max.
He hasn't been uploading on Jay. As though it's Jay's fault that you refused to pay him, tried to blackball him, end his career on Lolcow Live, danced on his fucking grave.
Oh yeah, dude, I wanted to talk about this yesterday. Richard was calling out Worski to go on a to go on his show with him, and my only response to that is, well, why should Worski have to go on a show that won't make him any money for free? Why should he have to go on a smaller show? If you want to do this debate, shouldn't you do it on a Kino Casino where you get the maximum audience? But the thing is, and Rich has publicly stated this already, he doesn't want to make the Kino Casino any money, which I suppose is fair for if you want to be spiteful. You obviously don't want to make your detractors any money, so fuck it, don't give them the opportunity to profit off of you. But it's still a bitch move from Review Tech nonetheless. Just fucking do it, Rich. Like, don't be a baby. Especially when you're the one gasping. Richard is the one who wants to debate. And for me, I look at that and I think, like, what is there to even debate? Because think about it. Think about what started all of this, Review Tech versus Kino Casino stuff, and just think about it. Like, what is the debate here to be had? Richard accused Worski and PPP of collaborating to hack his Dropbox and expose these photos of Richard's ex-wife's children. And it was demonstrably false. It was proven false. It just didn't happen. It was not them. Richard, for some reason, still maintains that it was them to this day, and continuously changes the story. Like, this is not a debate of ideas or politics or theological shit. No, it's just Richard is blaming them for a thing they did not do, and they factually did not do it. This has been proven time and time again. So, what would the debate be? Why his content sucks? They should debate him on that, I would think.
And you alienated your own viewers and whipped up a hate mob against yourself. That's not Jay's fault. That's your fault. And also, you could have kept posting.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk to them. They should talk to me on my show where I can make money on them, but get less viewers.
Your parents instead, Richard.
I didn't just lose.
You lost.
Plus, you're going to give Richard control of Discord. He's going to be able to mute them whenever he wants, lower their volume, lower their mic volume so that they sound quieter. Simplest IBS tricks in the book, baby.
Yes, you did.
Really letting it sink in there.
You did just lose.
He doesn't care about losing, but he's really pissed off, right? But he also doesn't care.
I didn't just lose.
Dude, I don't care. He can take pot shots. I can't say anything. Go off with that. I'm not saying.
Yeah, you're supposed to be the bigger man, Rich. What the fuck?
Is Jostler still here? There he is. Oh,
look at how much of an entitled baby he is here. Why can't I talk shit about Jay?
It goes, man. If somebody is
I want to participate in mean girl shit.
You and you're a bigger creator than them, and you just got to move on.
Yeah, you just got to take the high road. Fuck him.
It will only get worse.
Why can't Richard just close the door on Jay and leave it at that?
I'm saying in general.
If Jay talks shit, just ignore it. Simple as.
But I keep my mouth shut.
No, you don't.
Jostler causes so much fun. He watches everyone's streams. Like, he brings the news from every side to every other side.
Dude, I was doing other shit for a month and a half. I'm allowed to have an opinion on my former editor.
Yeah.
He wasn't doing anything by his own admission. He wasn't streaming. He wasn't working on videos. He just took a month and a half mental health break, and his mental health is still on the rocks.
Big up Shoblon, the expand dong greeting.
Who doesn't shut his fucking mouth about me? I can have an opinion on anyone else. I have an opinion on him. If people don't like that I have an opinion on him, my channel's already f***ed anyway, so I don't care.
Well, that's quite a self-felt there.
That's the saddest of copes, Rich. His channel's already f***ed, so he doesn't care. He's gonna make it even worse.
He's probably doing decent.
All right, another triumvirate.
Hang on. I'm sure he's doing all right.
Let's see how he's doing.
What if you expand dong voice lines in the past few days? None of them have been particularly funny, though.
Oh. No, it's not. It's not looking so good. Oh. So he's making on that channel. Look at the graph. Whoa.
Oh, someone got big damage on Horror Burrows just now.
20K on this month. Wait, zero. Wait, did he buy subs in January? And
maybe he did. What?
The Argentinians came after Rich.
And then 30K subs.
Oh no, they're talking about subs, not members.
I
forgot it's YouTube.
There, you know?
What the f? That doesn't make sense.
Whoa, Kimasabi, flat line. Oh,
okay. So what? Yeah, like why shoot? Why not shoot back?
Because it damages your reputation.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I like the filter they added in this edit.
But he doesn't want to be involved in drama, but then he's going to fire back and cause problems.
Yeah. Have another edible, Dickers. Now the Jostler is in here in our chat, turning on Review Tech Live, saying, I didn't want to say it, but he did announce his channel was over. You know, Jostler, you're right.
does. I get screen cap. This is what I'm saying. Everyone's be the bigger man. I get screen caps of him talking to Discord.
I mean, he has no choice but to be the bigger man, as he is literally much bigger than
Damn
Jay.
it.
Yep. And Josh
I was the last one alive, but I was like stuck at the edge. I should have went crab mode.
Video clips sent to me. DL5 used to send me a shit ton of them. But I had to block him because of other shit that I heard. I know the people who would talk to. Sorry, DL5.
It's like North Korea. He's throwing somebody under the bus and banning them from his chat that donated to him because he saw him being friends with other people online.
That's so gay.
It really is.
No, there's anything wrong with that. Happy Pride Month.
The music. the music is so good, dude.
He hasn't moved on. He's fucking, I know for a fact from evidence that he hasn't moved on.
From evidence.
From evidence?
Like, can you talk, please? It's just so much dead air.
Whoa.
Just a comment, though, dude. That's the thing. It's not just a comment. And I keep my mouth shut.
You don't? He keeps saying that, but he always talks about everything he shouldn't.
Yeah, like how?
My mouth shut. But why can't I talk about it? Why?
Because you're a bum and you lose everything? I don't know.
I don't know. Like, maybe it's not a good idea to shit on your past associate there.
Maybe.
After, you know, it's gone horribly negative for you in the public relations battle, and you just look like a bitter fucking jilted ex seething. And the people that are still supporting you are like hesitant too because of this drama, and that it keeps going on. So maybe just shut the fuck up. Like, you don't have, you know, like he doesn't seem to realize that he doesn't have to respond. He could just choose not to respond. And even if there are people in chat demanding that he respond, he could just ignore them and not respond to that. It is, you know, possible.
Review Cry USA.
I don't understand.
Okay.
What happened here?
It's just dead air.
Where is it? Why is it like
No,
this?
he's just reading the
Because
chat.
he tried to put Bob Ross on.
Oh, he's
and it's,
playing
like,
Crow
zoomed
Country
in on
tonight.
Bob Ross's hand.
Oh, big ups Crow Country. Wants to get that off the schedule too, I see.
The entire layout of the frame, yeah.
Because Black Popeye, here is why. Because I fired him and they see me as the villain because I fired him. So him
I'm the fucking villain?
It's not
Fuck
that you fired
you.
him. Nobody really cared. It's that you fired him on his birthday or the day before his birthday and refused to pay him what he was owed and told him to pound sand on the payment that you agreed to pay him, that you then like yoinked from him. That's what people have a problem with. You also gave him no fucking notice. Like, it's not just that you fired him. You understand? Like, you understand, Rich?
He fucking changed. He has the memory of a fucking goldfish, dude. Like, it's like, but why? It's like, what do you mean?
He expects everybody else to just be ignorant and clueless, but his own chat are the ones that are least ignorant and clueless about this.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't work. Like, when he tries to do it with our accusations, like maybe his audience doesn't know. But with the Jay situation, they do know. And they know he's full of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, Swampy, low energy hour. No, his entire stream is just 5 hours of this.
Just
Of
so
sitting
low
back.
energy.
In fact, this is the most energy he's had in weeks.
Play Pigeon says, yeah. Play Pigeon goes, it's almost like he's accessible.
The highest animated, the most animated I've ever seen, Rich, was definitely the Millennium Mac thing on side scrollers.
Okay.
That wasn't even his own stream.
I'm the aggressor.
He was in someone else's
Open my
car.
fucking mouth in a month and a half.
Well, no, I think it was his car.
Yeah, it's the power imbalance. Like, I'm like, oh, it's so annoying, dude. It's so annoying.
Is it?
It's so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Because people see it as like I like bullied him or something.
But you did.
He didn't pay him. And you're like,
You fired him on his
And
birthday.
then he went on Lolcow Live and
And yeah, then you bragged about, yeah, he destroyed him on Lolcow Live, in quotes, and then you bragged about it.
And danced on his grave.
Yeah.
Did we just like forget that happened?
That literally happened. Yeah, like a celebration night. I remember that. I remember that.
He was a
I watched all of that in the server.
That's the thing too, Rich. I mean, you're right. He was a personality on your channel that people liked, that helped hold down the fort for you while your fucking daughter was blind, and then you repaid that loyalty by firing him on his fucking birthday and refusing to pay him.
True.
So I wonder why members of the audience might be upset by that. They should just blindly kiss your ass, shouldn't they?
All right, Coco.
I was familiar with Jay before that whole stuff with him and Rich went down because, yeah, as they said, when his daughter was in the hospital, Jay was the one taking over and uploading videos. He was the one doing a lot of the DK Oldies stuff back when Rich was riding high on that before that stuff just completely stopped. He stopped doing videos about it. But when it was hot, it was hot. And he was just like constantly pumping out DK Oldies videos. And then got to a point where he couldn't make them anymore because of the hospital stuff. So he just had Jay run the channel. And you know, Jay didn't have to do that, but he did. And that's how he gets repaid. He just gets felted on his birthday, I guess.
You can't tell me what my eyes are seeing. Is that clip that I was just seeing not true?
You're one to speak. You tell us you don't dox people, yet you dox people. You tell people you don't flag, but you flag people. We've seen it all. Everything that we've seen or said, we've seen. And then you say this, shut the fuck up.
The other stuff that I get...
Everything he says is verifiably...
Yeah, not to imply that Jay's a PG soul either. He absolutely fucked up that attempted interview with DSP.
From like 7 years ago. We did
I still don't even understand why.
But he just denies reality and expects people to either be ignorant or have forgotten, or just to believe him at face value.
Yeah.
But it's just completely provable that everything he says is a lie. He just doesn't care. Because he's gotten away with it for over a decade, so why should he change now?
Exactly.
Capped. Obviously not going to show it. I'm not going to blow up anyone's spot.
Why not? You do it all the time.
It hasn't been as much recently, to be honest with you, but it still happens enough.
Who cares? Be a grown adult and ignore it.
Is that Rich asleep?
Rich f***ed up it again.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's another reason why Cyber Chaos, I haven't brought him up. Like, people send me shit, and I'm like...
just like DSP, people send me this shit. I don't even care, but people just send it to me. Just like Ralph too. Ralph's like that as well.
Oh,
how long will you go, Sire?
Trevante, I know.
But I think they added the music to know when clip channels pause and unpause.
Hello, JC. Did I win yet? Yeah, I did.
Well, you've been trying to poke the hornet. This is why I was like.
Thank you for asking.
No. The stuff is sent to me proactively without being asked.
Listen, you need to read out what the people in chat say. Do you, like, it's so he just responds to chat. None of us know what he's responding to. It's just a big no out of
We
nowhere.
would know if he put chat on screen, but just like DSP, he doesn't.
I guess he doesn't give a shit.
I don't need to read out I don't need to put the chat on screen because I already read it out. Yeah, sure.
Watch the last 7 review texts in a row.
Trevante, so repeat again.
Is there a clip channel? Does he have a clip channel?
Yeah, dude, Coco, I literally...
Rich?
Does he have a clip channel? Yeah, of his...
No, it's the same as his stream.
Oh, but it's like videos. Okay.
It's RTU streams, but in the videos, he uploads 1-minute clips. By the way, he fired his most recent editor.
Oh, no.
Again?
Because views weren't up to his standards.
That's the editor.
What can the editor do? The editor can't turn straw into...
Yeah, he makes fun of Locale Live for also firing their editor.
So, I don't want to hear it. Watching my streams is like watching paint dry. I saw the video.
Truth.
If I said that...
Sounds like he's just hurt from being confronted with a painful reality. Maybe if you want to prove Jay wrong, don't be so boring. I don't know.
Is for his live stream.
What?
He picked a real winner.
Wow! It's an Ann Lee raid. The party at 25. Holy cannoli, baby. Big ups for the Ann raid.
People would fucking have a conniption.
Karma wants Schmeat raid. I don't know if I can deliver on those demands. Welcome to the Splatoon 3 big run event.
13 days ago.
I totally forgot this was happening, but I owe a Saturday stream, so here we are.
He fired the other
Won't be
editor,
going
then
for
he
much
should have
longer, obviously.
All right, dude. I'm like, you're
we got
doing the
big run happening on multiplayer style stages for Salmon Run. And if you summon a King Salmon, you're gonna fight all 3 of them. Whoa! I've done it exactly once this whole night. Maybe we can get one more before I gotta go home.
This is non-10. This is what the stream is, though.
Hello, Ivan. Hello,
By the way, we've got Seaman in your rectum for 15 bucks.
Karma. And everybody else.
Dubs is the product of a single mom. If so, it would explain a lot. He is the product of a single mom.
And we're just catching up on Kino Casino clips right now.
Why is he low-key in such easy pickings for a BPD predator like Anissa? I think you're kind of on the right track there.
You got us in the right time. We're in the middle of the RTU segment.
Him and Alex Jones hopping on the same grifting train. And we got Maximalist 2400 for 5 saying Jostler over here spying on the casino like a cock.
Thought this happening. would be this big of a fucking deal. It's absolutely incredible. It's absolutely incredible. And I'm supposed to sit there and not say anything? There's even people saying, Rich, for your career, just pretend you're sorry.
Yeah, just do it.
Yeah, yeah.
Solid advice. Take it. These motherfuckers know you're lying anyway.
That's literally.
You don't have to actually be sorry.
Can you believe?
Wow, can you believe people gave him reasonable advice that would help him?
That you're sorry. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. There you go.
So this like a month ago.
So mad.
I like playing on Discord without like doxings. Let me hold on a second.
Oh my god, is he gonna dox someone? What the f is going on?
Make a threat check. I mean, if you're going to lie anyways, you may as well. Yeah, like, no, even if he did apologize, motherfuckers wouldn't believe it, so you may as well just apologize even if you don't actually mean it. Just for the sake of the fact that this is what you do to make money and support your kid who is, like, sickly ill and all that.
Craig.
Just do it. There's no reason to have the stubborn pride that you have, sir.
No, I think that's his friends. That's his friends, online and off. We can't really see shit.
Yeah.
But did you see how fast he like minimized it? It's sus.
Yeah. Suspect.
All right, so. Did you? No, you didn't see anything anyway. Good. All right, let me download it. So.
Yeah, he's in so much Discord. Did you see? He's in like a million.
Okay, I gotta skedaddle.
Like enough isn't like enough after fucking. Like,
oh god, slow down. The game can't handle it.
It's so bright.
All right, we're good.
I could see if I reacted like this every night.
Can we react to RTU's stream from last night? No.
No.
I'll never.
No, I'll never react to. I'll never react to his show. No, it's boring.
So that's not bad. He's like, I'll just never watch his show on my show. It's like, isn't that what you want?
It's stating the obvious.
Yeah, very admirable. You know, he's not feeding into the drama. You know, it's opposite of what like DSP would say. Okay, he didn't have to add that part.
It's the truth. It's like that for every. RTU can't handle it, buddy. He's gonna f***ing lose.
It is a bad show, though.
It objectively is.
It's like actually a bad show. Is Jostler still in chat? Jostler, are you there? I want to ask you a question. Why do you watch him? Like what? Like is it like autism or something? Because I'm here. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Like,
why are they bullying this random fucking person?
He pretends to be your friend on Discord, or
he goes, nah. I know Swampy. No, it's 2 in the morning. Views always drop at this time. Everyone's like, I gotta go to sleep. You find him funny?
Yikes.
This is a possible ban.
Maybe he means like funny to like laugh at, not with. Come on, that's not ban worthy.
Drop it, take it back. Why are you gonna cry about it, Rich? Are you gonna actually cry about it? He doesn't like you. Why, like you hate him? He doesn't like you. Like why the f does he have to like you?
Look, you know, it's.
Please tell me it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It's funny for a couple reasons. I kept my mouth quiet.
No, it's a scene.
No, you haven't. Who gives a shit, Rich? Who cares?
He's wearing lipstick.
You're so stoned.
He's wearing lipstick.
It looks like
It was that one stinger that was getting me too. No.
This guy's wearing rosacea. Am I wrong? Am I right? That is a lipsticked up man.
I've learned a lot too from this whole.
You've learned a lot?
Have you learned that Jay is a man? Jay is a man.
Listen, Jostler, you're gonna.
Cucumbers.
Jostler, this is one of the happiest bands I've
Relax
ever
your dingus.
You're a f***ing turd that needed to be flushed.
You shouldn't have said that you found him funny.
Jostler.
He'll be back on alt.
He'll be back. Get out,
He'll be back on a f***ing alt.
Welcome to Ban World, Jostler. Suffer, Jostler.
Population you, buddy.
Oh, shit.
Thank you, Papa Stovepipe.
Now it's
Jocelyn, we
Okay, let's see. It's 10:02 dingus time. I think we can go to 30 after the hour.
To watch the fucking downfall, or it's like it's cringe.
Like, listen, I would have accepted. I watched him because I liked his videos back in the day, and I just don't want to give up on it.
used to be an RTU fan.
You know, what to try and say that the content that he makes now is like funny or witty, you genuinely brain damage now.
Oh man.
Too late though. I wish I learned it in like 2018.
The video where he fought like a Trump cucumber was funny for the wrong reasons.
I'm good, Virgil.
Sexy Coco. But when I have an opinion about anything to do with him, even if it has nothing to do with the situation, why are you playing the straw man with this?
Why is he so commiserate with Sexy Coco? Like he's so blatantly a Ryan style, like someone that's just there to fuck with them.
Fighting mundane Matt is an authority. 2024, by the way.
Oh, I'll show Cass. Yeah, I'll show him. They're probably passed out. I'll bring him though.
I looked like the bully because I was the employer and he was the employee.
Yeah, sometimes it's like that.
Until you're homeless. And
No, most people side with the employee over the employer. What are you? What are you?
It's just such bullshit when he peddles.
But it's over now. He's an internet personality, and he needs to shut the fuck up about it. I shut up about it.
You haven't.
No, he actually doesn't, though.
You haven't.
No.
What? This segment will not exist if you shut up about it.
You getting shit on? But when you do it, your people don't like it, and you're seething about that. So you should probably just shut the fuck up and let Jay cook, you know?
Let him cook.
Either shut up about it, or I'm going to share my opinions too, Jay. Choose one. Can't be both.
Your opinions just
The opinions that nobody cares about.
Created,
Oh, I'm so scared, Rich. Rick's thinking I care about his opinions. That's Rich.
Talk out of the side of your mouth.
What?
And then,
but you talk about
you talk out both sides of your mouth. The expression is both sides of your mouth. He doesn't seem to know
DSP
that.
does that too, but that's only because he has a stroke mouth.
when the shoe's on the other foot, say, oh, look at him. I'm going to have to get... Remember, this is the guy who said he's going to have to get a lawyer.
Maybe he should.
I have been very silent. I have been very chill about it. I knew shit was being said.
He's not being... If you were chill about it, you wouldn't be talking now.
Imagine, bro.
Oh, man. And this has gone on for like 10 minutes now. It's going on for another 5 minutes. 15 straight minutes. And it's more because this was edited. It's probably half hour straight of seething over the guy just saying your show is boring. Which is completely true.
And you deserve the shot because what you've done and said
Push
about
me
him
right
too.
into the gusher. You gotta be careful when you destroy enemies. They can sometimes push you where you don't want to be pushed.
Maybe he's borrowing money from Keffels, Daniel.
Woo!
He's making plenty of money.
You gonna play your farts next, you fucking weirdo?
What happened to the lawsuit?
How was that funny?
Oh, man.
These people will be dead in 10 years from liver failure.
Right,
So you don't mean Boogie?
Two shirts.
Boogie acted like he was gonna die in 10 years from blood cancer. Did you know that? Did you also know he was lying about that? Or he wasn't telling us the whole truth? Or he embellished and exaggerated the affliction that he had?
Your shorts. The funniest thing is, so how? Oh, you had an editor that could have edited your shorts. Oh, really?
He doesn't have anything. Oh.
I am not good with this weapon.
I thought he was gonna like defend it. No, he just like he thinks if he pauses for long enough, that people forget he's in the middle of like answering a question.
I know.
And then it's like it's all wiped clean.
Saying Coco, and
That's the power of dead air right there.
Really?
it is. Is it really a big deal? No, it isn't. But it's the
this isn't a big
By the
deal.
way, after this entire seethe sash, Jay just caved and decided to come back to him anyway. Like
Oh
a
yeah,
battered
massive
dog.
JL. I heard about
It's
that.
very
Though I don't think they've
pathetic
done it
and
yet.
It really is.
Very
Pointed.
I don't hate Jay. I don't hate Jay. He can do what he wants, but I think it's a JL.
is that the shots have been taken for a while. They have been noticed, and I haven't said anything. And that just
Listen, Jay, when you go on, just tell him to f off. Go, listen, I'm done. Don't sit there and chat and JO with him.
like to see the
Please
video
don't.
evidence of it pissed me off. And the person who said it to me before isn't a fire starter. They were just like, I can say it. It's Neil. They were just
Like,
kind
we're
of
analyzing who is and isn't a fire starter in their chat. Like, man, this is a grown-ass man. Can he get a fucking grip on reality?
Anything? Swampy. Don't worry, hang in there, bud. Hang in there, bud.
You might want to readjust your priorities here, Rich.
Paint dry.
I thought the video was paused for a second.
I get it now. I get it now, Mr. Bob Ross, because we're watching paint dry. I was the editor. Oh my god.
You know, it's
I'm getting tired.
Help us.
This is great for
I'm
now.
actively sapping the energy from my body.
Yeah, man. I'm like just tired now.
Just move on, dude. Just let it go.
Why don't you?
Even when I get like super chats and stuff about him, like maybe I'll do like something like super light, but I'll kind of be like, all right, then, thank you.
So you do talk about him, so you still haven't forgotten about it, so you're not shutting up about it. Oh, but it's okay, because it's just a light razzing. I'm not going all in on him, dude. Okay, but like objectively, you're still talking about him. You just admitted that.
Skip this. Somebody donate to skip this shit.
I might take a nap during this segment.
Skirt around
It's
it because I just
mind-meltingly
don't
boring.
want this. But I'm also not a pushover. Like I'm not just gonna be like, oh, okay, you know, you're still going on about me. That's cool.
Maybe you should. Again, just be the bigger man, Rich. Like you always say you are. I mean, you are the bigger man compared to Jay, but like, you know what I mean.
Oh my
god. Holy shit.
I'm counting that. I'm counting that.
That was so bad. That was so bad.
I'm counting that. I'm counting that. I'm gonna count that.
How long was that?
Not about me. That's cool.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He's like
5,
frozen like a statue.
6, 7, 8,
9, 10. He's like KO'd.
13, 14, 15,
okay.
15 seconds.
On a very slow count.
When you have to use specials on the first fucking wave, that's how you know it's over. I'm the last person.
We apologize to Tonkasaw for f***'s sake. This is the real dead air. Dead air delight.
Nope.
Dicker's the dead air delight. Oh.
Yeah, delight's the best. You're stretching it a bit with delight.
Okay. I have people try to instigate me literally on a daily basis.
Yeah, and you fall for it every time,
and
dude.
I would say 0.00001% of the time. And
It's
even
almost
when
like
I
you're
do, the audience
susceptible
can
to
vouch for
trolling
me.
as the people you
It's
make
like
fun
I try
of.
to, like, go
Namely, Dave.
around it.
Used to be an RTU viewer. That's fine.
Yeah,
I think you're not even the first person here you said that.
Could you give a fuck about Fryer Freddy?
Look at
Fryer
PvP
Freddy
used to be an
can
RTU
confirm.
fan.
Buddy. Fryer Freddy.
So I'm just not.
Wake up, review tech.
I'm gonna go around it now. Okay, that's what we'll do. I'll stop talking about it. If something's brought up about him, I'll simply address it like he does.
So you'll simply like not learn. You'll not be the bigger man. You'll just be a fucking baby and come at him with the same tenacity that he came at you with, instead of just being grown and mature and showing a level of confidence in yourself that you don't stoop to his level. Instead, you're just gonna stoop to his level and be an even bigger man, baby.
Just do the content.
You could have like blew Jay the fuck out by not like abiding by his abiding by the way in which he comes at you, but no, you do abide by it. You'll probably go at him even worse, to be honest.
Still on? Like, you go still on what? What do you mean still on what? Still on this?
Watch RTU sometimes. There was nothing else I wanted to watch. Status.
Still on
Hey, no,
what?
I watched him
I
last
actually
year
stopped.
when I played
And then-
Metroid. Well, eventually it turned into just Jay doing the videos. But yeah, I watched RTU for the DK Oldies stuff. He was the biggest creator, question mark, doing videos on that I was familiar with.
5, 6, 7.
Oh, that review tech guy. Well, he hasn't spurred out yet. To my knowledge, let me watch him.
Mean this. Like, I think
you were nice though. You missed 2 extra seconds.
Then a little bit after that, he started getting into the DSP sector. Sticking his nose there. And somehow we're here now.
Dude, stay in your lane. It's unhealthy.
Probably should have just stuck with DK Oldies, to be honest.
I'm not going to continue to be quiet.
See, Hayes goes, this is purgatory.
It's so bad.
Is he okay? I don't think so.
It's kind of fucking ridiculous that people would expect me to.
Is it? Who gives a shit?
Oh, please.
1,
It's pretty easy to just not make stuff like that.
What am I going to talk to? There's
You know,
nothing
your
to talk
personal
about.
business, it's pretty easy to not talk about stuff like that on stream.
To talk about. There's nothing else to say.
Does he just feel like the opposite of a parasocial relationship? Or no, I guess it still would be a regular parasocial relationship where, you know, how viewers, usually the viewer feels like they gotta share stuff with the streamer, but in this case, it's the streamer feeling like they need to share stuff with the viewer, even when it's not necessary.
You're just not made for this internet game. Log the f off, son.
This new user. No prisoners.
Hey, sure you, Rich. Dr. Sexy Coco was not your friend.
Yeah.
Really, though. Really, though.
Fucking thank you. You can watch this. I'll change it.
What, was it DSP?
No, I won't do that either. See, that's the thing.
It was in fact DSP.
It was.
It never wasn't.
Well, now that you watch this, let's watch this 9-minute DSP video.
That's where I'm over that shit. No, not going at anyone's show.
DSP is unironically more liked than Review Tech now.
Not a high bar.
Like tenfold. You know what the top comment on our DSP reacts to Nick Ricada video is? Top comment says, "When the king speaks, we listen." And it's got like 140 likes.
Great.
To have a debate.
That's pretty good, though. That's pretty good for the silliness of that.
Dude. Oh my god, that was painful. Oh, I feel like it was that was worse than the fucking vest. That was like the vest for my brain. It was funny, like it was funny, but like in the most like, oh my fucking. There's the water. Hey baby, say hey. He's in a wild mood, right?
Oh, we get the kitty. Oh, look at the kitty. Look at that cat. Look at that cat. Meow, meow, meow. I think this might be the final one for tonight. It's not a casino video, but it's another one I've been meaning to watch. I'm finally going to trial against Billy Mitchell. I'm pretty sure I haven't watched this one on stream. We're gonna act like I did.
The war of
Didn't.
Donkey Kong has exploded with controversy over a high score, making it all the way to a Queensland courtroom. An American video game champion is suing a Brisbane YouTuber over cheating claims.
Hello, you absolute legends. As many of you know, back in 2021,
Turkey Tom vid on Rackets. No, but I saw
sued
it.
me for defamation, claiming damages of almost
I gotta add it to watch later.
For almost 3 years, this
A lot of
ridiculous
stuff I
lawsuit
gotta add
has
to watch
dragged
later.
on.
There's
And for the
another
past
Arlo
year,
video
I've
I
been
want to watch
desperately
too.
trying to get
We
a
won't
trial
get to it
date as soon
tonight.
as possible.
Maybe tomorrow.
The sooner we can go to trial, the sooner this will all
Or
be
the next
over
time I
and
play
we can all
Splatoon or
move
something
on.
that isn't
But
Paper
every step
Mario.
of the way, Billy has been doing everything in his power to delay trial as much as possible. You would think it would be the opposite way. Billy is the plaintiff. He's the one that's supposed to be desperate for the court to step in and to give him a resolution. But no, he's the one always running away. In fact, he got so bad that even Australian news outlets were reporting on the fact that Billy was saying he couldn't attend trial when we were asking him to. However, thankfully, a trial date has recently been set by the judge. As it stands, Billy and I will be going to trial starting September 16, and the trial is scheduled for 6 days. This is only 4 months away, and personally, I cannot wait. This has already gone on far too long, and it's a huge waste of everyone's time and money. But it does look like we will get a resolution pretty soon, which is great news. Now, when I announced this on Twitter, a lot of people had questions. Is it possible that me and Billy will settle before trial? Billy settled with Twin Galaxies earlier this year, and everyone hated that. Is it possible I might do the same? Everyone wants to see Billy lose, but is he going to just wriggle his way out once again? What will happen if Billy loses? Will there be any repercussions? What happens if he wins? In this video, I will answer these questions. Plus, we will take a quick look at a few of the things we will be arguing about in court. And some of the things Billy is trying to claim are insane. For example, and I swear to God this is real, Billy is trying to claim that he was never banned from Twin Galaxies for cheating. Yes, the guy who was banned from Twin Galaxies for cheating and sued Twin Galaxies for $10 million because they banned him for cheating is claiming in his lawsuit against me that he was never banned from Twin Galaxies for cheating. The lies never stop. And this is why trial is going to be so exciting. All of this will go before the judge and it will be epic. Or, as I asked before, will Billy be able to weasel his way out? Let's find out. I really hope you enjoy. Now, legends, we are all huge Billy Mitchell fans here.
Oh,
and I know most of you
boy.
are wondering, how on earth does Billy maintain such beautiful hair and skin? Well, I don't know Billy's secret for sure, so I can only assume it's because he's using today's video sponsor, Geology. Geology is the bee's knees when it comes to looking and smelling your absolute best. Personally, my eyes routine, so don't miss out. When Billy Mitchell settled with Twin
Yeah,
Galaxies back in
I already
January,
smell
the
like sex
entire
cake,
world
so I'm
wept.
good.
What we all want more than
Better than
anything is
sex
for Billy
cake?
to have his ass handed to him in court. We want to see a real bona fide loss. Honestly, at this point, Billy's lawsuit against me is the world's last chance to see this epic defeat happen. If Billy loses to me, it will be devastating for multiple reasons, which I will get into shortly. So this is really important that it does go to trial, and I do my very best to serve Billy the loss he so desperately deserves.
Either have Billy
But he
Mitchell's
has
hair or
settled
be
before,
bald.
and not just
Bald.
with Twin Galaxies, with the YouTuber Apollo Legend as well. And both times the public was
rest in
very
peace, that
upset.
guy.
Is there any chance the same
He's
might
no
happen
longer
with
of
me?
this
The
earthly
answer is
realm.
almost certainly no. There is a big difference between Billy's lawsuits in America and his lawsuit against me, which is in Australia. In America, even if you win as the defendant, there is no guarantee you'll get any of the court costs back. You might have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars defending yourself, and when you win, you get absolutely nothing. This is why in America, settling is a very tempting resolution, and this is why Twin Galaxies decided to settle. It was just a lot cheaper. In Australia, things are different. Here, almost always, the loser is ordered to pay the court costs of the winner. I'm pretty confident that I'm going to win. So from my perspective, it seems silly to settle because I believe I will be successful, and I believe that Billy will be ordered to pay back most of my costs. It's not 100% of my costs, however. The judge can award standard costs or indemnity costs. Standard cost is more common, and usually the winning party would get back around 60 to 70% of their costs. But in some circumstances, the judge can award indemnity
Am I actually
costs, which
stuck
would be
over
up to
here?
95% of costs incurred.
Wow,
if I
yeah.
do win, I think indemnity costs are more likely
I'm actually
for reasons
stuck
which
in
I
this
won't
part of
go
the
over in this
map.
video.
Oh, no.
But in any case, the most important thing to realize
Oh,
is
wait,
that
no,
this
I'm not.
lawsuit, including trial, will have cost me around $500,000. This means if Billy loses, he will almost certainly be required to pay me hundreds of thousands of dollars to cover my expenses. This is obviously a big deal, and I would be stupid to accept any settlement that didn't also include the payment of all of my costs, given that I think the judge will award them to me at trial. So the chances of me and Billy settling before trial are extremely low, and I don't foresee any circumstance in which that happens. Billy can't just drop the lawsuit either. If he does try to run away before trial or simply avoids it, he will lose by default, and will still need to compensate me
felted
for my
my whole
expenses.
team 'cause I
This
got stuck
lawsuit
over
will
here.
go to trial, and the only way for Billy to avoid it is to simply lose before that even happens.
Why
If I were
are you
Billy, I
allowed
would
to be
shitting myself
stuck
because
over
if he
here?
loses, he will lose big, and right now things aren't looking good. In saying that, nothing is certain in the legal system, and there is also a non-zero chance that somehow Billy wins.
There's
If
no
that
way you
happens,
can
I will
jump
need to
in this
pay
boat.
back
It's not
some of
like I
his
can jump
costs,
to a
though it will
teammate.
almost certainly be on the standard cost basis.
Can I?
don't know
Yeah,
what
no,
Billy has spent
it's-
so far, but based
Ability
on the
doesn't
poor quality
exist.
of work by his lawyers,
And it's not
probably
even
less
real.
than
Does it
half of
exist?
what
It's not
I spent
official.
on mine. And while my loss seems unlikely, I would be an idiot if I didn't prepare for it. I've been privileged enough to have a lot of financial help from members of the public and people like Notch who have donated a tremendous amount of money, but this only covers my own
there we
legal
go.
expenses. It doesn't cover any of the damages I would have to pay or any of the legal costs Billy has incurred. This might end up being hundreds of thousands of dollars on top of what I've already spent. Again, it's extremely unlikely, but I've done the best I could to earn
Somehow
enough
make
money
quota.
to survive the worst case scenario. And I'm happy to say that if the worst case scenario does eventuate, me and my family will survive. The lawsuit has taken
Loser
an extreme
pays is
mental
better,
toll
in
on
my
me,
opinion.
and
It would
it's
stop
affected this
from
channel as
frivolous
well. I'm not
lawsuits.
free
Yeah,
to
I
make the
agree.
videos I want to make.
Big up
Whenever I make a
Saucies for
video, I
finally
have to
doing
consider
something
the
right for
lawsuit,
once.
And if the video will be popular enough to cover my expenses,
hello,
and if
Ludwig.
the lawsuit takes up so much of my
Loser.
mental energy and attention, it's hard to think about anything else. That's one of the reasons I make so many Billy Mitchell videos. I spend so much time researching Billy for the sake of my own defense that it's hard to work on other projects. I do the best I can, but a lot of the time I just try to kill two birds with one stone and take what I've learned about Billy to make videos and use that to fund my legal expenses and prepare for the worst. Now, let's
That's a
take a look
pretty
at
smart
some
way
of
of
the
going
things I will
about
be
it.
arguing at trial. Obviously, I'm not going to cover everything here, and don't worry, I'm not going to spill any secrets or give away any strategies. Everything I
Hear
mention
that,
here will be
Billy?
public
Hear that,
information
Billy?
and already known to both parties. There are multiple ways to defend a defamation claim in Australia that go beyond just proving what you said was true or that it wasn't defamatory. One of them is to say that Billy didn't have a good reputation to begin with, so it's not possible that I caused him any damage. Before I published the video in question, it was already well established that Billy was a cheater. He had already been
I
sued
think
for
that's
fraud
pretty
by Twin
fair.
Galaxies, and I had already covered all of this in
Billy
previous
had no
videos.
reputation
Billy
of
himself had
damage.
already
Other people
proven
did
that his
the
reputation
dirty
was
work
destroyed
before
long
Carl
before
ever
I
got
had
into the
talked about
picture.
him. And he proved this by suing Twin Galaxies for $11 million in 2 states. He sued Apollo Legend for $1 million, and he sued Jeremy Young, Jeff Harris, and the Donkey Kong Forum for $3 million. In all of those lawsuits, he claims that his reputation was destroyed by their statements. He can't have his cake and eat it too. He can't say that Twin Galaxies destroyed his career in his lawsuit in America, and then come over to Australia and say that his reputation was amazing and I destroyed it once again. That doesn't make any sense, but that's exactly what Billy is doing. If I can establish that Billy had a bad reputation to begin with, it doesn't matter if I can or can't prove any of my claims against him, because you can't damage what is already completely destroyed. But in saying that, there is a lot I can prove, and I will attempt to do so at trial. I will prove that Billy was publicly exposed for cheating, and that he was banned by Twin Galaxies because of his cheating. Everyone will hear this claim and think there is no possible way Billy would try to deny this, because it's an obvious fact. Well, believe it or not, he is denying this. Billy is claiming that he was never publicly exposed for cheating, and that he wasn't banned by Twin Galaxies. What's hilarious about this this is that Billy argues in his own court documents from his American lawsuits that Twin Galaxies banned him for cheating and it caused him to get roasted publicly. I mean, it's literally the reason for his lawsuits against them. So he argues one thing in America and then argues the complete opposite in Australia. I don't know why he thinks this is a good idea, because I'm just going to use his own filings to show that he is a deceptive liar who's trying to play both sides. I'm also going to argue that he expressed joy at the thought of the YouTuber Apollo Legend's death. This is obviously a terrible thing, and not only did he imply he was going to smile and giggle if Apollo Legend died, but he also said that he hoped it was true. This was in 2018.
He put out a very funny, borderline-based tweet when he found out that people, it really pissed people off.
Texting about it to his friends. Billy's defense to this is that Apollo Legend
claims it wasn't related to Apollo dying.
Billy only thought Apollo Legend had died, which makes his text okay. Yes, this really is Billy's defense. I'm also going to show that Billy abuses the legal system to try and silence people and force them to recognize his scores. For example, when he threatened Guinness World Records with a lawsuit if they didn't reinstate his scores, and they ended up folding. You may be asking why any of this is relevant, and it's because it all damages his reputation. It doesn't matter if he can show that I was incorrect on one thing. Even if he were to prove that I was wrong about a specific claim, there are many other claims that were true and also damaged his reputation. So as a whole, any incorrect claim I may have made didn't cause any extra damage. There are multiple barriers that Billy has to get through in order to be successful. He has to show that something that I said wasn't true and that it was defamatory.
It was based from a heel perspective, Goki.
Like has to prove those damages. From
I forget what it even was. I think he deleted it too.
That Billy's reputation was already terrible.
He said he didn't mean for that to be posted on the day that the dude died, but people associated with they associated the tweet with it being his response to Apollo dying. But allegedly, it wasn't meant to be a tweet responding to Apollo dying. But it was something along the lines of Billy saying, "Oh, that's what you get for messing with me," or "this is what happens," something like that. But he didn't mention Apollo by name, and that was like on the day of Apollo passing, and people wrote him hard for that, understandably so. But then he clarified later on that it wasn't supposed to be in reference to Apollo, but people read it that way. And ironic supporters of Billy, and I mean ironic when I say ironic. Ironic supporters were giving him big ups for it, because they thought Billy was going heel and making light of the situation.
This that I won't discuss until after trial happens, but I assure you that I will break it all down in more detail once it's over. One thing people have also asked is what happens if Billy loses
I believe
and
too,
decides
Carl.
not to pay my costs. He is in America after all, and this would be an Australian judgment. Well, thankfully, the state of Florida,
What was about the guy who died? Who was it for? I don't know. He never followed up on that. It just wasn't about Apollo.
The Florida court system. It's a bit more work for us, but the important takeaway is that he won't be able to escape. And besides, if Billy did try to run and avoid paying, that's going to stick with him forever. First, his whole persona as a successful businessman would be destroyed, because we would all know he actually has no money. And secondly, I would never ever let the world forget what he did. The world needs Billy to lose. Not only would Billy need to pay me a lot of money if he loses, but we will also have an official ruling.
I'm probably paraphrasing the tweet too.
This is because
it was a couple years back. I forget what year the dude died.
So a judge is going to
it may not have been phrased like that, more like today was a bad day for my haters or something. Like, okay, that could not necessarily, that could refer to anybody, really.
If Billy loses this lawsuit, the judge's opinion is going to be very damaging for him, and that's another reason why I think it was very stupid for Billy to have started these proceedings. This is probably my last update on my own lawsuit until the trial.
It didn't read like it was a gloating, boastful, smarmy tweet. It was more like a more humble kind of tweet.
I will love any and all support until then. You can support me by clicking on my videos when you see them, by leaving a comment, by not skipping my sponsors, and by sending some good energy over my way. I really appreciate it. September 16, mark your calendars. This is going to be big. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
By not skipping my sponsors. Oh man. Look, Carl. I was just appeasing my viewership. You know, the viewers don't like the sponsor segments. Like, you guys said, you guys outright, like, my viewers came to me. My viewers outright literally came to me and they said, Dingus, we love the Carl Jope segments, but like we don't like the sponsor segments of the Carl Jope segments. Could you please not watch his sponsors? And like I'm doing what you told me to, and now you're telling me I did the wrong thing. You're telling me I'm doing something wrong. Like I'm fucking tired of it, right? Like I'm doing what you wanted. So, where's the support, correct? Where's the sponsors? Where's my reward? Speaking of which, let's see what Dummy's up to. Broke Country Surprise. Yeah, it's gonna be quite the surprise, all right. Surprising if he made any amount of money. Oh my God, he's on break. $12. Oh, I love indie games, guys. Oh, he's back. Dude, I came in at the right time.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello. Okay, I'm the guy.
And, Derek's taking off, all right?
Oh, Derek doesn't like this. Derek doesn't like this.
Sounds good. All right, guys, we got about roughly another hour or so. Again, if I'm into it, we're doing puzzles and stuff. You know, we'll see how it goes.
If I'm into it.
And thanks to those who are supporting.
Who are supporting?
Goal is 50 bucks. I think we get that by the end of the stream. That would be great if we did. Let's
Bros.
Okay. Okay.
He really doesn't want to complain. It's like a grumpy, defiant L. He doesn't want to complain because he knows people are gonna make fun of him.
Right? So we can maybe do that soon. Oh, by the way, Juicy Boots just did another super chat, and is the latest super chatter, so I definitely should put Juicy Boots on
Yeah, he
the
finished the Alan Wake 2 DLC that he soy mouthed over, so we're doing more of this.
Don't you remember what it was?
You know, the game he said he was pissed off at people telling him to play because they told him to play it on a Sunday, random Sunday, gaslit into playing it by one person. One or two people. Goes ahead and spends 20 bucks on it, makes that back on a day he plays it, but he doesn't make more than that, so he has to cry about it. And now we're here.
And he's out the ass in these hallways now.
I hear this is a good game. But it's a shame why DSP is playing it and pooing on it.
Damn it. Oh, that's not good. A gas trap. That sucks.
Very loud too, by the way.
Oh, look,
but that ain't new to Phil.
Booby trap on the ceiling. I'm poisoned, so let me go ahead and use antidote. Now I'm fine. There's a new... That trap was not there on that ceiling previously.
The Juicy Booch is an RTU dent. Go figure. Oh.
Some jerk put that there.
No crossover between the two sectors wouldn't surprise me.
One shot. One shot, one kill. Yes. And now the stall is open. Oh, he came out of the stall. It's covered in blood. Smells so bad. Oh my God. Dream sighting at the abandoned theme park. Oh, we already did this. Arthur Mole. Yup. Paranormal photography. We know what it is. These mutants.
We know what it is.
Oh, here we go. There's something in there, but I can't get at it. It's blocked by a pile of old bones.
Can I at least get this one? Okay.
No. Try it.
I can't get anything. It's not allowed to exist. Pick up easy money.
I guess we don't have
yeah, we're coming to a close here. I just wanted to see what the guy was doing.
Oh, I think.
But yeah, welcome back from the gym. I hope you got fit.
Acid. Maybe we pour acid in. It burns the bones away, and then we can get whatever.
Demonstrating that he did not look at a guide for this.
Get that vial of acid, which is the next critical thing we need for the story. Remember, we got to go back.
Look at him telling you exactly what the game probably already told you.
The disc to get the empty vial. Then we go into the basement via these elevators.
I like these Dora the Explorer segments.
The acid from down there and fill the vial, and we come up here, I bet, and we could do this puzzle. All right, so this one we can't do yet. We got to come back later for it.
We're sending fucking Blue's Clues, man.
I'd love to see you play Arcade Paradise or Sims 3. Arcade Paradise sounds very familiar to me.
Familiar. Yeah, sure was playing it.
Paradise sounds to me like, if I remember correctly.
If I remember correctly.
Is it a game where you actually simulate running an arcade?
No,
like
what? No.
I think.
No, you play games within an arcade. You don't run the arcade. Of course you fucking run the arcade.
I thought it was all right, but I only played it a couple of runs and I got bored of it. Never went back to it. Okay. I want to see, when we get to that door. Actually, you know what? Let's go back to the entrance into the parking and see what puzzle is there. Let's do that first. These gas traps exploding. Dude, the whole park is turning into a crazy death trap. What's this?
I like the aesthetic of the game. This looks like something I would play. I do like Silent Hill. Looks like they're getting inspiration. There's like a Resident Evil menu there. And the environment seems to be based off Silent Hill 3's amusement park, which is one of the most memorable set pieces of that game.
It's disgusting is what it is. Is the guy still okay? Let's find out.
It's the guy.
Still here? Did a police officer come by here? Yeah, he was on a bike. Did you talk to him? Yeah, a little bit.
Waits for Synthetic Man's review before playing. Good advice.
All right, so we have to figure out what is the... There is a puzzle here where we are. Where is this hidden puzzle? Oh, silver keyhole, we have it. What do we got? A shoebox. To Natalie, happy 17th, Dad. Running shoes. Find the secret running shoes. Put them on.
I can't imagine who would want to turn up for this. They probably thought he was still playing Alan Wake.
Oh, dude, you're gonna
You know, the usual excuse he gives for not changing the schedule the day that, the day
that
of.
was a good find. That was worth coming back. Now that we have the running shoes, we should zip up
Darren's
to the
talking
main
about
room that's
candy.
full of enemies.
Yeah, he just figured out what
I'm
candy
pretty sure
kids
we
are
can
into
open
these
that room
days.
in the
Trying
corner
to do
now,
some,
'cause I think it was a silver
trying to
key
do some
room.
market
I
testing
think. It might
there.
have been a gold key room, but I think it was a silver key room. So I want to go investigate that.
He
And
still
then we
thinks
have to head back
butterscotch
to
is
the
the new
haunted area
hotness.
and do stuff there. But man, we are going to be zipping all over the place now. Woohoo!
Woo!
I'm sorry, did you... I was just saying, did you want to catch me? And then it did catch me. It totally did catch me. Son of a bitch. I took more damage. Oh, you guys got the silver keyhole. We did it.
I wonder how close he is to the end of this game, because he already did
Salad, yes, I do. It's delicious.
2 streams of this,
It's
I
the
want to
gift
say.
shop. We're in the gift shop.
I'm gonna get Street Fighter 6 since it's
So
half
this room
off.
is supposed to have
Don't count your luck.
secrets. Oh no! Wow, that's pretty powerful. One shot killed these zombies.
My terms were $20 or a complete edition.
I think there's another one. I think I hear another one. Yeah, I definitely hear another one. Oh, there's a little thing on the ground. Okay,
Man, he's gonna be on for another hour of this. Runs a bit past the time that I was allotted to be live. So I'm gonna look through the catalog here of people in the category. See if there's anyone I can send you to.
Handwritten letter. Gifts for Natalie, a haunted hilltop stuffed toy, a classic pro country rubber doll, and a fairy tale town action figure.
I know, Bean, I'm hurt too.
Let me know the total, I'll pay you back, Edward.
I'm absolutely distraught at this reality here.
I'm a little mushroom boy. I'll use my mushroom to grant you a wish. Tell me what is it that you wish.
The last streamer I rated was a dude, he tricked us. The last streamer I rated.
To each their own, I guess. Get the wish. Wish granted.
What did I raid last time I
That was
streamed?
one of the secrets. I've already granted you a wish. I have no other purpose.
I rated Marked One. Yeah, of course Marked One's a dude.
Haunted Hilltop.
Oh, for Split, I mean, it was that one VTuber. Are you trying to get me to say something that's gonna get me in trouble? What did you mean by this? Sir, explain yourself. I acknowledge your comment, but I cannot comment on your comment, sir.
6:15. We gotta do math, guys. Jade says you're Sonic now. You gotta go fast. I guess so. Here,
And tell me your thoughts on that, JC. Why don't you tell me what you think about that, JC? What's wrong with that? Don't you know what fucking month it is, man?
My calculator. Okay.
That's not
So
a thought. That's a
6:15
statement. You're telling me a
plus-
statement. What's your opinion on that, though?
that was the crow.
Give me
What else
your
does it
opinion
mean?
on that.
Haunted Hilltop and Fairy Tale Town.
You think that's okay? You think he should be allowed to exist as a dude? I mean, we don't even know that was like. Now you're trying to walk me into it. I'm gonna shut my mouth. Maybe he's just like playing the female character in an RPG. You know, you're a dude, but you play as a female in an RPG because you want to stare at a woman's ass and not a dude's ass. Maybe it could be that.
What's Fairy Tale?
Most people accept that as normal.
Golden Trident, that's not it.
Look, I'm a shy lady VTuber person thing. I'm a dude.
Let me read
I got no
these
problem
again.
admitting that. I want you to stare at some fucking tits.
Oh,
What,
classic Pro
you
Country
want to stare at a
$100.
dude? What are you,
That's what it was.
what are
So
you,
that's
kind of
$10.
vagina?
Then it wants the Fairy Tale Town and the
Oh, he's
Haunted
talking about
Hilltop
this random
Stuffed
VTuber I rated
Toy.
from the category.
So Haunted
I
Hilltop
thought it was a
probably
lady,
got
but
Disney
apparently
this
it was
one.
not. This is the controversy of the now.
$5.50.
Alright, reality
And then
just
the
walking me
action
into a
figure,
pitfall
that's
wants to
from
get me in
Fairy Tale
trouble.
Town.
During Pride Month, no
Nope, that's
less.
not the right one. Here we go. $10.65. $26.15.
Just as well. The people live right now don't seem, they don't seem to have that dingus je ne sais quoi. Why do you want to switch the sources? I'm not doing anything else in the game. Mr. Pun, you're trolling.
Haunted Hilltop Stuffed Toy, right?
Don't you want to see this amazing Crow Country gameplay? I put it on the big screen right now on purpose. I'm done playing the game. You would rather stare at me in this shop menu doing absolutely nothing than watch the restream of the guy, huh?
Be right.
What kind of smart-ass point do you think you're making here?
Classic Crow Country rubber doll. So the rubber crow doll. Rubber crow
Go ahead and
doll.
kill game audio.
$10. Okay. Fairy Tale Town action figure. So it's gotta be an action figure.
I'm sad to
that's
hear
something to do with
you
fairy
feel so
tales.
strongly on that, Mr. Pun.
Oh, action figure. $4.25.
Action figure.
This is it. $19.75. We got the Magnum. Find the Magnum revolver. Sweet. We got all the guns now, I think. We have 3 Magnum bullets. And we have the laser sight for it, because we found it already.
This music would go good. The music in this game right now would go good with one of his
You
rants.
just burn what's in front of you, right?
Get the soundtrack for this game, find that song, played during a pre-stream situation, would really underscore
Okay,
some of
it's
his
pretty cool. You
whinier
might as well enjoy the chill game.
cries.
Awesome. Me too.
Was it a Beldam adjacent type?
More weapons actually at the bottom. Look, this whole row's
Beldam
got
is
weapons.
not the progressive one. She's the
Alright, well, we certainly just
transphobic
did a lot.
one.
We did
Yes,
both secrets.
transphobic in
We cannot do the
quotes.
secret in the toilet because I think we need the acid.
The remake
So,
debunked that, sir.
we have a couple choices.
Vivian is the one that's alphabet
You
adjacent.
could run right up the main way and look for the secret that's over there. See that?
Alright, I just won't bully someone today, I guess. You guys are being too weird. Why did you have to bring
And
that
then
up?
we
I don't
can
want
go
to
to the
send people to
haunted
anyone
manor.
now.
I think I want to get the extra
They
secret.
could be a secret alphabet person. Let's
Can I
just
get
see
you
who's
out of
live and
silly
following.
music? No. No, I cannot. My little ditties.
Yeah, he's gonna get the Talks by Dingus
Here we go.
raid.
My little ditties are always impromptu. They're not planned out or requested. A rack of nameplates. Eileen, Alana, Emily. Nope, typical. I wonder whose name she was looking for. Her name is Mara. So what the hell name was she looking for she couldn't find? That's weird. That's weird. Cool. All right, so we have to make a
All
run
right, fair
for
enough.
it. Up the
When in
main
doubt,
way here.
just Tevin it out. All right, enough of that. Big ups to everyone who showed up for the short Saturday Splatter Day dingus situation. It's actually literally anime time. It's anime night. You know how it is. Saturday night. So we're gonna panic quit the stream. We're gonna rage quit and send you over to Almighty_Tevin. You know, I'm too weirded out now by this discussion to even risk sending people to complete random unknown. I like to do that when we play Splatoon. But so too often do we run into the issue of, one, there aren't cool people in the category, just going off of thumbnails, and two, motherfuckers gotta be weird. Do it or no balls, man. You're not even gonna talk in their stream anyway. I already committed. I'm not gonna change and be uncommittal or unfaithful. You know what I mean. Possible stream tomorrow. We can only hope. and then continuing with Paper Mario after that. That'll be like the focus. I know I got other games I gotta attend to as well. But you know how it is. Yeah, I don't have anything else. We'll read the stuff and then get out of here. Thank you guys.
It's nice to rest your eyes and maybe go outside.
Thanks for stopping by. Very short stream, just like I said. I always stay true to my word, as you guys know. That was a fun event. Too bad I only defeated the Triumvirate once out of all the instances in reality in which I ran into them. Yeah, hey, Zerglue. Bye, Zerglue. Big ups to the Dingas, the Dongas, and the Swollen _ ones who made it to the end of the stream. I really appreciate that. We're going to, again, raid Almighty _7. You can go over there and finish watching the night stream with Ree. Or you can go anywhere else. Coggers is live, Lalo is live, Palm Primus is live. It's your choice, your buyer's market of people to fall asleep to on this lovely Saturday evening. Big ups to Zerglin, JC, Golem of Power, Mr. Pun, Ludwig, World Order, Rent Check, D Scythe, Almighty _Goki, Easy Bunny, Sweet Bean 96, Joe Blah, Arcadius, Carl. Bye, Carl. Chrono. Barry Linden. Ivan Zypher. Ann Lee. Knock. Thank you, Bean. And everybody else, including, yes, the lovable style lurkers. Like Almighty 7, whose stream we're gonna go to. Alpha Elite TV. UNFW1, the Unfwan1. Coggers. Pam Pam. Peaches and Keem. Iggle Wiggle. Big Mike. Brian MK. Cerulean 86. Double A. Tomater. DJ Filthy Rich. Donald Gammon. Captain Crunch HD. Karma. Ken Goon. OMG Zelda, Red Animator, Sardguard, Sham Chowder. So what, do you want to fight? Citrus LLC, and everybody else. Thank you to Ann Lee, Raid with a Party of 25, GPM, Positive Raid with Party of 10, and Easy Money, Tier 1 for 17 months. Wow. But that's it. We're just gonna go to Tevin's house, and then I'm gonna go quickly prepare some ramen or something. You know, we gotta have the atmosphere for anime night. You know what I'm saying? Or I could finish this spinach pizza. Actually, that'll be the raid message. Happy birthday, Mephica. Will be the raid message too. Ack. We love spinach pizza. Don't hate, just try it. Yeah, sorry, Iced Coffee. I did a short one today. I don't usually do Saturday streams, but I was checking out this Splatoon event. It's a short situation, but guess what? I'm sending you to a far better streamer. We're going to Almighty _7 to finish watching the DSP night stream. Whoa, I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully. I'm off tomorrow, but, you know, sometimes Ann plays anime on Sunday evenings, so I may get distracted. What if I want to watch New Smiling Friends, dude? Take it easy, guys. Bye-bye. Be well and all that. We'll see you when we see it. If we didn't see it, then we didn't see it. But if we did see it, then we saw you. And if we didn't see it, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rude, too, to see themselves in their mirrors. Mirrors. Each and every single day. Almost forgot to say it. Bye-bye.